Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Died and We Everyone Else Face Consequences of It movie. Before we start, please go support Suyin 1993 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Issei is betrayed and dies, but this time I will change the story a little and tell it in my own way, a little more sentimental and vengeful. They've already been screwed. Part 1. After the defeat of Trihexa and the total annihilation of the Caustic Brigade, Hyodo Eay finds himself married to all the girls of the Gremory entourage, including Ravel and Ophis Ouroboros. He is extremely happy, but for 40 years they have not paid attention to him, leaving the brown-haired boy extremely depressed. Search Lucifer, to prevent the brown-haired boy from becoming too sad, has kept him busy for several years on different types of missions, as he is now the pillar of peace. Work and paperwork have increased, but today is a special day, the day of their wedding anniversary. Issei, hey Drake, do you think the girls saw my message? I don't know, buddy. The truth is that your women have me very disappointed, irritated, and angry, and that's not even mentioning that your friend, the Siscon, hasn't wanted to stop bothering you about wanting to be an uncle. Issei, hey, he's a good guy. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have so many friends all over the world. Remember when we met that dragon who calls himself a supreme being? Flashback. On one of the many islands of the Philippines, specifically the Guadalcanal Islands, there was a chestnut tree complaining about the annoying mosquitoes. As he advanced through the thick jungle, he came to a clearing in the middle of the jungle and saw an imposing blue and red oxidized dragon sleeping, about 120 meters long. Issei, hey Drake, do you know who this dragon is? Because the mission that Ajuka gave me about a strange dragon sleeping near its oil wells doesn't say anything at all? If I'm honest, I think I have an idea of who he is, but if my guesses are correct, it's better not to have him as an enemy. Issei, what's up, Drake? What do you know how to use such a serious and worrying tone? Among us dragons there is a legend of a dragon that likes to sleep near oil sources and sometimes feeds on it, and that once Red and Ophis fought near where he was and one of their attacks hit near him. He did not take it important, but his attack made a chain reaction causing all the oil to catch fire and explode. When he saw himself interrupted and incidentally ruined his dinner, he got up and with a single attack seriously damaged both of them, and then gave them a big sermon. Since then they do not fight in the human world for fear of him. Issei, while I still don't believe that a being that is above the dragon gods, after saying that, the brown-haired man was immediately tied up by several chains that protruded from the ground, and then he feels that they are watching him. Then he turns around and sees another giant dragon with an angry face. Who the hell are you? So what are you? What the hell do you want, kid? Didn't they tell you it was rude to enter other people's houses without permission? If I didn't know you, I would have eliminated you for disturbing my sleep. After the brown-haired boy introduces himself alongside an extremely nervous Drake and explains why he is where the dragon is, he understands and then explains who he is and then gives his name. Issei, let me see if I understood. You are an absolute being, so to speak, and you came to this world to watch over it. Your name is Claus, true dragon god, and the reason why you know me is because you have already seen alternate versions of me where my destiny is shit. Claus, correct. Issei, in that case, I will do everything in my power to avoid that fate, no matter what it costs me. Buddy, are you sure? If what he says is true, I think the best decision you can make is divorce and disappear from the world. Issei, you heard me, I won't back down. Claus, in that case, promise me one thing. Issei, which one? Claus, if that hypothetically happens, you will be my subordinate. Issei, I accept. End of flashback. Issei, I hope everything happens as planned. I don't want to think about the possibility that he was right. I hope so, mate, I hope so. While the brown-haired man was chatting with his friend in his mental space, he arrived at a large, renowned hotel located in the underworld. Receptionist, oh, Mr. Hyodo, what brings you here? Issei, I have a reservation in my name. Receptionist, sure, let me get it, here it is. Table 18 in the Great Hall, this way please. After the chestnut leaves, the faction leaders along with Red come out of hiding. Azazel, that boy fills me with pride. Michael, you're right. Sursek, yes, who would have thought it would be so difficult to know where his anniversary party would be, nor to think that he chose the same place we chose in case he couldn't think of anything. Barraquil, with how careless he is, I wouldn't have been surprised. Then the patriarchs Gremory, Baal and Phoenix arrive. Venelana, oh dear, you're here. Don't tell me you're here to spy on your sister, making sure everyone has a drop in anime style. Sursek, you're partly right. In the morning Rias called me saying that she couldn't show up at work today. After checking the calendar, I remembered that today was her birthday, so I gave her permission. Sustius Gremory, the same thing happened to me with my daughter's tower. I imagine the same thing happened to the others too. At that the others nod their heads. Razor, we should get in now before he discovers us. After all of them were and sat at their respective tables, one next to the other in a corner away so that the brown one would not notice the red ablo. Red, hey, it's not strange that the majority in this place are high-class demons. Serorg, you're not wrong about that. The majority here are patriarchs and heirs of different houses. Look, even the council is here. After Serorg said this, all the demons turned to look up where several old men from the council were talking happily until one noticed them and greeted them. Ajuka, I never liked them. Amieda said Asmodeus while drinking his third cup of strong coffee to stay awake waiting. I can tell you a strange man about 60 years old with amber eyes, black hair, wearing a nightclub tuxedo. My name is Serafal, Reynaldo Astaroth, fourth son of House Astaroth and little brother of Ajuka. Reynaldo, nice to meet you. Serafal, and tell me, how is little Oju-chan? Serafal, she is fine. Her job as director of the Institute for Middle and Low Class Demons is going great. Reynaldo, I'm very happy. Ajuka, hello Reynaldo, I haven't seen you in a while. Reynaldo, hello Onisama, I haven't seen you in a while either. Managing hotels is very tiring. Imagine mountains of paperwork piled up on top of each other. Thought leaders, we understand you. Spelling, excuse me, but we can continue with the topic. Reynaldo, yes, I'm sorry. As you can see, Mr. Hyodo found me in a bar by chance. He explained to me that he needed a place to celebrate his anniversary. So I offered him a table in the great hall of my hotel. Since we were in a bar, the news spread like a rumor. Many nobles made reservations for us to attend the party. Since Mr. Hyodo didn't say it was private, and to avoid any problems, I asked them to make it a surprise. That explains a lot, Serorg said, smiling with his arms crossed. 2 hours have passed, and there is no sign of the girls. Everyone present was starting to worry. Issei calls a waiter. Waiter, sir, what do you want? Issei, bring me a bottle of golden apple wine. Macero, right away. After the chestnut was pouring his third glass from his third bottle, another 3 hours had passed. Just before he drank the next glass, it fell to the floor. Everyone present saw this and felt a pang in their hearts. After this, they saw him shed tears. Then a red glove materialized, reaching the elbow, with 2 gems on it. Calm down, mate, it's not worth it. Issei, how do you want me to calm down? Sniff, how do you want me to calm down? He starts to cry while everyone present has their heads down, clenching their fists in frustration. Red, this is bad, he said when he began to notice an energy that seemed like poison. Back with Issei. Mate, you need to calm down if you continue like this. Nurses. Issei. But Drake, don't you see this isn't the first time they've been missing? I've spent the last 39 years alone. They didn't even appear on my birthdays. All our anniversaries never came. We didn't even have our honeymoon. Everyone was silent, listening to the brown-haired man's conversation with the celestial dragon, but what he said about the brown-haired man not even having his honeymoon. Not even Azazel or Odin could believe it. Issei Hyodo, known as the Epee dragon and the number 1 pervert in Ko, the perverted beast, is a virgin. Everyone hearing this started to get angry. But what about birthdays? Remember when you went from market to market all over the world just to get the perfect gift? You even put your perversion aside to make Rias and the girls proud. Issei. And why? Each and every one of their birthdays went down the drain. I tried hard to be a good husband. Every time I went to their offices they said they had a lot of work. Okay, I understood that I had to do many favors so that they would not have much work. All the demons turned to see the leaders and they nodded their heads to confirm their questions, but nothing worked. They all opened their mouths in surprise and saw the brown-haired man again shedding tears. After I did that, they distanced themselves from me again. They no longer slept with me. They did not say good morning to me. Sometimes they did not even turn to look at me. I felt despised. Everyone, when hearing this, began to cry. Including the dragons. I began to believe that it was my fault. I began to be more attentive. I did the missions quickly to be able to spend more time with them. I even learned to cook to prepare food for them. The young women cried in silence because they always wanted a Prince Charming who would treat them the way he does, and when they saw that the man they desired in this way breaks their hearts, while the male demons, especially the council, could only listen to the brunette cry in such a way that they felt miserable for not being able to do anything to ease the pain. Issei, why do I always have to be the one who has to suffer? I've done everything to be by your side and fighting with Kokobile for hurting Irina and Xenovia. I've given my right arm to have Rias's hand. I killed the old Mao for trying to kill Asia. I've done a lot. I even broke my bones. I've suffered in unthinkable ways, but they never thanked me. They didn't even give me credit for screwing me. Not even a miserable recognition. I even fought against the beast of the apocalypse. I was the one who caused the most damage, and after having won what happened, nothing happened, not even a thank you from them. When I was in a coma in the hospital, they didn't even go to see me. All the credit went to them. The leaders hearing this felt powerless because they remembered that what the boy said was true. But they didn't know what the girls did. Everyone saw the red, and he just said it was true, making them feel like scum. Drake. He just remained silent. I think he couldn't finish because he vomited a large amount of blood, making everyone worry. When Michael and Metatron were going to move to help the brown-haired man, Drake says, Issei quickly drinks the bottle of apple wine, then the chestnut drinks the entire contents of the bottle. This one asks, Issei, how much longer do I have to live? Everyone's blood ran cold upon hearing this. You know very well that you have had this disease for more than 38 years. How much longer do you have? 1 year left. Everyone upon hearing this began to cry again because the pillar of the factions is going to die, and everyone now has an idea of why his wives. They've already been screwed. Part 2. While the brown-haired boy was crying, just like all the demons present, a waiter who was passing by saw the scene and asked one of his companions what had happened. Upon understanding, he had a confused expression on his face. Waiter 1, this doesn't make sense. Mr. Hyodo's wives are supposed to be in this building. I served them this morning. All the demons upon hearing this, because he said it out loud, in addition to the Sicario, were in total shock. An old man from the council with an appearance of no more than 60 years old throws himself from the balcony, then goes to the waiter and takes him by the shoulders. With an angry face he asked him, Old man 1, tell me where they are, asking, hoping that the answer the waiter will give is not what he is thinking, because it is. He does not want to even think about the possible disaster that will be unleashed. Waiter 1, hi, he said nervously. This morning at around 8, Mrs. Gremory and her entourage asked for the most comfortable and luxurious room that is soundproof for them. At first I denied it, but then our boss arrived and gave them what they wanted. After a while I looked for the boss and asked him why he interfered, and he told me that today was Mr. Hyodo's anniversary. When I understood, I let him pass. After approximately an hour, Mr. Vala appears. When mentioning Vala, all the demons were already beginning to imagine the possible outcome of this. He asks for a presidential suite, which is the one located below the 5-star rooms, and since then I haven't heard anything else from them. He ends up making the place completely silent. The brown-haired man after several minutes comes out of shock and begins to search for his women with his aura. Immediately after searching, he realizes that they are in the building, at the highest part, but he notices something strange, and that is that they emit 2 types of auras, something that only Drake and a couple of dragons noticed. Immediately after confirming his location, Hyodo Eay heads towards the highest part without waiting for the scene he would witness upon arrival. Okay, now they were worth shit. Ah, my little dragon is coming. I came. Those are the screams, the moans that were heard as Hyodo approached the hallway slowly, unable and unwilling to confirm his suspicions. Each step he took was slower and heavier as he advanced. His tenant had already given up, trying desperately to prevent him from moving forward, but it was no use. He can't avoid the inevitable. It was time for him to face his destiny, and whatever it may be. As his best friend will try to support him as best she can. Several meters behind the chestnut tree, the leaders of each faction, the council and the dragon gods, walked slowly, each with their own thoughts, while listening to the moans that intensified as they advanced, making their hopes that all this was a dream diminish and their anger intensify. Hyodo, upon reaching the door, slowly opens it while the screams of pleasure and lust continue. Despite hearing, he continues believing that they are not his women, that maybe they are other girls. Upon entering the room, he sees that it has a tremendous size, enough to have a private party, but then he notices a white liquid stained every corner of the room. The leaders, despite the grotesque image, none of them flinched until a sudden scream made the world collapse. "Ah, Vala, give me Mori harder enough to get me pregnant." Every person there was enraged when they recognized whose voice it was coming from, while Issei just cried in silence. He got up and walked slowly towards a half-open door from where the screams and moans of pleasure were coming from, causing the poor brown-haired boy to collapse when he opened the door, and there they were. In that moment he saw his life pass by. All those kisses, caresses, those "I love you, we care about you," all the time invested in being a better husband, a role model for many of his friends and people who know him. He felt like his world was going to collapse. He began to cry while everyone present in the back boiled with rage, but the dragon gods Odin and Azazel saw this with great disappointment, since he did it, and women are considered taboo and something truly despicable among the races of dragons and Asgardians. Taking a woman from another without a fair fight because was the only muffled scream that was heard in the room and the lower floors. "This will be interesting," mentioned a young man of good appearance. "It would be better if everyone listened to this conversation," he said while activating magic to amplify the sound throughout the capital of Lilith in the underworld, leaving many demons and supernatural beings who were there at that moment intrigued. Why it was heard again, and this time everyone was shocked to recognize whose voice it came from. "Why are you doing this to me?" Many is to say very little. Most began to dare to imagine what was happening. Several used magic to detect where the broadcast was coming from until, "Oh look, it's Hyodo. Who brings you here? In case you don't see, I'm busy." Many were left with their mouths open. Everyone realized who that voice was. It was Vala Lucifer's, one of the heroes of the battle to stop the dragon apocalypse and chaos brigade. "If you don't see, we are very busy." This did take each and every one by surprise. Those were the voices of Kaneko and Kuroka Hellcat, the chestnut's wives. "Damn trash, what are you doing here? Don't you see we're very busy?" This caught the angels who were hanging around off guard. Those are the voices of Irina, Xenovia and Asia. When Vala was about to speak, Albion interrupted him. I'm so sorry, I never wanted this to be like this, because please kill me, I don't want to die of shame." This caused pity to everyone present, the fading dragon begging while crying to be killed. This never happened in the draconic race. "As you can see, we are busy, so bye," but he was interrupted. "Why, Vala, why are you doing this to me? We were brothers and you were girls. Why him? Why did you cheat on me with him? I gave you my everything, my love for you, my life, my soul. I would have died for you. So he dies." Everyone was in shock, including the brown-haired guy, and the leaders and gods present die once and for all, you cheap pervert. In case you haven't noticed, we lost our virginity on the wedding day with him aiming at Vala. If everyone was sad about the chestnut, now they were boiling with fury. The tracking magic casters began to go faster in order to locate the source of the transmission and attack with all the hatred and resentment that they had accumulated as time went on. Darkness Part 1. Darkness was all our favorite brown-haired boy felt when he heard the words his wives were telling him. Pervert, fool, useless, idiot, and many more words that I leave to your imagination. He did not understand why they had told him this. He fervently believed that what they were telling him were lies and that he was under some kind of mind control, but he immediately dismissed it when he noticed the dragon mark that each of them had on several different parts of their bodies. He saw Rias Gremory waiting for her to tell him that this was all a dream and that all this never happened, but when he saw the happy faces they had when going through multiple orgasms, he realized that it was all a lie and that he was simply another pawn, one that he could use and discard at will. He tried to cling to the smallest possibility. He gathered his courage and screamed with all the strength he could but the only response he got was for Rias to look away. Akino, for her part, continued to buck like a rabbit, as if it did not matter what was happening around her. "See, Hyodo, they never loved you. You were just another pawn," said Vala with total arrogance and confidence in his words, knowing that he was finally able to defeat his eternal rival, and seeing him destroyed filled him with happiness, while Albion cried knowing that he beat Rojo in the lowest and most humiliating way possible. This destroyed his pride and stained his reputation, but what hurt him the most was seeing how his friend and rival looked at him with disappointment, and he couldn't look them in the eyes. He felt like scum and dirty for winning this way. He begged to be killed, but he was only ignored. "Hyodo, it is better that you disappear. Nothing ties you to this world." Ablo Vala now attacking him with sacred energy, but at that moment a sword of light intervenes and deflects the attack to a destroyed side part of the wall of the building. This was Gabriel, who intervened and defended his best friend and his platonic love. Vala, seeing this, tried to attack again, but a blow from Odin, the Norse god, blew him flying out of the building. Vala tried to recover, but a kick to the head sent him crashing to the ground on the outskirts of the capital. This was Thor, the god of thunder, who was dressed as a waiter to infiltrate the dinner, since all the places were reserved in advance, forcing them to use Plan B. Vala recovered and admitted that it hurt, but not much, since being able to face an apocalyptic dragon gives you great resistance. But what he didn't count on is that a large number of supernatural beings pounced on the one who had his guard down, causing a great amount of damage between blows: lightning, ice, fire, spears of light, and arrows. He received everything full on and left him seriously damaged, but he began to regenerate in an abysmal way, and in a few minutes he was as good as new. Ha, did they seriously think they could hurt me, he said while flying up to a decent height, so to speak. Are they idiots? Attacking me with pathetic spirits won't get me down. Bluggggg. He didn't finish speaking because he was impaled by none other than Azazel and Livania. Note: I forgot who she is, so please a description. You disgust me, Lucifer, said Livania as she withdrew her hand, dispersing the viscera. You are scum that cannot attack a being stronger than you head on. You certainly don't deserve these wings, said Azazel as he proceeded to cut off a pair of his wings from their roots, making him scream in agony. Vala, Lucifer, for attempted murder of the Pillar of Peace, you have been sentenced to death, so prepare yourself, said Michael, representing the supernatural beings. The destruction of Lilith. Note: turn on the music when I tell you to. While the leaders of the factions present were fighting against Vala, Hyodo was crying muffled while he was in the fetal position in a corner of the room where the chestnut's ex-wives were. Subconscious. Deep in Issei's subconscious were most of the previous bastardier wearers discussing the current Sicariote's situation under the watchful eye of the Red Emperor Dragon. Subject 1: I already told you that the only solution is the Jurgenote. It is the best way to prevent Hyodo-sama from dying from the fall. The man who proposed this method is a person of no more than 52 years old, dressed as an imperial knight of Rome, with a noticeable anger in his voice. Subject 2: I already told you that we will not let him use that method. It is very dangerous, and that transformation uses the lifespan of its bearer as payment. And you know that he does not have much time left now. The one speaking is a blonde woman in her 20s, dressed in a one-piece evening dress, and her voice shows concern for the little brown-haired boy who was crying in a room far from the meeting room where they were. Subject 3: Doherty, we are all seriously worried about Issei here, and if we don't do something, the fall will consume him. You know what will happen if he is consumed. You lived that experience firsthand. Dorothy 2: I know you're sleeping. She starts crying, but I can't stand seeing him like this, so defenseless, and the fact that I used his child form inside his mind makes it worse. Dims 3: You are not the only one, he said with a cry of frustration. Everyone here feels the same or worse than you. Even Centrius mentioned the worst possibility for Issei to end his suffering. Isn't it turning to look at him? Centrius 1: You're right, he said it in the coldest way possible. While the previous bearers argued and cried in order to help the one who gave them what they most desired, Issei, in his child form, cried and cried, wondering where he had failed, where he had gone wrong. My little Issei, have you already accepted the reality in which you were always? Issei, now you will remain silent, or will it be that you have already given up? Issei, what do you want? Reincarnation. Outside the subconscious, Vala had seriously damaged the thunder god Thor and was fighting hand to hand with the Mao. Ajuka, stop, Vali. We don't want to hurt you. Vali, seriously, they haven't even managed to scratch me. Seraphal, and what about the pair of demonic wings you need? Vali, that was because I got too confident, he said while giving a powerful blow that sent him crashing into a couple of buildings, XLR Mega style. And it won't happen again. While Vala was fighting in the distance, Red was watching. Why aren't you helping Red? It's not my fight, Claus-sama. Besides, if I fight with all my power against him, not only will I lose, but the entire underworld will be in ruins. Claus, you're right about that, and tell me, have you already located Ouroboros? Not yet. Claus, it's a shame. I just hope she didn't do the same stupid things as these bitches, he said while he saw them being trapped in ice bubbles by Sona while they slept happily. Can I ask you a question, Claus-sama? He said it loud enough for everyone to pay attention. Claus, of course. Did you already know this would happen? That question intrigued everyone present, which is what he meant. Who was the person with whom he used the term Sama? Claus, yes, I always knew it. Gr. Then why didn't you tell him this would happen, holding back the urge to explode from the anger he has? Claus, I remind you that I am your superior, he mentions with a very cold voice that made Red reconsider. Gr. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you, he said as he bowed, surprising those present. Claus, regarding your question, I did tell him with that he confused everyone, he always knew, he trusted them but they betrayed him. I don't like betrayals, that's why I've always hated the biblical factions. That comment made everyone wonder who that being was that made the great dragon of dreams bow down to apologize and show hostility to those around him. But Odin already had an idea, Hyodo's subconscious. Reincarnation, oh Issei-chan, always so naive. You thought that with a little effort they would love you. Issei, shut up. Reincarnation, they would notice your dedication. Issei, shut up. Reincarnation, who would reciprocate with love. Issei, shut up. Out of the subconscious. The sudden scream made everyone alert. Issei, I told you to shut up, he said, raising his power, making the building tremble. Do you think I didn't try? With anger in his voice that later turned into sadness. I did everything. I did a lot. I did the impossible. Each word was heard with great sadness. Gr. Quickly evacuate the city immediately. I don't like this at all. After saying that, an elder of the council used magic to transmit the message. Hyodo's subconscious. I did the unthinkable, but Reincarnation, it was no use, you know. Issei, Reincarnation, I always loved you, she said while hugging Brown Shoda to be closer. When Kokobil sent to kill you because he suspected that you would be a threat to his plans, I volunteered to prevent you from being killed. I already had everything planned, but that afternoon of a date after I asked you for a moment to go to the girls' bathroom, I met the queen of the Gremory. She told me that if I didn't kill you they would kill my sister Melted. So I had no choice, but after you found me in that church I felt very happy to know that you were still alive. But I didn't count on the fact that you would be with the Gremory. I thought that talking to you could solve things, but the shitty bitches with period hair tricked you. She told you that I would kill Asia to keep her secreger, but the truth is that I wanted it to be able to revive you since her balance break has the ability to bring souls from rest, and with the correct sacrifice to life too. Issei was in shock. All these years of torment were planned from the beginning. Everything he did was in vain. After thinking it over in detail, something in his heart broke. Images of him with the girls going on dates, laughing, having fun, it was all a tremendous and elaborate lie. This made him sad. His anger began to rise as he repeated to himself over and over again those questions that tormented him at the beginning of this whole mess. Drake, noticing his friend's growing aura of power, tried to stop him. Drake, Issei, stop, you're expelling too much energy. If you continue like this you'll destroy everything around you. Issei continued to expel power as the screams of the Dragon Emperor fell on deaf ears. He noticed that the chestnut tree was slowly being wrapped in a series of chains and thorny ivy. Drake, damn is the fall. I must stop him. Then begins to attack him with a large amount of spells, but seeing that it had no effect begins to increase his attacks, but the things that wrapped his friend did not suffer damage. In a fit of desperation he rushes in an attempt to break the chains with physical force, but these hurt him, causing him to scream in agony, but still he does not stop. Issei, Drake, why are you doing it? He said with a brittle voice while still crying in his child form. Drake, because you're my best friend and friends support each other through thick and thin, so don't give up. He shouted as he managed to break several chains and ivy that imprisoned the little brown-haired boy. There's not much left. Issei, Drake, do you remember the promise I made you? Drake, are you talking about that promise you made me before our final battle against the Trihexa? I remember it because. Then he sees his friend smile at him in a very sincere way. Goodbye, companion. I see. Out of the subconscious. NT now. A torrent of energy in the form of a dome begins to expand, similar to an explosion, while destroying the entire building and several blocks around it, leaving chaos and destruction in its wake. A huge earthquake was felt throughout the city, causing many buildings to collapse. Many supernatural beings were confused by the situation they were in, but they all had one feeling in common, and that was anger and sadness, two extremely painful feelings when put together, but no one knew where it came from until I, the one who awakened. While several demons tried to evacuate the general population of the city, many others escaped being crushed by the debris of the infrastructure that fell to pieces. In several places after the explosion that originated in the center, large torrents of lava began to come out as if it were a geyser, despite the chaos in which they were. No supernatural being received any harm because at the moment in which the explosion of the center occurred, each and every one was enveloped in a reddish aura. That acted as a barrier. Odin was extremely tired due to mana exhaustion. The force of the explosion was too much. Even with the help of several high-class demons, they could not withstand the tremendous impact, and were thrown through the air. After regaining his composure, the sight in front of him was horrifying. Odin. What the hell? Everything looked like a post-apocalyptic scene. Rivers and geysers of lava were everywhere. Sulfur rains fell on what remained of the capital. To the north of it, a large volcano was seen erupting. Where did it come from? The ground cracked by the terrain from a moment ago, and in the center of all this there was a large crater covered in glass and gushing magma due to the tremendous heat and pressure generated there. But when he was going to ask what happened, he heard something that made him urinate on himself. I, the one who awakened. Vala found himself cornered. Certainly he was very powerful and had a resistance worthy of facing 666. But that is only possible if he uses the balance break of his Secredure Divine Division. Without it he is simply a high-class demon, and it is something that he realized until now when being cornered by attacks that came towards him in different directions. Vali, Albion, you better stop playing with me and help me defeat these bastards. Remember, if I die, you die. Albion, I don't care if I die, you've done enough damage. I won't allow you to continue staining my draconic pride. Vali, then I will take your power by force. Vala forced the balance break since it acts on one's feelings, and he used determination. The power he stole from Albion so abruptly made it evolve into a new armor. A white one with golden lines, a pair of elk-like horns, 2 pairs of wings and a tail with thorns at the tip. Vali, admire my new transformation, he said with a smile that immediately turned into an expression of fear upon witnessing such an explosion that left 40% of the demonic capital in ruins. But upon hearing that chant, all he could do was look. Advancement. While returning from an important meeting with Mexican President Peña Nieto to try to establish a new commercial alliance, since the previous one expired 3 days ago, my wife talks to me, recalling the events of about 10 years ago. Melania, dear, who would have thought that I would be so close to world peace? If I hadn't lost you in Moscow with Mr. Putin, this probably would never have been possible. What my wife said is true. If I, the great Donald Trump, hadn't gotten lost with that faggot Vladimir, we would never have met either. While I was deep in thought, one of my agents approached me and told me something that is supposed to be impossible. Without any other option and hoping that this is not true, I turned on the TV, a large 10mm plasma with smart displays. How good it feels to have Latinos as slaves, without them realizing it. CNN. We interrupted the programming to show stories never seen and that we thought was just a legend. A great dragon, I repeat, a great white dragon is fighting face to face with what looks like a robotic armor from some Japanese animation. They are currently heading to the Japanese international limits after appearing in the capital of the Russian motherland and leaving it devastated. If it were not for the quick intervention of the Russian military forces, nothing would remain of what would be the Red Capital. This is something that should never have happened. Trump, this is a direct order to sound an alarm across the country. We are on DEFCON Delta alert. All military bases in the country must get ready. Notify the Pearl Harbor Islands to lift the naval blockade and be ready for battle. And I want my bucking penguin roast. I hope I never use that, and I can only say, I hope you win Hyodo Dano. Last request. Issei Hyodo's subconscious. Doherty. Read what happens when I say those words right in the middle of the round table where my companions and I are. The Shoda Hyodo appears to us while being hugged by an ugly and smelly black dove. Dems, what are you doing here, you wretch? I said while pointing my staff at her, ready to attack. Reincarnation. Calm down, boys and girls, I'm just a spectator. The one who has to talk to you is the one pointing at Issei. Issei, Doroti Nachan says when I hug her leg. I can't stand it anymore. My heart hurts so much and I feel like I'm losing strength, he said while crying. I don't want to suffer anymore. I want all this to end. I have no reason to fight anymore. I want to rest. Dorothy, please Issei-chan, don't give up. Keep fighting for those who still love you. Don't let the darkness defeat you. Issei, please, this is my last wish. I want all this to end so I can rest. Dorothy had no more ideas to encourage the little brown-haired boy who wouldn't stop crying, begging her to rest. She tried to ask her friends for help, but they all sent her the same look saying that it was time. Dorothy, with all the love, appreciation and pain for the brown-haired boy reluctantly agreed. Dorothy, but before you go to sleep, I want you to complete one last task. I want you to release all the negative emotions you have and show those who trampled on you who is the most powerful being in existence. The Last Battle Part 1. Out of Hyodo's subconscious. I, the one who woke up. It has already begun. This will be inevitable. I am the red dragon who was betrayed and deceived by those in whom I placed my love. This is so. You're right. This has always been the case. I laugh at my current self for trusting you, and I despise myself for having dreamed of a future with you. For the dreams and desires, for the lies and deceptions, I will become something worse than the red dragon of domination. For power and glory, for love and happiness, no matter the time and place, they always agreed to follow the same path. I will sink you into the depths of the abyss of pain and sadness. Jurgenol Tepion. But what the buck? The mouse said in unison after witnessing the abysmal power that is felt throughout the capital of Lilith. Even the power that Vali Lucifer obtained after forcibly evolving his Secreger does not compare to the oppressive power that forces all supernatural beings to kneel. The Mao and a few high-class demons can barely resist, and the gods feel like they are short of breath. This type of power and fear has not been felt since the fight was 666, but the most surprising and disconcerting thing is the strange feeling of sadness. Vali. Oh, but look who appears after crying like a little girl, he said with mockery in his voice, ignoring that his body is screaming for him to run away. It is none other than Issei Hyodo, the idiot who believed he was happily married to his harem without realizing that he was always cheated on behind his back. Tell me, Hyodo, how does it feel to know that they never loved you? Vali, you won't say anything, or the cat ate your tongue. Vali, I understand, you still think all this is a lie. Well, I'll tell you a big but beautiful secret. Rias, Aquino and Kaneko have some beautiful and very pretty daughters with me. I think they are about 10 years old, he said the last thing in a thoughtful pose. Everyone opened their mouths in disbelief. They could never have imagined this even in their wildest dreams, and the worst part is that they are 10 years old. On Issei's part, this completely broke his heart, an action that Vali noticed and laughed, but he didn't notice that the feeling of sadness that flooded the atmosphere was changed by the anger and rage that the brown-haired boy felt. Once he realized this, it was too late, as he received a big punch to the pit of his stomach, followed by a punch to the chin, and a big kick that sent him crashing into the active volcano that had just formed, causing it to erupt for the second time, and with more power. Thor, just recovered from the beating that Vali gave him, flew as fast as possible and then took all the Mao and headed to the city that was being covered by a giant dome created by Odin to prevent the burning lava from falling on it. Odin, boy, where the hell did you get such power? Even I doubt I can hurt you. The young brown-haired boy stared at the shattered volcano, looking for any sign of Vali's survival. But then he was suddenly attacked from behind with a large amount of explosive-type spells. Vali, ha 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 ha, look at that, stupid, these beautiful fireworks created especially for you. Every time it explodes they steal a little of your magical power. Let's see how you get out of this, ha 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 ha, he said with total arrogance and confidence. But Destiny did not think the same, but what he said in total shock. How the hell did you manage to stay alive with all those explosions, he said with fear. Issei, I don't know, tell me, but get ready, this is just beginning. The Last Battle Part 2. A great fight was taking place in the vicinity of the already destroyed Lilith. Many saw how explosions, lightning, blows, bursts were thrown in different directions and occasionally impacted the Great Barrier that protected the multiple supernatural beings who took refuge in it. Each time this would happen, the barrier was cracked and sometimes destroyed, but a replacement would immediately appear. Surzek, how many times has the barrier been destroyed? Said Odin as he created a replacement under the current one. Surzek, when I fall this will be the 6th. Susti G. Son, at this rate we'll die of exhaustion, he said as he watched several demons fall unconscious from exhaustion. Ajuka, I have an idea, he said before using magic to amplify his voice. Listen to me, I want everyone to send as much magical energy to the barrier as you can. After saying that, each and every one of them without objection sent a lot of magical energy to the barrier, which caused it to shine brightly. When everyone thought that Alphen would be safe and that nothing could go wrong. Divine, 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 divine. Ajuka, what was missing is what a devil, minutes before. Worth it, the brown-haired boy said as he continuously hit Vali while he did everything he could to defend himself. And, Vali seeing an opening hits Issei in the head, stunning him, which he takes advantage of to launch a number of blows, sending him to the ground, and summons a large amount of ice stakes, crashing them where he had fallen. A large curtain of smoke had formed, and after dissipating the place had become a frozen zone, but Vali, when he noticed and saw that Issei's body was not there, immediately searched all around without finding any trace of where he was. Issei, after falling and seeing a large amount of ice stakes, immediately protects himself by creating a magic shield that achieved its goal, then sneaks under the ground to come out under Vali wielding an energy sword, action that surprised Vali but managed to dodge it. Issei, without wasting time, attacks several times, managing to cut Vali's tail that he used to defend himself. Arg, damn, you'll pay for this. Vali creates a large amount of light stakes and quickly throws them at Issei. While defending himself from these, Vali places himself behind Issei and uses divining continuously to steal his energy. Why doesn't it work? He said furiously while trying to divide Issei's energy. Issei appears in front of Vali and kicks him. Vali defends himself and tries to attack with fireballs that are repelled by Issei's sword. He sends several dragon shots that hit him squarely, sending him to the ground again. Why can't I divide your power? Vali said while desperately trying to steal his energy. It's normal that you can't divide my power, he said as he slowly approached. Anyway, the source of my energy is the anger of knowing that my wives have children with another man, he said as he kicked Vali, crashing them into a wall and immediately shooting off in their direction. Children whose father is my friend, hitting him in the stomach and lifting him in the air to the one I considered my best friend, giving him an Issei kick and crashing him harder into the ground. My brother, throwing several dragon shots at him to the one I trusted, increasing the intensity of the attack, resembling a machine gun. After a while of sending dragon shot, the intensity begins to decrease, and he says in a sad tone, I really loved them. From the first day I saw Rias with her beautiful red hair, Asia's innocent personality, Kaniko's tenderness. At first I dreamed of a harem made up of many pretty girls, he said as the intensity of the attack decreased with each word he mentioned, reducing to a few words. But after living with the girls I started to fall in love with them. I started to study more to make Rias proud. I practiced several sports for Kaniko even though I didn't like it. I read the Bible for Asia despite the pain and damage I suffered for doing this. I was even in danger of death because of this. Then many girls joined us and I fell in love with them too. I even left my greatest treasure for them. I still don't know what I did wrong. At this point he was no longer attacking, he was just crying. He was crying like a child who only felt pain and didn't know why. I don't give a damn about that, said Vali, who suddenly appeared behind him and pierced his stomach with his hand. Issei vomited blood and said, Why? I've never considered you a friend, you were just another toy. Remember when I went to see you at the academy for the first time, I saw your mistress with Akino and decided to make them mine. That same afternoon I managed to buck Rias. Akino discovered us and joined us. Every day in the afternoon, while you were making contracts, I would arrive and buck them like a rabbit in heat. Every time you and some of your girls had a date, they would call me to have hex with me. That's why they were late with you, and when the date was horrible for them they would call me to have hex again in the public restrooms while you waited outside like an idiot. Now you understand they never loved you. You were just another cute and beloved pawn. Then I have nothing to lose. After those words Issei began to hit Vali savagely, who had no way to defend himself. Each blow damaged him enormously. In one of those moments, a huge dome was sent near him, protecting the city while it shone. This is my chance. Divine. It is abruptly interrupted by a large lightning bolt that if it had not moved out of the way would have turned into dust. The barrier that protected the city was cut and destroyed, leaving only fragments of it that fell like glass. I need more power in my current state. I won't last long. I must go to the human world. After saying that, Vali opens a dimensional gap that leads directly to the human world. Before crossing, he is hit and jumps into the gap. Michael, this is bad. They are going to the human world. Last Battle Part 3. Dimensional Gap. The Dimensional Gap was the stage that was being used for one of the largest battles ever seen. The attacks that Hyodo and Lucifer launched at each other would easily destroy entire civilizations. Vali was in a very pressing situation. If he was careless he would receive great damage, since they entered the gap he noticed that Issei's attacks were intended to hurt him and make him suffer a lot. Currently he could barely stay flying since he lost 3 pairs of demonic wings in the fight in Lilith that were torn out by the roots, and the dragon wings they have are not Alvian's wings since he stubbornly refuses to help him. Damn, if I don't do something it will be impossible for me to get out of here alive. While dodging the chestnut's attacks he remembered why he can't divide Issei's power, and that is because his body and blood are made from the dragon gods, and without the voluntary help of his inner companion it is impossible to divide such a thing, so the only way to defeat him is to consume part of his flesh and blood and assimilate it, just like when a renegade demon consumes a piece and it absorbs the power. Thanks Aquino for explaining such a thing to me. Now I have an idea. After dodging all the attacks, he begins a counterattack in order to be able to get close and bite him. Many times he tried and always got hurt, but until he finally found an opening, Vali launches a great attack with all the magical power he had, betting everything or nothing in order to damage him enough to be able to bite him and get a part of him. The attack hit Issei squarely and severely damaged him. Much of his armor was significantly damaged. His large, mechanical-looking wings were shattered. His tail was shattered. He lost his left arm while trying to defend himself, and his right arm was rendered useless. Vali, seeing the condition the brown-haired man was in, immediately rushes to suddenly appear in front of the brown-haired man. His appearance took him by surprise. The poor brown-haired man screams with great force due to the pain caused by feeling his right arm being torn from his body, causing a geyser of blood. Vali finally had his target in his hands, the brown-haired man's right arm. Ha 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 ha, look at Hyodo awakening in a new way. After saying those words, Vali immediately began to devour the arm and his body began to transform. The armor he was wearing began to regenerate, and shortly after it was as good as new and then began to grow in size. Vali didn't understand what was happening, but he felt his body screaming that it was a bad idea. His brand new armor was beginning to crack under the immense pressure coming from inside his body. The armor on his arms could no longer hold and were destroyed. Vali felt great pain as he felt his muscles stretch and then tear, his bones break, then regenerate again and again. Several minutes passed, and he finally finished his metamorphosis. When he saw his new body he couldn't contain his joy. Ha ho ha ho ha ho ha ho ha ho ha ho ha. Admire my new shape. It's time for a second rush. Underworld, what remains of Lilith's capital, Lucifer's castle. Shitty shouted Sirzek Lucifer as he grabbed his hair and pulled it out under the watchful eye of his Mao partner. That's exactly what I said when I found out, Ajuka said this time. How the hell did it happen? Your sister came in and took it from my lab thinking it would be a nice gift. Sirzek, upon hearing this, could no longer bear his frustration and began to destroy the entire castle with his bare fists. Moments later Seraphal Leviathan appeared with a group of soldiers. What happened? Is it an attack? Said the Mao while creating ice cubes in her hands. Don't worry, Sirzek is angry. And why? Your sister stole an experimental serum from my lab that helps increase a demon's magical reserves. That means Vali probably took it. Exactly. By the way, what happened to the group we sent into the dimensional gap? At that moment, a crack appears in the sky and several lights come out that crashed on the outskirts of the city. I'm going, said the Mao as she took out her wings to fly. Don't worry, Falbium is already on its way. Look! After saying that, Seraphal sees several demons led by Falbium Asmodeus fly in that direction. It's probably bad news, Sirzek said this time, shaking his hands and approaching them. Have you calmed down yet? Ablos Seraphal as he sat down on a chair that was nearby. Yes, I'm better, he said, doing the same. Well, since we are 3 of 4, I will tell you some bad news. What is it? I don't think it's anything worse than what we already are, Sirzek mentioned while looking at what was left of the city. We are almost on the brink of extinction. Underworld, what remains of Lilith's capital, Lucifer's castle. Shitty shouted Sirzek Lucifer as he grabbed his hair and pulled it out under the watchful eye of his Mao partner. That's exactly what I said when I found out, Ajuka said this time. How the hell did it happen? Your sister came in and took it from my lab thinking it would be a nice gift. Sirzek, upon hearing this, could no longer bear his frustration and began to destroy the entire castle with his bare fists. Moments later Seraphal Leviathan appeared with a group of soldiers. What happened? Is it an attack? Said the Mao while creating ice cubes in her hands. Don't worry, Sirzek is angry. And why? Your sister stole an experimental serum from my lab that helps increase a demon's magical reserves. That means Vali probably took it. Exactly. By the way, what happened to the group we sent into the dimensional gap? At that moment, A crack appears in the sky and several lights come out that crashed on the outskirts of the city. "I'm going," said the Mao as she took out her wings to fly. "Don't worry, Falbium is already on its way." "Look!" After saying that, Seraphol sees several demons led by Falbium as Modius fly in that direction. "It's probably bad news," Serzek said this time, shaking his hands and approaching them. "Have you calmed down yet?" Ablos Seraphol as he sat down on a chair that was nearby. "Yes, I'm better," he said, doing the same. "Well, since we are 3 of 4, I will tell you some bad news." "What is it?" "I don't think it's anything worse than what we already are," Serzek mentioned while looking at what was left of the city. "We are almost on the brink of extinction." "Bad news. Red will be a waste. Hyodo has no salvation anymore." "And what do you want me to do?" "Just sit and watch Issei die." "I'm just telling you that no matter what you do or bring, he will inevitably die. Even if he eats the forbidden apple from the Garden of Eden or the entire contents of the Holy Grail, or even the Philosopher's Stone, his death will be inevitable." "You are a monster, Claus-sama. With your power it would be enough to save him. I am even sure that the supernatural world would kneel before you if you saved Issei." "Ha ha 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 ha, don't get confused, Red. Although I can certainly save him, he has already made his decision. It's better to leave him and see what happens." Dimensional gap, battle site. "Look, Hyodo, at this power. I have never felt so powerful. This will be enough to kill you." After saying that, a dimensional gap opens, drawing the attention of Vala and Issei, and they leave. Serorg, Razor, Ruvel, Venelana, Griefia, Penemu, Kunu. "Holy shit, what the hell is that?" said Riser after seeing such a 200-meter white dragon. "Forgotten, it's time to end this fight. In the name of each race affiliated with the Alliance of Factions, you Vala Lucifer are sentenced to death," said Serorg coldly. "But look who came, if not more insects who think they can face me." "Enough with the talk. It's time to end this confabwag once and for all." Riser, Serorg and Ruvel were hit by Vala's tail and sent far away. Venelana and Griefia teleported in time next to Issei. "This is impossible. He defeated them all in one hit, and they all have the strength of a Mao," exclaimed Venezuelan, surprised. He quickly created a dome and fled the scene at maximum speed. "I didn't think I'd have to use Ajuka-san's invention so quickly." "Venelana-sama, Issei lost a lot of blood and is unconscious. And the damage suffered in the fight is too great," she said while seeing Issei without both arms and one leg. "Use all the phoenix tears we have in the but if I do that, he won't be able to regenerate any limbs. Our priority is to get him out alive." "Do it." After saying that, the maid took out a small box from her chest and opened it. Inside contained 6 bottles of phoenix tears and sprinkled them all over the armor. When she saw that she couldn't make him drink it, a greenish light begins to cover the body and all the wounds begin to heal. But not everything is rosy. A geyser of blood came out of the armor's chest, and Griefia was scared but managed to act quickly and treat it. When he thought it had stopped, multiple smaller geysers suddenly appeared. "Venelana-sama, I can't stop the hemorrhage," I screamed desperately. "What happened?" he said with concern. "Issei's body rejected the tears and it seems they hurt him more. He can't stop the bleeding." At this point, Griefia didn't know what to do, but then he came up with an idea. A summoning circle appeared in the maid's hands and a slug appeared. "What's wrong, Griefia-san? You almost never call me." "This is the situation," he said, showing him the destroyed and bleeding armor. "Okay, this is worse than it seems. What happened to the bearer of the Red Emperor?" "Wait, do you know the Red Emperor? Some time ago I cured him after having a fight with Taiman-san. At that time he still didn't have his Celestial Dragon title." "Wow. Change the subject. I need you and Venelana-san to undress. I need you to hug him naked and transfer demonic power to him, while I use senjutsu to repair his seriously damaged magic circuits. But, at the rate he's going, he doesn't have more than 5 minutes at most. It's now or never." After saying that, both women undressed to lie down and hug him with only one thought in common. "Please don't die, darling." "Ask, what do you think of the FIC? I started this little project a while ago hoping to give it a different ending but very similar to the betrayed Issei FIC. So I ask you, what do you think? I'll post the next one once this post reaches 59 comments. But remember that the next one will be about Issei's wives, how this spider web started, content not suitable for people looking for lemon but open NTR. OVA Part 1. Approximately 42 years ago. It was a rather quiet afternoon at Ko Academy, even though that same morning Vali, the bearer of the White Emperor Dragon, appeared at the entrance of the academy with the intention of meeting the current bearer of the Red Emperor. but his disappointment was evident without showing on his face when he saw how weak he was. Your pawn Rias is truly disappointing. I don't even think it serves as a warm-up, Vali said with boredom as he sat on the large sofa of the occult club. Is he really that weak? Said Rias as she knelt down and opened the belt of Vali's pants. To be honest, he wouldn't even be in the 3-digit category of the most powerful beings in the world. The fact that he beat Cockabeel was because he got overconfident and didn't fight seriously throughout their confrontation. I see you have it tough. Why didn't you let me kill him at that moment? I need him for my plans. As long as I keep him by my side, my life will be much simpler, she said as she began to suck his penis. Several minutes passed and Vali came in Rias's mouth. Rias desperately tried to swallow the semen that Lucifer's member had expelled. You should have warned me to prepare, he said while licking his lips. Now he said to get up and climb on his lap. It's time for the main event. At the entrance of the academy, Issei was accompanied by Aquino after returning from making a contract, and the way to do it quickly and efficiently, but Aquino stops abruptly. Era Issei-san, why are you looking in this direction so much? Said Aquino while raising her breasts, and Issei sweated profusely after realizing that he was looking at her cleavage. I can explain, but he didn't finish the sentence after receiving a tremendous blow to his stomach and flying through the halls of the academy. Issei-senpai is a pervert, said the newly appeared Kaneko, while her fist was extended. Issei barely got up. This blow hurt harder than usual. The three of them started walking towards the club. For some reason Kaneko didn't want to be next to Issei. This in itself was stranger than usual, but he didn't take much importance to it. Aquino was walking happily until she noticed a small but noticeable change in the environment. Kaneko also noticed this change. The only one who didn't notice this was Issei, who continued walking unsteadily. Era Issei-kun, you shouldn't push yourself too hard, said Aquino to stop the brunette, who stopped because of what the black-haired girl said. Issei-senpai should return home. This time Kaneko spoke in her expressionless tone. Seriously, thank you very much, he said with renewed spirits, and then walked towards the exit. Go make sure he gets home. Hablo Aquino while receiving a settlement from Kaneko, and then disappearing. Once Kaneko left, Aquino started walking faster but without making any noise. Upon reaching the old-school hallway that leads to the club room, she heard several loud moans causing the demon to get wet. She approached the door and opened it slowly. It was there that she saw her best friend having sex half-naked with a person whose appearance she didn't know. She didn't care who it was and began to masturbate while she watched them. But everyone was unaware of a certain chestnut tree that was running quickly towards the club. OVA 1 Part 2. It's been a week since an alliance was made between the biblical and Norse factions after Loki attacked without any success. The meeting was seized and sent far away to the outskirts of the underworld. Aquino and I tried to use this opportunity to eliminate my only useless pawn, and thus seize the Boster gear. The plan worked. I tried to act my regret so they wouldn't suspect the situation. Vali praised me for such an elaborate plan to use Loki to kill him without any intervention. This is the fourth time we tried to kill him. The first was when he discovered us having sex at the club. The second was when he had an orgy with Kaneko and Aquino in his bed. The third was when he saw our marks in the middle of my breasts. But all of them we managed to wash and erase his memories and replace them so that Drake wouldn't suspect. But we didn't count on him having a phoenix tear. I thought I had ordered them all to be used, but apparently Revel Ponix gave him one on her mother's orders. I'll have to talk to her more later. Some time later we had a trip to Tokyo. I used some contacts so that Issei wouldn't stay on the same floor as us. When he asked why he had the worst room in the building, the only thing I told him was that the girls from that section didn't want to surround him for fear of being spied on, and I apologized falsely. After that we called Vali and we had a great orgy that lasted several hours. Rossweisse described us when she entered our room. We had a little chat where we tried to convince her to join us. At first she refused, but Kaneko, just by telling her that this is maybe the only opportunity to stop being a virgin, joined us. Several weeks passed. Kaneko took advantage of the fact that her sister was in heat and hurt with her for having betrayed her and used it to her advantage. He used the excuse that he would forgive her if she was part of Vali's exclusive harem with her, and she happily accepted. Xenovia joined us voluntarily. The hardest to convince were Asia and Irina. Both were devoted to God and believed that what we were doing was wrong, playing with the feelings of others. Asia was madly in love with Issei, but after implicating Issei in a series of unfortunate events, we managed to make Asia's love doubt. That was when Akino and I were sought out to give her advice on her situation, so we did not waste the opportunity. We told her a lot of lies mixed with the truth to make it more believable. She was reluctant to participate in our club activities, while the boys were handing out contracts, but after explaining to her that she would be able to learn tactics to seduce Issei, she finally joined us. With Asia on our side, we managed to convince Irina to change her way of thinking about Issei and his unfounded philosophy through her years of study at the Vatican, after twisting reality a little so that she would convince herself that what she is doing is right, and it worked. She never showed any signs of becoming a fall after having wild hex with us, and it was worth it. The Last Mistake Part 1. Vali was a complete idiot. He had many opportunities to kill Issei Hyodo, but his ego, combined with the fact that he became intoxicated by his power, made him take the worst decision of his life. He told her the truth after his parents' death. Flashback 25 years ago. A 1964 Mustang was running at full speed through the dark streets of Kuo. Despite the fact that Mr. Goro Hyodo was already an elderly man, he drove with great precision, worthy of an experienced racer, all to escape the winged being that was firing several projectiles at his vehicle. His wife was bleeding in the abdominal area, but she still showed him the path and the obstacles in it so that he could avoid them and not have an accident. A couple of minutes ago, both people visited the new Hyodo residence, belonging to their son, but upon arriving, they heard many screams in the form of moans. They originally thought about how proud they were after witnessing the possibility of having the grandchildren they had longed for, but reality is often disappointing. They entered the house suddenly in order to bother their son and laugh at the embarrassed face that he and his girls would make, and also record it on a camera to treasure the moment and have it as a souvenir. Serious mistake. They entered shouting, "Surprise!" But after saying that, a light appeared, and the next thing he knew was that he felt someone pushing him. In a fraction of a second he could see who it was, but his happy face turned into one of terror after seeing who pushed him. His wife Miki Hyodo, the person he swore to protect on their wedding day, saved him from what would have been a painful death. After his wife fell to the floor with a moan of pain, his reaction was to find out who was the one who attacked. His gaze fell on the large sofa in the main room to see his son's wives smiling silly naked while a white liquid dripped from their privates. He saw the person he considered his daughter Asia with her mouth open due to the shock of the moment, but he could clearly see the pacifiers all over her body and a naked white-haired man who he recognized as Vali Lucifer, his son's best friend. Vali was terrified. He couldn't move because of the fear he had at that moment of being discovered, but a powerful blow to his stomach made him kneel in pain. He held his stomach in pain, but a kick to the chin left him unconscious as he watched the person who had hit him help the woman who was lying on the ground and take her away, to later hear the sound of a vehicle leaving at full speed. The Last Mistake Part 2. Vali told the brown-haired man in detail everything that happened that night. Then Alana and Grafia, who were the spectators of such a similar story, could only cry for the tragic fate that Issei's mother suffered after being raped to death, and Mr. Hyodo, who was forced to watch while being held by Xenovia while being tortured by Akino. Vali laughed and boasted that it was one of the most enjoyable moments he had ever had. Issei Hyodo was a person who had literally already surrendered to death and was waiting for his end, but after hearing that, something inside the brown-haired man broke. That something was the only thing he still had left. His parents, those people who gave him their unconditional love, despite being a pervert and a failure, and never abandoned him. Knowing the truth behind his parents' death wasn't a car accident, but rather a murder. It made the little energy he had explode. The anger he felt knowing that the person he considered the most, in addition to having taken his wives, was also the murderer responsible for his parents' death, was something he wasn't going to let go. With all the difficulty in the world, he began to move, an act that the enormous white dragon did not notice. But from one moment to another a great glow appeared that momentarily blinded those who were there. Vali was confused. He didn't know what was happening. He was supposed to attack Rias's mother and Surzeka's queen and prevent the chestnut from recovering, which worked after separating them, and seeing that what was left of the balance break was not repaired and assuming the chestnut's death due to blood loss. But their celebration was interrupted by the great light that appeared out of nowhere. After the light disappeared, the first thing he saw was the women, who had faces of complete shock. The enormous dragon turned towards the direction they were looking, but after doing that he received a huge impact on the face that made him step back and spit out a tooth. Vali, enraged by the sudden attack, searched for the source and was in for a big surprise that made him break out in a cold sweat. On his forehead was the chestnut's armor in his Jurgenalt Epian form, but with a notable difference. The armor was much larger. From being 3 meters tall it went to being 100 meters. His armor slowly repaired itself and regenerated the lost limbs, but what scared the descendant of Lucifer the most was the enormous thirst for blood that the chestnut gave off towards him. He had never felt the chestnut give off such an instinct before, not even when they fought previously in the city of Lilith did he feel that way. It was at this moment that he realized the mistake he made, a mistake that would cost him dearly, a mistake that if he had not taken the time to recount the death of the chestnut's parents at this moment, he would be the undisputed winner. Damn wretch, you will pay for this. From one moment to the next he felt a great pain in his chest. A great sword had pierced him. Wag! Vali vomited blood. Ah! Vali felt one of his front legs being torn off. He looked around for his attacker, but he was moving too fast to see him. But he felt something touch his wings. He turned his head fearfully and saw the chestnut holding a pair of wings. No, please, with a shaky voice. It was the scream that Vali gave after feeling how his wings were broken, and then receiving a kick in the back and flying away. Grafia watched the battle in the distance while carrying her husband's mother on her back after falling unconscious from crying so much. He watched the whole battle. Issei attacked him with physical blows. He wondered why he didn't use magic, but he didn't care. But what surprised her was seeing how her platonic love brutally and mercilessly attacked the enormous white dragon. Cuts, blows, amputations. He would pierce it with his hand and then rip out its entrails. Right now he's trying to strangle Vali with his own intestines while his sword was in his rectum impaling him. The fury with which he tortured his opponent showed how much hatred he felt. Vali didn't know what to do. He was scared. He tried by all means to free himself and get away from his aggressor. But every time he succeeded he was hit again. He tried to use magic but something blocked it. He tried to use his abilities to divide his opponent's strength, but his tenant didn't allow it. Vali saw an opening and attacked with all the strength he had, thus managing to free himself. He felt a lot of pain, but his regenerative abilities were doing their job. With all the strength and pain he had, he shoved his intestines inside his body and then began to heal. He ripped out the dragon Eslier's sword that was in his rectum in one go, making him scream in agony. But that moment when his defense was neglected was enough to receive more blows. He tried to use the bloody and slashed sword, but he felt something hot on his shoulder. When he looked closely, he realized that he no longer had his right arm. He screamed again in pain. His mind was slowly going mad after experiencing many signs of pain. He tried to use magic again, which worked, but after activating a spell he used too much power and his left arm exploded, turning into a mass of flesh. His mind was about to break. He felt so much pain that he was about to be afraid. He wanted to escape, so he opened a dimensional breach to the altar. When he was about to cross it, he was hit. Where do you think you're going, you bucking son of a bitch? This isn't over yet. A new day. My name is Sergei Takovov. I'm 21 years old. I was in my last year of studying chemistry at Moscow University. But because of a simple mistake I lost all my dreams. That mistake was called Krinila, one of the professors at the faculty with whom I had a relationship. Or so I thought. The very unfortunate woman set a trap for me and ruined my life forever. She accused me of crimes I never committed, and all those I trusted betrayed me, and I even realized that they participated in them. Being an orphan, I had no one to turn to. The case went to trial and I lost because they bought my lawyer before being transferred to jail. I managed to escape and I hid in my laboratory at the university. I was so angry that I wanted revenge, so with some materials from the laboratory and the mechanics department I managed to make several bombs that I then installed around the university building. They took away everything I fought for, so I will take away what they value most: his life. After saying that, the young boy was about to press the button on the remote control, but a skin sent him flying away. I was baffled, That explosion wasn't my fault. It was supposed to be done right. It couldn't explode without the right radio frequency. I look around and the university was on fire and partially destroyed. But what I don't understand is that the other buildings are also destroyed and some were collapsing. I run and see near a fountain my supposed friends lying at the entrance burning and lifeless. I'm sure my homemade bombs weren't the cause of this. They didn't have the power to leave this kind of scene, he said as he watched several places on fire. The rain was beginning to fall, but the young man noticed that this rain was not normal. The drops looked like blood. At this point he felt a chill run down his spine as he saw that the rain was indeed blood. With fear and everything began to run and move away from the place. As he ran through the streets he saw several buildings that were seriously damaged. That's when he realized something wasn't right. Sergei kept running while he saw all the people running in panic and the police trying to calm the situation. Turning around a corner he found himself with the person he least expected to see. It was Krinila being hugged by his best friend. Hatred flooded him and he was about to go out and hit them, but several shots and explosions stopped him. He saw several fighter jets cross the skies and enter the clouds while it was still raining. He looked again in the direction of his ex-girlfriend and saw her lying on the ground bleeding and his ex-best friend running away from the place. When he was about to leave the place he heard a call for help. He turned to see who it was, and it was Krinila asking him for help. He was in an internal debate about whether to help or not. In the end he carried her and ran away from there. His humanity overcame his feelings. He arrived at a square where several military helicopters were evacuating. He felt relieved and moved forward but stopped abruptly after hearing the hiss of something falling. Looking up he saw several planes fall in flames and then crash into some buildings that then collapsed. He resumed his march and reached the last helicopter that was preparing to leave. He handed his ex-girlfriend over to the military doctors and the helicopter departed. After leaving the city of Moscow, the gravity of the situation was seen in the air. Almost a third of it disappeared. The entire northern part looked as if a volcano had erupted after seeing all the lava and the enormous amount of smoke emanating from the place. He felt cold from being soaked by what appeared to be blood, but he also remembered seeing small pieces of flesh in his path. Then I hear the pilot of the ship ask them to hold on tight. He didn't know why, but he obeyed the order. After seeing a huge trail of smoke in the window he thought he saw a meteorite, but then a huge explosion occurred in the distance, and he could see an inverted and bright red mushroom cloud in the sky, and later he felt the ship shake and heard everyone screaming, "Hold on!" Everyone was holding on to whatever they could. But then they heard something that made their blood run cold. A loud scream was heard all around. Sergei looked through the window and saw two large things fall from the sky. It was then that he knew that his new day was the beginning of a war that would lead humanity to unite. A very white place, narrates Lucifer. I'm very hurt, I'm barely conscious. When I tried to leave the dimensional gap I was attacked by Issei. I managed to reach the human world, but I couldn't escape from the blows Hyodo gave me. I bled too much. Our fight in heaven was prolonged. I had to devour Albion's soul because he wouldn't let me use his power. I managed to assimilate it, but it was unstable. So much power in my new body made it hurt. I tried to divide Hyodo's power, but when I did, my body couldn't handle the sudden increase in power, and I exploded in a bloodbath. Blood was spurting out of every part of my body, so much so that my regeneration didn't give me much to do. The clouds below us turned red. My condition was so bad that I doubted I could win. Several human planes appeared in the sky and attacked us. Amiya Hyodo. The damage they caused did not change at all to my opponent, but the damage I received was very painful. I made a silent scream because of the pain. I could not stand it anymore. My wounds hurt and burned. My regeneration did everything possible to heal me, but the excess of power in my body did not allow it. So to free myself from this burden I expelled all the magical power through 2 of my 3 pairs of damaged wings. The pain was unbearable, but I had to endure it. I managed to divert several aircrafts, but I couldn't stop the constant attacks of Issei towards me. I felt more tired. On more than one occasion I thought I could die, but whenever Issei had an opening he took advantage of it to make me suffer and not to kill me. The humans had launched a missile, despite all the pain I felt. I tried to divide its power, but it was ineffective and hit me full force, exploding in my chest. I fell from the sky without wings and with my entire chest exposed, without any skin, just muscle. When I reached the surface I hit a building, but a punch to my face caused me to scream in pain and agony. I no longer had the strength to defend myself. All I could do was ask for mercy in the hope that he would stop, but every time I said that he would slice a bit of skin. I felt so much pain that foam was coming out of my mouth and I couldn't think coherently. I wanted this to end. Vali slowly closed his eyes, but before closing them completely he heard a word. Papa. After that he saw Issei fly off in a different direction, hitting several buildings. Stupid dad, how did you think of fighting alone? Are you an idiot or what? Didn't you plan to tell us? Vali recognized those voices as his children's. He slowly opened his only good eye and saw that they were indeed his children. What are you doing here? Wasn't your Uncle Arthur supposed to look after you today? Dad, Uncle Arthur fell asleep after playing with us a lot. A little girl with white hair and cat-like features spoke. I just wanted to tell you that we already know the truth, said a girl about 12 years old. This only worried Vali. But now our priority is to get you out of here, said the same 12-year-old girl while she enclosed her father in a giant bubble that then shrank to the size of a basketball. Issei suddenly appeared in front of Vali's children ready to hit them, but his blow was dealt by a 13-year-old boy with crimson hair. Dash! Quickly run away, I'll make time. But, dash, quick, I won't be able to stop him for long. After saying that he saw how they attended, and flew away at full speed. Dash, well my name is Juan Carlos Gremory Lucifer, and it will be an honor to test my strength with you. A very white place. Issei wiped his mouth with Juan's shirt. He had vomited because of the horrible taste it had. The little boy had introduced himself as Juan Carlos Gremory Lucifer. He looked like a hand-to-hand fighter, but Issei was not fazed. Originally he had planned to turn a blind eye and let him live, but when he saw that he was not considered a rival for the Red Emperor Dragon he decided to get involved where he should not, insulting the memory of his mother. That was enough to make me puree with the redhead. When he was about to give up, Issei's helmet opened revealing his jaws and very sharp teeth, making one urinate in the pit to then be taken and thrown into his mouth where he chewed it. After finishing cleaning himself he spread his wings and flew away. 3 hours later, Vali's children tried to enter the shores of Japan but were ambushed by several angels. Sony Shida Lucifer and his twin Sinna Shida Lucifer, age 10, tried to reason with them but were impaled and died instantly. Kuro Hellcat Lucifer, aged 8, seeing how his beloved little sisters were mercilessly murdered, in a fit of rage, attacked the angels with many spells, giving enough time for his father and brothers to escape. But upon entering Japan they were attacked by human soldiers. They had to flee. Back to the sea, the older sister, aged 13, headed towards the North Pole, hoping that her endurance would be enough to get there and hide there for a while. When they were about to reach the polar ice cap, they and their brothers were hit hard by the wind, freezing their wings, causing them to fall and crash on the ice. The eldest got up in pain and desperately searched for the sphere where her father was being treated, but a brightness blinded her, leaving her confused. After the glow went off she saw her father partially healed, but he had no arms or wings, a sign that indicated that the amount of time required was much longer than expected. Vali's eldest daughter was 15 years old, white skin and white hair with red streaks, and had inherited her mother's body. She was Rias Gremory Lucifer, her father's first daughter. Rias looked as her father had a serious look. She turned to look in the direction he was looking and was surprised she saw a completely new armor without any damage, but his look was of complete hostility. Her father tried to get up but was suddenly impaled by large black poles. But then several torii entrances, NT, I think that's what it's called, fell from the sky, trapping and immobilizing him. My 6 brothers and I stood in front of our father to defend him. We knew we would lose and that our father did not deserve salvation, but our duty as children was to support him. I didn't think Nordic magic and yokai were so effective. Vali looked seriously at Issei, trying to come up with a plan to protect his children from running away, but nothing came to mind. I see you have beautiful children. Vali felt the danger but couldn't move. Then he saw how 4 of his youngest children were put in some buckets, and then disappeared. Bastard, what did you do to them? I yelled angrily. Don't worry. They'll send him to a better place, he said with a smile. What do you want? If it's to torture me, go ahead. If it's to kill me, go ahead. Hey Vali, what an idiot you are. After saying that, the 13-year-old younger sister was covered in ice, freezing her, and several chains tied her up. Issei deactivated his Jurgenolt armor and approached Rias. "You are identical to your mother," he said while telling her. He touched her breast. "Damn you, leave her alone," Vali said, trying to free himself. "I'm so sorry, girl, but your father is a bad man and he must pay for his crimes." After saying that, he undressed Rias and took out his penis. "Vali, I hope you enjoyed the show. I was so close." Vali was lying on the floor with a blank stare. He saw how his first daughter Rias was raped in different ways for 6 hours. The sun had already set and an aurora borealis illuminated the sky. Issei had finished bucking Vali's daughter and saw how she was covered in semen and had a satisfied expression on her face. Issei could continue for 96 more hours, but every time he came he suffered spasms and vomited blood staining the white place where he was as a sign that his time was coming faster than expected. With a little difficulty he pulled up his pants and with a magic circle a bottle appeared that said, "Golden apple wine," and then drank the entire contents of it. Issei saw the head of the enormous white dragon that he had imprisoned with several black iron bars and several torii entrances. He turned around the dragon, seeing the damage it had. A huge frozen lake of blood was around it. Several places were missing skin. He saw how it had no wings and instead he saw some hanging flesh. Then he saw how it had no arms and had a leg with a bone outside of it. With a stick from who knows where it came from he pecked the abdominal chest, making Vali scream again. In pain. "What a faggot, I've endured worse things." Issei continued looking at the bloody body with missing parts of skin until he reached the back of it. "Kill me if that's what you want, kill me and end my suffering," vocifered Vali, hoping to end his life and rest. Issei heard Vali's request but said, "Nope." After saying that he created an iron rod in the shape of a penis and slowly inserted it into Vali's penis. Vali cried, screamed, moved desperately in order to stop the huge thing that entered his rectum. Issei took out the metal penis and saw that it was not enough punishment, so he made several thorns appear around the metal rod similar to those that male cats have, and he inserted it again, making Vali suffer again. Thus he continued torturing him for several hours until dawn. Once he got bored of Vali, he saw how it started to shine. It didn't faze him in the least. He already knew what was happening. After the glow stopped, the younger Vali's body appeared, similar to when he met him, with the difference that it was exactly as damaged as a few moments ago. "Wow. It seems that the effect has finally ended. It took longer than expected," Issei said indifferently. Wait, what do you mean?" Vali asked in surprise as she tried to stay conscious. "When you transformed into that enormous white dragon, your body and mind were not in sync. That's why it was difficult for you to use your new powers. Even when you evolved your armor into Lilith, you already had traces of tiredness and clumsiness. Also, if you hadn't eaten the soul of your tenant, your body would have assimilated your new powers right now, and you could have kept up with me in our fight. So, in other words, your idiocy led you to that pitiful state." This greatly surprised Vali. "Well, it's time to finish you off." After saying that, Issei approached Vali's prone body and lifted him up with one hand on his neck, suffocating him. Vali believed that everything would finally end, but this was only the beginning of his eternal suffering. Vali's body was frozen. This action surprised him a lot, but then he felt that he felt very light. Suddenly his head was wrapped in a ball of ice and fell to the ground while he saw his abdomen and his 2 legs in different places. "I tried to move but I didn't feel anything." It was then that he realized that his head was separated from his body. Vali felt very scared and his head hurt. He didn't understand how he was still alive, but then he heard, "Don't tell me you're surprised. Did you really think I would let you die? What you did to me is unforgivable. Don't expect mercy from me. This is just the beginning." After saying that, several magic circles appeared, one for her, another for her frozen daughter, and a few on pieces of her body. Issei lifted Vali's frozen head and held it in one hand. It was at that moment that Vali realized that this was the beginning of something much worse, and that a future of misfortune awaited. "Vali, I was so close," with a tear in his good eye. Details. One wonders why there are people who like to ruin the lives of others. The answer to that question is the simple fact that these others are either very clueless or they are people who inspire envy in their abusers. Their luck has been so good that it makes them nauseous. 3 days later, Hyodo Eay, known as the Red Emperor Dragon or a paid dragon, pillar of peace of the supernatural factions and hero of the same, was visiting the grave of his father, after facing the factions and presenting his resignation and then leaving the place. Flashback. Issei Hyodo was standing on a hill on the outskirts of what remained of the city of Lilith with several spheres floating behind him as he looked at the landscape of this. It looked like an apocalyptic scenario. The city almost completely destroyed, seas of lava, a thick cloud of dust and sulfur. In the distance, several active volcanoes spilling lava on their sides and a barrier that looked like broken glass with holes everywhere. Issei felt a presence on his side, so he decided to let his new companion talk. Test first. It's a nice view, isn't it? How are you feeling? I feel really bad. Why lie to you? Yesterday was supposed to be a very happy day with my wives at that restaurant celebrating my 40th wedding anniversary, but it turned out to be a complete disaster. I discovered that my wives were cheating on me with my supposed best friend, and the worst of all is that I was always a sad and miserable pawn. I always believed that when you laughed, and she called me her cute pawn, it was to show me her affection, but now I realize that she was always making fun of me, emphasizing that I will always be nothing more than a sacrificial pawn for her. He said all this while watching his draconic right arm slowly change from a red color to one as black as night with some veins highlighting the purple color. I see that the fall affected you too much. Have you agreed to become an evil dragon? Ha ha ha, no, my body made the decision for me, but judging by the speed at which my body converts, I think it will last approximately 15 days. So what's the problem? Don't tell me you're planning to commit suicide? It's not like I want to keep living, he said tiredly. The life I was given is a tremendous piece of shit, but that doesn't matter. I think I only have about 5 days left to live. I think the excess of power I used caused my illness to evolve, and that's why my body was forced to make the decision to turn me into an evil dragon. I see. Then, what are you doing these last few days? Okay, Dash vomits blood but then wipes it with his arm. I need you to do me a favor. Well, I'll grant you that favor in exchange for something. And what is that? I want you to leave descendants. You wouldn't have had to tell me. Look, he said, pointing to one of the spheres. And who is that? She is Rias Gremory Lucifer, the first daughter of that floating head, she said, pointing to a smaller sphere. And she will be the one who carries my son or daughter. Tell me, I know you have another goal besides teaching your rival a lesson, but why her? That's simple. Of all 10 of Vala's children, when they presented themselves to me when they rescued him, she was the only one who felt sorry, and she was forced to participate. And how do you know that? Did you forget that I can understand breast language? Okay. That's a really useful skill, but that doesn't explain why you want her to have your offspring. She is my #1 fan. I met her about 7 years ago at an event where she was signing t-shirts for the new movie. El Chichuriyuti, The Advent of the Celestial Breasts. She stood first in line for 3 days so they wouldn't take it away from her, and when I finally signed the t-shirt she told me that she would like to have my children. At that moment I told her that I was already married, but to avoid her crying I made a promise that if she continued to love me in the future she could have my children. An interesting story. Tell me, did you know who he was? No, I had no idea. Well, what's the favor? Claus, the favor is. After asking Claus for a favor, he accepted with a slightly macabre smile. He told me that it was the least he could do as revenge and that I should take it for granted. After my short encounter with the true god I headed towards the city. Right at the entrance I met Surzek. He was giving some orders. As soon as he saw me he tried to speak, but I stopped him dead in his tracks. Maudano, I want you to call each member of the Alliance. That was all I told him. Then I handed him the pieces of Vali along with his frozen daughters. For several minutes I was on a balcony. It was the balcony overlooking the back garden of the Leviathan Castle, since it was the one with the best conditions. I was waiting to be called to attend a meeting with mandatory character, requesting my authority as a pillar of the Alliance. After waiting a few more minutes, a guard shows up and guides me to the room where I know the meeting will take place. Upon arrival I see the leaders of the biblical faction, the Nordics, Aztecs, Mayans, Chinese, and then I see the Olympians. I sit in my place and give the signal to Mao Surzek to begin, but before that someone speaks first. Excuse my interruption, Surzek Dano. But before this meeting begins with such a delicate subject, I want to say a few words. Go ahead, Zeus Dano, you can speak freely. I appreciate it. After saying that his gaze fell on Issei and then he saw his right arm. 3 hooded people stood to one side of the god Zeus and lowered their hoods to show their faces. After that Zeus spoke. Issei Hyodo Dano, I just want to tell you that any decision you make will be unconditionally supported by my faction. I swear it by my name. Thank you very much, sir, Issei said respectfully. I also want to introduce you to the Destiny Sisters, he said while pointing to his companions. They will help you in whatever they can from this moment on. Okay, said Serzek, let the meeting begin. The meeting. Everyone had their mouths open. Issei had said that he was giving up being the pillar of the alliance, and that he didn't want to get involved in this world again. Many tried to reason with him with arguments, but the chestnut tree didn't give in to his decision and maintained a firm stance. In the end they left him alone, which he was grateful for. Then he took up a really delicate subject for the demons, and for him too, and that was to plow with the chestnut tree's wives. Each and every one of those present gave their opinions on the treatment that these women would receive or the punishments that should be imposed. The most mentioned being sending them to Tartarus, since everyone knew about the women's actions towards the chestnut tree. Issei meditated. He knew that because of his blind love for his women he had very little time left to live, but he also knew that because of his wives and Vala his parents had died. With a powerful blow on the table, everyone who was talking fell silent in fear, then looked in the direction of Issei's place and saw his hand embedded in the stone table. I know that you all want to take my problems into your hands and I appreciate it, but I am the one who must impose the punishment, not you, he said seriously, surprising everyone. But, shut up, Serzek. I know very well that you will try to take matters into your own hands and then just give your sister a small punishment. And that will not happen in my presence, he said, releasing a bit of his aura. Serzek remained silent because that was exactly what he was trying to do. Well, first of all, I won't send them to Tartarus. This outraged many of those present, but it relaxed Venelana and Zusticus to know that Rias would possibly be forgiven. What fools! And what's wrong with you? Are you going to forgive those bucking bitches? Grafia said angrily. At no time did I say that I would forgive them, he said, raising his voice. Do you really believe that sending them to Tartarus will be the solution? That will only make them have unjustified hatred, and to top it all off, they wouldn't even regret their actions. So what do you propose? Azazel said, somewhat interested in the course of the story. Look, first I want to tell you that Vala has several daughters. Yes, we already know. Several angels that we sent to look for you intercepted and killed 2 of them. We have the other one locked up in the prison of heaven, Gabriel said seriously. I understand now, kid. You're trying to make Vala suffer with his children. Very clever, said Odin while stroking his beard. Not that. I already took care of it. After saying that, a magic circle appeared in which a child with dragon wings appeared and had several spheres on his back, accompanied by Ophis Ouroboros and the human form of the DXD dragon. Let me introduce him. He is Claus, the true dragon god. They all felt a drop fall on their souls when they were present with another entity of their understanding. Its mere presence made them all feel like they wanted to flee the place. But then the presence disappeared, leaving them a little more relaxed. Don't worry. He only came because I asked him to do me a favor. Okay, considering what was said before, he said while turning to look at the Gremory, which made them a little tense. Venelana-san, I want to inform you that you and your husband are grandparents of my wife and Vala's first daughter. Her name is Rias Gremory Lucifer, he said while presenting her a sphere where a 15-year-old girl was who looked like Rias in body and had white hair with red streaks. At what was said, everyone was surprised. Serzek saw the one who would be the niece that he so much wanted to have. The Gremory patriarch fell to the ground in shock, but nobody noticed. Venelana just looked at the girl in a surprised and disappointed way, knowing that she was the product of an infidelity, but then she saw a white thing on her legs, something that left her bewildered. Look, she will be the one who will have my offspring, and I want you to protect her. Everyone came out of shock and then complained about the decision Issei made, but after explaining it to them, they understood that she was innocent of any guilt, so they promised to take care of her in the best way possible. Then he presented another sphere where a 12-year-old girl was trapped in an iceberg. After freeing her, she tried to kill Issei but was quickly stopped. Issei asked her name, but she only insulted her parents, which caused Issei to hit her in the stomach and then send her flying away. Several guards went to look for her and then lock her up. Judging by the black hair tied in a ponytail, he assumed she was Akino's daughter. He looked at Barakwheel, but he only made a sign that he did the right thing. Then several small spheres went to the center of the table. Everyone recognized the head, and the murderous instinct of everyone overflowed the place, destroying the room and part of the building. Was it Vala Lucifer? The meeting. Everyone looked at Vala with hatred, but then they calmed down after seeing that Vala was in pieces. By the way, Issei, said Azazel, I have noticed that Ophis is next to Claus-sama. Why? I can answer that, said the boy who caught everyone's attention. She is no longer a dragon god, so you can address her as if she were a common dragon. But why? Said Odin. She tried to flee from here through the dimensional gap after realizing that I was looking for her. For us dragons, committing an act of infidelity is punishable by death, but her case is different. When she committed such an act, being a deity, she rose up and was punished by taking away her titles and condemning her to an eternity of loneliness and regrets. She will die every 6 months because of her remorse in a very painful way, and will revive to continue the cycle until the end of the universe. This frightened everyone because they knew that such punishment was a real hardship. Ophis is currently dead. This is just a body without a soul, said Claus while showing everyone the back of Ophis's head where there was a huge hole. That scared everyone, but they decided to change the subject. We will do well with him, said Zeus. First of all, Vali will be eternal. This made everyone angry again, but Gabriel released his aura, making everyone shut up. Thanks, as I said, Vali will be eternal, but he won't be a demon. Rather, he will be a transsexual human. A smile appeared on everyone's face as they saw where the brown-haired man wanted to go. With the help of Claus-sama, I will turn Vali into a transsexual human who will never be able to use magic again in his life. From the moment he becomes a human, he will be condemned to a life full of misfortunes and hardships. Every time he tries to commit suicide, he will revive. When he loses his sanity, he will die and revive to continue the eternal cycle without the possibility of resting at any time. Every night he tries to sleep, he will have nightmares that will never stop and will only get worse. Vali was scared. He didn't know what to do. His mind was blank, but it was too late to regret it. Everyone else was satisfied with the punishment and accepted it unconditionally. A life of eternal pain and suffering without the possibility of losing their sanity was an excellent punishment. Surzek was scared. He had no way to save his beloved sister. Despite knowing what she did, he still loved her, but after hearing Vali's punishment, he didn't want to imagine the punishment the brunette's wives would have, but he couldn't do anything. Okay, the last point to discuss is about my wives. Everyone paid attention because they finally got where they wanted to go. First, I will take care of making them suffer. You will only have to follow the small plan that I have inside these folders, said the brown-haired man, showing some papers. Inside this it describes exactly everything that you will do while I take care of the rest. Everyone read the papers carefully and agreed. Surzek tried to soften the blow to Rias, but only earned a furious look from his mother, which made him shut up. End of flashback. After being at his parents' grave, Issei left the place in the direction of his house where he would begin his plan that would last approximately a week. He previously asked the true dragon god for a favor, which consisted of helping him fulfill his revenge in exchange for leaving descendants. Wait, Rias, Gremory, and my dear wives, I will return everything you have done to me. The beginning of the end. Rias was waking up after sleeping comfortably in a large hotel bed in a small room. Little? Rias quickly rubbed her eyes and saw that she was indeed in a small room. She looked for her friend Akino and found her curled up in the bathroom. Then she looked for Asia and Kaneko and found them burning in the kitchen. Rias, a little confused, went to the living room and found a blank letter. She was puzzled by it, so she decided to open it and read it. Girls, I'm really sorry for having to leave you unexpectedly and without warning, but Falbium called me for a mission with Arthur and Lefay, so I had to leave you. If you're wondering where you are, you're in a 3-star hotel in the human world. We were kicked out of the best hotel in the underworld for making too much noise. After finishing reading the letter, Rias went to change. The girls, after getting up and seeing Rias, did the same. Rias explained the situation to them, and they accepted the fact gladly without caring in the least. Xenovia began to relate how she felt the night before after being forcefully grabbed by Vali, with Kuroka and Akino joining the conversation. Asia was a little thoughtful. She remembered a dream where Issei, her husband, discovered them all having sex with Vali along with all their acquaintances. Just remembering it scared her, so she decided to forget it as if it had never happened. After getting dressed and having breakfast, they went out to the street and realized that they were a few blocks away from their mansion, or rather the Hyodo marital mansion. With a moderate pace, they walked slowly towards their house, talking about various things, but all of them focused on value. Irina noticed that Asia was very thoughtful, more than usual, so she decided to ask, "What's wrong, Asia? You're weird today." "And no, it's nothing. I just had a bad dream today, forgotten." Irina, not very convinced, decided to change the subject. You know, I'm already looking forward to the weekend so I can go visit my lovely children, she said happily. Us, don't say it out loud. Remember that no one should find out that we have children with another man, said Akino this time. If you remember that no one should bury this, especially Issei, Rias spoke. Once they reached the last corner that would take them home, they saw several trucks passing by. It looked like a caravan. Cough, 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 cough. This is strange, said Kaneko. This was supposed to be a private street. Yeah, those guys must have missed some signs and passed through here, she laughed, a little annoyed at having been covered in dust. Without giving importance to what had happened, they continued on their way. When they reached the entrance of the house, suddenly the doors were opened, surprising them, and several trucks with the same logos they saw a couple of minutes ago came out. Foundation for Children in Need in Africa. Rias and the others did not understand what was happening, so they asked the guard. Excuse me, but what's going on? She said. The guard didn't answer. Instead, he acted like a fool and quickly withdrew the services. The girls, disconcerted by them, decided to walk home with moderate steps. After starting to walk, several trucks with different logos passed by. World Health Organization (WHO), United Nations Organization (UN), Foundation for Children with Cancer, and several more trucks. This started to scare the girls, so they started running to the house. Upon arriving, they felt extremely tired but quickly changed their minds when they saw several trucks parked carrying various things and many boxes stacked up. Curiosity made them look through the boxes, and they got many surprises. Each of them had gifts and dresses, each with their name written on it. Jewelry, toys, baby clothes, sodomy objects, property papers, and many other things. The girls didn't understand why all those things had their names, but the girls read something that left them completely frozen and with pale skin. Happy 27th birthday Rias. Happy 5th anniversary. Happy 25th birthday Kaneko. Happy Valentine's Day Xenovia. Happy 19th birthday Irena. Happy 20th wedding anniversary. Happy for another year of life Asia. Happy Valentine's Day Kuroka. Happy 40th anniversary. The girls were stunned. They didn't remember anything from those moments. They entered the house and saw that there was nothing. Almost all the things from the living rooms and kitchen were gone. The gym was empty. Their personal rooms were almost empty, dusty as a sign of being unoccupied for a long time, and there was only the mirror and a chair. They went to the storeroom and there was only some firewood, some sacks of oats, and some bags of bread. Already somewhat annoyed and worried, they went to see the chestnut's room and upon entering were surprised to find it intact. The room was cleaned and tidied up, something simple with a bed, a mirror, some wardrobes with clothes. Rias was euphoric and very upset because Issei didn't tell her anything. She tried to find the person in charge of all this movement. When she found the person, asking the workers, she went to where he was with her colleagues, but a call stopped her. When she took out her phone, she noticed that the other girls also did the same. Where the hell were you? I've been looking for you for several weeks. You know what? Forget it, and come to the company immediately. There are many problems here. Don't take too long. After that, Rias felt strange about it. She saw her queen and she had a worried face. Kuroka and Kaneko ran out without warning and got into a taxi and then left. Asia was crying on the floor, and Irina was talking to herself. When you laugh, I tried to talk to Akino. He is alone, he said. Rias, I'm bankrupt. Problems Part 1. Rias was completely angry. She was destroying her office with a baseball bat. The reason for Rias' anger was that the Gremory bank's money was exhausted. Technically, they were bankrupt. Upon receiving the government audit investigation reports, it was discovered that fraud was committed, or rather that she committed fraud by using money from her clients' assets for personal purposes. She tried to deceive those responsible for the audit, but she failed. Then she tried to justify her actions, but that only confirmed that she used the money. Then she tried to bribe, which was stupid. Now Rias was completely desperate, as she received a large number of complaints and lawsuits that were overwhelming her. When she asked the head of her banks where her shareholders were, he simply replied, "My lady, they are the plaintiffs." At that point Rias was completely desperate, but then she remembered that she has personal funds, enough to lighten the load she has, but then she remembered that she had already used it, and that was why she used the funds from her banks. That's what made him grab a bat that was under his office desk and start destroying everything. Asia and Irina were sitting in a park eating some sorbet, Eskimo, ice cream, etc., each with their own thoughts. Asia was devastated. She discovered that one of the orphanages she helped sold the street children she took to have a better life, but now she is under suspicion of participating in it, and soon the police will find her, and then they will take her for investigation. She was so afraid that she believed that her husband Issei could help her, but after calling insistently she could not contact him, thus destroying her mobile phone out of frustration. Irina was afraid. A friend of hers called her telling her to flee the country because the police were looking for her. A series of reports and documents accused her of money laundering, human trafficking, and being a suspect in some disappearances, among others. Both were silent at that little table in the park. Kuroka and Kaneko had arrived at their pharmaceutical company. Right at the entrance there was a large number of photographers. A mistake by Kuroka when knocking over a Hisoken caught the attention of the television media, who rushed in a horde asking questions about their patented drugs, the production method, their reliability, and the side effects. The sisters had no idea what was going on, so they barely entered the building. Upon arriving at the main office on the top floor above, they realized they were holding an emergency meeting. They got angry because they were allegedly not informed of the events, but were quickly reprimanded by most of the investors, who were really upset. The meeting lasted for several hours. The Hellcat sisters became paler as time passed, and they realized the enormous problems they were in. The reporters said in the headlines of their news, "It is suspected that Hellcat Pharmaceuticals have committed crimes against humanity. And the worst of all is that the main suspects responsible are them, Kuroka and Kaneko." They tried to find out where such nonsense had come from, but their own investors presented them with several documents detailing how it all happened, from the misappropriated funds, the purchase of poor quality chemicals, and even the employment of incompetent scientists and laboratory technicians. The more he read, the more he realized how careless he was, but then he read a document that said, "All active employees of Hyodo conglomerates are hereby terminated from their work activities." When Kaneko read this, she gave it to her sister, who also read the content, being surprised by it. Everyone knew that most of the employees in the research and biochemistry branches belonged to the Hyodo conglomerate. "Excuse me, Vice President-san, what does this mean?" he said, lifting the papers, "or rather, when did this happen?" The vice president of the company, Avia, looked at the papers his boss was holding and explained in a way that even children with common sense would understand, despite the anger he felt inside. "Well, Miss Kuroka, if you still haven't understood the contents of the document, let me explain it to you. In this report you describe how you broke all kinds of ties with our best partner," he said, pointing to 3 sheets of paper. "In this one here you explain how you will increase the salary of the employees of the Hyodo conglomerate along with various benefits in exchange for them working for you," he said, taking 10 pages and putting it in a file. "In this one here he explains the employees' dissatisfaction with not being paid their salaries and the failure to keep their promises," he said, taking several large books with many papers. "As you can see, the document you gave me is about the strike that took place 2 years ago by angry employees who were not fulfilling their promises, resulting in the abandonment of all employees in the research and biochemistry branch." "But why didn't they do anything to solve the problem?" said Kaneko with annoyance. "You're wrong," said one of the investors. "We tried everything to keep you from leaving, but you make the final decision," he said, pointing to the sisters. "And you always rejected our requests. As you can see, this table isn't complete." Before, there were many in this room, the main investors at the table and the smaller investors sitting in chairs on the balcony above. Most of them were foreigners. "When you broke ties with our best partner, it was a hard blow for the company," said a lady sitting in a wheelchair. Most of them left after seeing the problems that slowly appeared. "We all knew that the decision you made was completely stupid. When the employees in the research and biochemistry branches left, we were forced to hire new people without experience, and on more than one occasion, valuable information was stolen from us," said a young man in a white suit. "The quality of our products was greatly affected. We had no way of knowing if the new medicines would work, but now we are being accused of crimes against humanity," said a bald man, banging the table loudly. "All because you came up with the brilliant idea of cutting ties with our best partner." The Hellcat sisters were in shock. They couldn't process what was happening. They knew they cut ties with Hyodo, but they didn't believe it would really affect them too much. They only followed Vala's advice because he told them that at the rate they were going, their pharmaceutical companies would slowly be absorbed by the Hyodo conglomerate belonging to her husband Issei, who was his objective, and she believed in that, gaining hatred towards her husband. Now they begin to question whether they really made the best decision. Problems Part 2. Xenovia IV was taking a walk near a shopping mall after leaving her friends at the mansion. She had read the labels of the gifts she found in those boxes, but she didn't care. She saw how a cute one-piece dress with flower designs was still in the packaging, so she decided to leave the girls and go change in her room. When he arrived, he saw that there was literally nothing there, so he disgustedly changed in the bathroom. When she left, she was already dressed in the outfit that her husband had bought for her. Xenovia wondered why Vali wasn't as meticulous as Issei was. She concluded that it was probably because he worked. When he left the mansion, he saw that none of the girls were there, so he decided to go for a walk around the mall, see what he found. Akino was extremely upset because her construction company Himejima was in a deplorable state. Just saying it was bankrupt was an understatement. Akino thought of all the possibilities to get out of the situation she was in. All her dreams were falling apart. Her poor management added to her lack of attention made her get into a mess where she couldn't get out. She was seriously questioning whether she should ask Issei for help. Despite being married to him, she hadn't seen him for years, and she at least has some dignity. She knew she couldn't just appear out of nowhere and tell him to help her. She needed to come up with a plan. At the airport of the city of Ku, a commercial class plane was arriving. On this plane were very important people in the business world. The Vangala godfather. By the way, Ravel, are you sure your husband is in the city? If I'm sure, why lie to him? Well, I just hope he's here. The people in the governments are very nervous about what happened 4 days ago. If we don't solve this, a third world war will probably break out. If you're right, I still don't understand what could have caused Issei's reaction to become something he's not, Ravel said worriedly. I've been trying to establish communication with my family, but strangely I can't use my magic. It's as if something is interfering with it. Well, don't worry. As a representative of humanity and 12th Vangala boss, I promise to solve this and help you discover the facts. Rias was furious beyond belief. After destroying her office, she got into her vehicle that was in the parking lot and sped off towards Tokyo, the headquarters of the Hyodo conglomerate. She was extremely furious because she realized that all these problems could have been avoided if Issei had taken charge, how her pawn had to prevent his mistress from having problems. In her anger, Rias failed to see that the traffic light was red until it was too late. The last thing she saw was the photo of her wedding floating in front of her. Underworld, what remains of the city of Lilith. In one of the surviving areas of the city, more exactly in the outer ring of the city, there was a huge line with demons and heteromorphs, such things resembling cockroaches, worms, dogs, ogres and goblins, all of them waiting for the new public brothel to be opened. In the newspaper advertisement it was indicated that anyone who says the code name, Valerie, will have the right to have relations with the aforementioned. Most of them, upon seeing such an offer, did not hesitate for a moment. Inside the facilities, Valerie is tied hand and foot to a bed while she forges in the hope of being able to escape. Welcome, sir. The last room on the right is your room. Vali was terrified. He tried to force harder, but it was too late. Well, what do we have here? You are a beauty. I'm going to enjoy it like you can't imagine. Vali was terrified and saw an ogre that had a very big one. He looked in all directions but found nothing that could help him. He only had one thought in mind. I hope it doesn't last long. Unknown to him, he had to serve 1.5 miles of clients with good-sized manhoods. Problem is Part 3. Ravel was nervous. In front of her was her mother staring at her eyes. A couple of minutes ago she had gotten off a commercial plane where the 12th Vangala boss was being. She had forgotten the small mark on her neck of a white dragon. She, in her happiness of seeing her mother after 30 years, forgot to hide that mark. It was easy to fool the Vangala telling him that it was just a tattoo, but to her mother it was a very different thing. The small meeting at that airport will mark his future from now on. Xenovia was exhausted. After eating several family-sized orders, it was time to pay the bill. When she swiped her card through the small device, it resulted in an overdrawn card. After trying several times with other cards that gave a similar result, the owner of the place decided to make her clean everything, and when she did, she ended up ruining everything, making a mess, taking humiliation, mockery and reprimands that forced the owner of the place to permanently expel her to avoid having a bad image for her. Her body felt tired despite being a demon, and it was barely 12 noon. Seeing that her new dress was a mess, she decided to return home to rest from her horrible day anyway. It's not like she had anything to do. Arthur was desperate after having received a blow to the head because of Vala's children. He fainted, and when he woke up he found no trace of them. With great fear and also despair for not finding his beloved nephews, he left the house in search of any trace in the city of Berlin, Germany. But his concern quickly turned into fear when he saw a barrier appear and then his little sister with bloodshot eyes come out. "Now Arthur Oni-san, when did you plan to tell me that Vala had children with those bucking bitches?" By this point Arthur was in shock. He made sure to cover any trace that would reveal the existence of those children. His mind was racing. He couldn't process the events of the moment, and could only articulate a few words. "How many know it?" Arthur realized that he made a fatal mistake by saying those words. In them he is effectively confirming his sister's suspicions and is also clarifying that he is also involved in some way. "You know, brother, I trusted you, but I see that you don't trust me." Saying that, several magic circles appeared surrounding Arthur, trapping and immobilizing him. "That gives me no choice but to hand you over to the Mausama Leviathan." After that he teleported in a magic circle. In Park, Asia was sitting thinking about what her next action would be. She was truly worried about the accusations that had been imposed on her, and she had no way to prove otherwise. Just at that moment, Issei had arrived, and seeing Asia with an expression on her face that literally marked her state of mind, she felt a pang in her heart, but she had to be strong because she hadn't forgotten what she had done. When she approached Asia she noticed it immediately. Issei had put on his best smile but was received in a bad way. "Damn bastard, it's all your fault." Asia's action puzzled Issei since it was the first time he had seen her throw insults. "It's all your fault. Because of you my life has been ruined." In a fit of rage Asia had hit Issei on his private parts, causing Issei to fall to the ground in pain. This did not go unnoticed by Asia, who began to hit and kick him cruelly before the attentive gaze of the passers-by of the place, who upon seeing Issei were filled with fury because they all recognized him. It was thanks to him that many of their lives came out of misery itself. Several men ran to try to help him, but when they arrived they saw that their aggressor had stopped. When they noticed the brown-haired man lying on the ground they saw with horror his condition, because they saw the bruises and the large blood stain on the ground, sign of a loss of blood. Asia was horrified. Her hands and feet were covered in blood and her dress was stained with the same. It was not her intention to hurt the brunette in that way. Despite the fact that they are married and he is her husband, she only saw him as a friend. But now her friend was half dead because of her. She tried to get closer once more to be able to work him with her power, but a blow to the head knocked her to the ground. When she touched her head she felt something warm gush out and run down her face. Looking back she saw a girl with her hand raised forward as a sign that she was there. But then she received another blow to her side which made her moan in pain. When he saw who it was he realized that it was an old woman who said, "Murderess." That single word echoed in his head, and then he saw Issei being helped by several men. His hands were shaking, he felt very scared, but then people started throwing several stones, garbage and vegetables at him. His fear and pain caused him to run away under a close pursuit by the crowd. After Asia fled, an ambulance arrived and took the unconscious brown-haired boy. Problems Part 4. Issei woke up in a hospital bed. He had pain all over his body. Fortunately it was nothing serious, but he began to remember the events that led him to that situation. He knew that Asia unloaded all her anger and frustration on him, but the reasons why he is surely in a hospital is probably because of his body. The state of his body is weakened. The fall plus his draconization make him use all the energy generated. After a doctor treated him, and he went through some stitches, he was finally discharged. With a wheelchair and walking slowly, he headed for the exit. Before he reached the elevator that leads to the first floor, he saw a sign that said, "Intensive Care." Issei saw this and felt like another weight had been lifted. He didn't know why and headed to the elevator. Upon reaching the first floor he met Gabriel, who kindly offered to take him, which he gladly accepted. In a room on the 4th floor of the same hospital, Rias was waking up from her short slumber. A nurse who was attending to some patients who were in the same place heard the moans, so she quickly went in search of a doctor. Rias saw that she was in a white room, something that surprised her because she didn't remember getting there. But a fleeting thought passed through her mind and her confusion quickly turned into raging anger. Just when she tried to move her arms she felt nothing. Surprised by this, she tried to get up but couldn't. Her anger began to turn into panic when she saw that she couldn't feel or move anything from her neck down. A doctor along with several nurses arrived and managed to calm her down before she went into a state of shock and they were forced to sedate her. Very well, miss, you're right? Yes, doctor, what happened to me? I'll explain your situation. You were in a car accident. The vehicle you were traveling in was destroyed. Several firefighters barely got you out alive, but you suffered a lot of damage and a few other things. Tell me what it is. Angrily shouting and laughing. Well, first you came without a leg and your spines 3, 4 and 5 were broken, leaving you immobile. Rias's anger was appeased with those words. In addition to suffering burns all over his body that took away the sensitivity of his skin, Rias began to sob. Her beautiful figure suffered irreparable damage and was left disabled. The body that she had worked so hard to keep as it had been in her younger days was shattered. A mirror, he whispered. Excuse me, what did you say? A nurse spoke. I said I want a mirror. The nurse was surprised by the sudden increase in the patient's voice and decided to fulfill the request in a hurry. When she showed Rias her face, she couldn't help but scream with sadness, desperation, frustration and anger when she saw her beautiful face turn into something horrible, and that she no longer had the beautiful crimson hair that she was proud of. Whoever did this to me will pay for it. He won't get away with it, and I will pursue him if necessary to make him pay for what he did to me. She laughed angrily. The one who is going to pay is you, Miss Gremory. Rias saw a detective sitting next to her. She didn't notice him at any time, so she got a little fright that made her shut up. Excuse me, doctor, but I need you to leave me alone with her. The doctor and the diseases understood and decided to leave the place. The patients in the same place turned around as a sign that they would give some privacy. Well, Miss Rias Gremory, I'm sorry for your situation, but this won't save you from being taken to trial. No, I don't understand, officer. I'm supposed to be the victim. Look at me. You should be looking for the person responsible for leaving me like this, she said, laughing angrily. Look, first, you have several fraud lawsuits, and finding you on the highway that leaves the city gives us an indication that you tried to flee. Second, there are police reports and complaints that describe your car perfectly, and you as the driver. Rias tried to excuse herself, but the officer did not allow her to speak. In addition, you caused a series of crimes by driving your vehicle at a speed greater than permitted, thus causing serious damage to public property in addition to being responsible for reckless omission. Rias had a look of confusion on her face indicating that she didn't understand anything. Miss Rias, your carelessness caused a series of traffic accidents in which many died. The truck that collided with you was a cistern full of fuel that spilled, causing a fire. The driver died because of you, along with many other people. I hope he takes responsibility for his actions. Rias's eyes lost their shine, and she slowly began to sink into despair. There was only one person who could help her, and that was her husband Issei. The only one who could help her unconditionally without asking for anything in return. He was her light at that moment. Problem is Part 5. Asia was hiding near a sewer. After leaving Issei lying in the park, she decided to flee the place. But it was not easy, because avoiding an angry mob that was throwing things at her was not an easy task, but she managed to escape with great difficulty. This really hurts, he said while leaning against the wall. Asia tried to use her power, but when she tried to activate it, she felt nothing. Not even the faint greenish light that indicated its activity could come out. After trying to use her power for more than half an hour, she finally gave up. The wound she had felt very uncomfortable, besides having itching and burning. She knew that was a sign of an infection, so she got up and started walking in search of a doctor or a place where she could wash. Her frustration at the moment prevented her from thinking too much about the issue of her power, because she didn't know that she was turned into a human along with the other girls. Akino was staying in a small hotel room because when she returned home the security guards did not let her enter. In her anger she tried to fight with the guards, but strangely they subdued her very quickly and then ran her out with the threat that if she didn't leave they would call the police. Frustrated by what had happened, she reluctantly left, cursing them out loud. Akino looked for a place to sleep because she had no more friends than those who formed Vala's harem, and the fact that her cards were revoked took her to a small hotel near the center. After lying down on the bed, hard as week old bread left out in the open, she began to remember her little dispute with the guards of the Hyodo mansion, since they were supposed to be nothing more than simple humans, and she a high-class demon. He tried to lift one of the pieces of furniture in the room, but strangely he felt it was very heavy. After trying several times he put it aside, then he tried to use magic, but he didn't feel anything. Puzzled by this, she tried again. Each time the result was the same. Tired of it, She lay back down in bed, confused and tired from the effort. She tried to think about the cause of her problem, but sleep overcame her, and she fell asleep. After 10 minutes, Akino was abruptly lifted up because the landlady of the place threw a bucket of cold water on her. Confused by this, she received a blow to one of her arms that made her fall to the ground. The landlady continued hitting her until some boys stopped her. With much pain, Akino stood up and shouted in fury, "What the hell is wrong with you, crazy old woman?" The lady only limited herself to telling him the news. One of the newly built buildings near a school had collapsed, killing several people. Among those people were her husband and daughter. Akino saw where the landlady was going and tried to turn a blind eye. The lady explained how she was involved in it because when she saw her enter her establishment, she recognized her immediately because she, along with several people, tried to oppose the construction project, and the person they confronted at that moment was Akino. Fear filled Akino's heart as she realized that she was indirectly responsible for the death of the person in front of her. While she saw the landlady being comforted by the other people, she tried to escape quietly. She almost succeeded, but a dog suddenly bit her, causing her to scream in pain. This caught the attention of the others. When they saw that she was trying to escape, they tried to stop her. It was a chase that lasted almost an hour, but in the end Akino managed to lose them, but the price was that she twisted her ankle because it was caused by one of the heels of her shoe, and her clothes were left with a repugnant smell because she had to go through the garbage. At that moment she seemed homeless because the looks of contempt and mockery of the passers-by were directed at her. With a little sadness, he went to the park to sit and think. Akino began to question everything that had happened in the last few days, from her meeting with the girls about 3 days ago, to having an orgy with Vali in the best hotel in the underworld, and then moving on to today where her whole life began to fall apart in just a few hours. Akino was like that for almost the entire night, thinking about everything that had happened to her. She remembered that Vali had told her that if she had problems she could call him, but her ability to use magic was out of the question as she didn't know why she couldn't use it. Then she remembered that she always had an insurance called Issei Hyodo. Every time she had problems she sent him an email and ordered him to solve it, and he obediently did it. It was always like that, but now that she forgot her bag in that hotel, the only thing she had in her hands was her ID and 116 yen. She would have to wait until dawn to be able to call a taxi on a public phone. Her destination would be the old Himejima Temple. Problems Part 6: Disappointment. Akino had arrived at the temple after a 2-hour walk. She hadn't found a public telephone and had to walk cursing her luck the whole way. After passing through the last staircase, he had finally reached his destination, but he saw with surprise the door of the temple that was completely open. Bewildered and with the sun rising behind her, she saw a figure that was very familiar to her. His father. "My daughter, come here." The voice he heard made his heart beat furiously because he recognized the beautiful voice from whom it came. It was his mother. Akino happily ran in search of a pleasant and familiar encounter inside that place, but what she found inside was her mother looking at her seriously and her father with the same expression. Akino cared little about this, so she went in trying to hug her deceased mother who was right in front of her, but her happiness was short-lived as she fell to the hard ground. Confused, she turned to see her mother, but she had already sat down in the dojisa position and looked seriously. Akino turned around and tried to hug her, but was stopped by a very strong slap given by her mother that left a hand mark on her cheek. "Akino, don't disappoint me." Those words broke all traces of happiness on her face, which was changed to one of bewilderment and surprise. "Daughter, sit down, this will take a while." Baraquiel spoke seriously with a commanding voice. Akino, still surprised by her mother's action, obeyed her father's order by sitting in the same position as them. "You know, the last time I saw you was when you were barely 8 years old, and on my deathbed I wished you had a good life with the man who truly loved you, but I see that you did not keep my teachings and rather you despised it," said Shuri. "Wait, Mom," Akino said in an attempt to clarify her situation. "You have no right to call me mother." Akino stopped abruptly upon hearing that. Baraquiel watched everything in silence because this was a conversation between mother and daughter. "You have no right to call me mother. You know I was quietly walking in the fields of flowers in paradise, but then an angel called me telling me that they would grant me special permission to leave in exchange for a condition. You know what that condition was?" Akino denied with a trembling voice. "The condition was that he would teach you manners. You know how I felt when I heard that I would have to talk to you so that you could learn moral values." Akino. Akino just listened with her head bowed as she felt like crying. Akino, I'm asking you. She just shook her head. I felt like the worst mother in the world. I who made sure to raise you well and teach you everything I knew, that you learned what is right and what is wrong, all for my sacrifice to be thrown overboard by a stupid girl who was selfish and ungrateful. But I don't know what you're talking about, Akino said crying, and you still play fool with me. By this point, Akino's mother, Shuri's patience had run out. She abruptly stood up in anger and slapped her daughter again, causing her to fall to the ground and rub her cheek. Do you think I'm stupid or what? Akino was afraid. Her mother had never raised her voice in anger, much less hit her before. I know you slit every night with another man who is not your husband, and to top it off that has been going on for 40 years. Don't you have a bit of dignity or remorse? Or is it that you have a brain of manure? Shuri was angry, truly angry and powerless because of her daughter's stupidity. Just seeing what she became disgusts her. Akino was in shock. She didn't know how her mother realized it, and when she turned to see her father, he just looked at her with disappointment. At this point she started crying again and tried to lie, but that was another stupidity on her part. And you still think I'll swallow that story? Who do you take me for? You traded the best man in the world for a scum that's not even worth mentioning. That man you married swore on your wedding day to protect you and take care of you with all his heart, and you scorn that oath. You don't deserve to be his wife. You don't deserve to be called a woman, because a woman is only one who loves and protects her true love and never betrays him. Shuri had gotten up and was about to leave the temple with her husband. You know, I forbid you from using the name Akino Himejima. That name doesn't deserve to be carried by a scum like you, and forget about calling me mother, because I'm not your mother anymore. After saying that, Akino began to cry inconsolably as she watched her parents leave, leaving her heart completely broken. Problems Part 7. A very lenient punishment. Ravel was having breakfast in silence because in front of her was her mother staring at her. Yesterday, when she arrived to the city at the entrance of the terminal, she met her mother. She only told her to accompany her. Ravel tried to excuse herself, saying that she had something important to do with the young man standing next to her, but her mother diligently said, Don't worry, Mr. Vangela's stay has already been resolved, as soon as you follow me. Defeated, Ravel followed her mother to a car waiting outside the airport. It was an uncomfortable hour-long drive, but they finally arrived at a small family cottage. After arriving, the first to get out of the car was her mother. She didn't even bother to remember etiquette. Ravel also got out of the car and followed her mother. When he arrived at the house, his mother stopped at the entrance and said, Go to your room, we'll talk tomorrow. After saying that, she walked in without even looking at him. Ravel understood that her mother was angry. She was a woman of few words who preferred to act rather than speak. The mere fact of wanting to talk to her was a clear sign that the subject at hand was really serious. With trembling steps she headed to her room. Upon arriving, Ravel threw herself onto the bed, but surprisingly it was covered in dust. Angrily, she got up only to see that her excessively expensive designer dress was completely ruined. Angrily, she shouted for the servants to appear, but none of them answered her call. Angrily, she waited, sitting down, for someone to appear with her suitcases so she could change. She waited for almost 2 hours, but no one showed up. Ravel left her room cursing in the air, looking for any servant she could find, but strangely there was none. She searched the kitchen, living room, library, bathrooms, bedrooms, the attic, the patio, the garden, the garage, the study, the orchard, the guardhouse at the entrance, but found none. Bewildered by this, she returned to the mansion, but right at the entrance she saw all her suitcases laid out in order at the entrance. Reluctantly seeing that there was no one to help her, she carried one by one the suitcases to her room. It was supposed to be a simple job, but the suitcases were too heavy, and occasionally she stopped to take a breath and then continue. It took her 2 full hours, but she finally managed to get all the suitcases to her room. With a rag and a broom, she began cleaning, since dust and cobwebs were everywhere, and a lady shouldn't have a bad image, that's what she thought. It took her another 2 hours to completely clean her assigned room. It was worth learning to be a housewife, Ravel said, wiping the sweat from her forehead with her forearm. After tidying up her things and taking a cold shower, she went down to dinner, but after remembering there were no servants, she had to cook some pasta and rice with some orange juice she squeezed from some fruit in the refrigerator. After washing his dishes, he went to his room to sleep. In the morning she got up early and went to shower. She had to go to the kitchen dining room because the house is small and modest. It has a very large patio because literally the country house was on a mountain that belonged to the family. When he arrived at the kitchen, he saw his mother sitting in a chair while drinking tea. He also saw the driver acting as a butler serving another cup of tea. "Come and sit down," said Ravel's mother. She sat down in front of her mother with trembling steps and nervousness. She tried to say good morning but only received silence from her mother. "Well, you must already know the reason why you are in front of me, isn't that so, miss?" said Lady Pohenix. Ravel shook his head because he knew that saying it out loud and proudly would be a sentence. "Well, let me refresh your memory. The last time we saw each other was 30 years ago, and back then you committed sacrilege, or rather a taboo, and instead of facing it you acted like a coward, or am I wrong?" Ravel began to sob silently. "Look, daughter, I know you're a good girl and I have no doubt about it, because I'm your mother. I raised you, but the fact that you cheated on your partner, and then ran away instead of facing the problem makes you unworthy of carrying the family name. I know you regretted having done that to Issei, but instead of facing the problem and taking responsibility for your actions, you decided to hide until the storm passed." Ravel was crying. What her mother said was true. It was not her intention to vent her frustration by having sex with Vali. She simply let herself be carried away by the moment, and the fact that she was drunk that day did not help her at all. "Ravel, from this moment on you are no longer part of the family. All benefits will be taken away from you. Your credit cards will be revoked. The Issei program will be cancelled and with it your job. But you will be able to keep the house and the land with the condition that you will have to maintain it." Ravel, while crying, thanked her mother for being indulgent with her. Gabriel? Sona was heading to the Hyodo's old house because she found out that same morning that Issei had sold his mansion. She understood why. No one would want to live in a place where you literally can't call home. Upon arriving she saw the old residence because the brown-haired boy's parents felt that it was too big for just 2 people, so they asked to return it to its former state. She opened the door with a copy of the key that Issei had given her in case she wanted to spend a few days there, because after the death of her boyfriend Saji in the last fight with 666 she had fallen into depression, and the brown-haired boy's parents helped her cope with the pain. After entering the house she smelled a rich aroma of eggs and bacon. Guided by the smell she arrived at the kitchen, and saw an almost naked Gabriel with only an apron while happily humming a song. A mocking smile formed on Sona's face after she came up with a good joke for Gabriel. Slowly and without making any noise he approached the careless angel and said, "Boo." That was enough to make Gabriel scream in fright, and almost drop the plates he was holding in his hands. Sona couldn't help but laugh at her friend Gabriel's childish reaction. With a pout in her face, she tried to reprimand Sona without success. Since he met Sona he always believed that she was a very serious person similar to his older brother, but after interacting with her a few times he discovered that they are somewhat similar. Both have cis-cone brothers and both have a taste for anime. Sona had confessed to him that she began to have those types of tastes after accompanying her late boyfriend to several anime conventions in Tokyo. That's how they became friends. After both relaxed and Sona gave him some things like eggs, milk and bread, they both sat at the table to talk. Sona had told him a few things and Gabriel told her about what happened yesterday. How she met Issei by chance in the waiting room of the hospital that she visits frequently to help the nurses carry the load of the day until when they arrived home. Sona listened intently while drinking a glass of water until Gabriel mentioned how he raped Issei. Sona almost choked on such a revelation, but after recovering, she screamed, "Whatty?" That left almost all the neighbors and passers-by deaf. Sona quickly asked how that happened, to which Gabriel responds by telling her how it happened. Upon arriving at the house, Issei went to the living room and slowly sat down on a sofa because he was still in pain from the beating Asia gave him. Gabriel helped him and then left him alone because she wanted to prepare dinner for him. Once she finished, she happily served the food on the table. But when she went to look for Issei, she found him crying and lamenting his life while his head was down. She tried to help him in the only way she could, hugging him and comforting him like a mother. Issei began to tell her about his life and she just listened, from his elementary school graduation day, through the old man who taught him the world of prevention, through the times Sona gave him punishments for spying on the girls from the kendo club, which made Sona laugh for remembering those times. Then he told how he met his first girlfriend, how he died at her hands, his reincarnation at the hands of Rias, and all the adventures he had with the girls. He told how he felt having to face the beast of the apocalypse, his wedding and his first weeks of marriage. It was already very late when Issei fell asleep. Gabriel slowly laid him down on the floor and then turned off the living room lights. After finding a sheet and trying to cover him with it, she saw the brunette's beautiful face in the moonlight. Something inside her woke up and slowly approached her face. She had the feeling of wanting to taste the brunette's lips, and with great pain she did. He felt as if he had tasted the best thing he had ever tasted in his life. He did not understand how the chestnut wives wasted such a delicacy. After touching her lips, she turned very red and ran to the bathroom to clear her head. After arriving, she saw herself in the mirror. Her cheek was completely red. She thought about looking for some medicine that would help calm her blushing, but she found something very peculiar. Miki Hyodo's diary. With great curiosity, he reviewed the contents of the small notebook, getting many surprises and a couple of laughs. But then he read a sentence that said, "The nectar of love." According to the diary, love nectar is the ultimate expression of a man's love. For the right person, it has an unmatched flavor that you would want to drink every day for the rest of your life. The only bad thing is that it is addictive. Again, with a blush, Gabriel went to where a deeply asleep Issei was and then saw his crotch. With great shame, he pulled down his pants and saw the huge hidden weapon. It looked like a huge junior Issei, but the image was mesmerizing so much that slowly, and somewhat clumsily, he began to lick it, and then put it in his mouth and suck it slowly. He suddenly felt something white and hot slip through his mouth. The flavor was too good that his mind went blank, and all he did was obey his instincts. Walk Part 1. Gabriel told him in detail everything he did with the lucky chestnut while he was sleeping. Sona's mind was completely blank. She couldn't figure out how the tender and innocent Gabriel, the most beautiful angel in heaven, had non-consensual sex without her falling from her father's grace, because it was assumed that angels cannot have carnal desires or else they would fall. But in front of her was an angel who told how she had the best experience of her life, with details and sounds. In the end, Sona decided not to investigate the matter further because she felt she would have a stroke from thinking so much. But before changing the subject, she had a question. What if she got pregnant? Just imagining almost all the angels in heaven following a poor brown-haired boy while he saw Gabriel smiling happily at such a strange scene couldn't help but give a shiver. The minutes passed and a strange noise was heard. Gabriel and Sona decided not to pay attention to it because they assumed it was the chestnut tree that had just gotten up, so they decided to prepare everything for breakfast. In his old room, the brown-haired boy was slowly getting out of bed. He felt very tired. "Drake, what time is it?" Saying that, a melancholic smile appeared on Issei's face because he had just remembered that his best friend was freed. Issei had found a way to free him. It took him a long time to learn the language of the soul that the god Elohim invented to be able to seal souls and sacred artifacts. But unfortunately, he had to use it before time just to be able to enter a new transformation, and thus save him from what could have been certain death. With difficulty, he tried to get out of bed, but as he did so, his legs gave way, causing him to fall. Issei, lying on the floor, moved slowly towards the bathroom. As he was lying on the floor, he took off his shirt. But when he tried to take off his pants, he saw that he wasn't wearing anything but his underwear. Surprised by them, he entered the shower and slowly began to bathe. When he finished, with difficulty, he stood up and slowly walked back to his room, and with a quick change of clothes, he slowly left in the direction of the kitchen. With shaky steps and a sore hip, Issei slowly went down the stairs only to meet Sona. She looked at her strangely with a slight blush on her face. Without giving it much importance, she slowly went down the stairs, feeling like her hips were killing her, and the fact that she felt exhausted didn't help much. With difficulty, she managed to sit at the table, and then start a conversation with Sona. After a few minutes, Gabriel arrived dressed the same way as yesterday, all to avoid raising any suspicion about what had happened, and with a look that sounded like he understood that the previous conversation never happened. Thus the minutes that breakfast lasted passed until the doorbell rang. Gabriel went to see who it was, and to his surprise he found Irina. Irina saw Gabriel at the entrance of the old Hyodo house and didn't know how to act. When she was about to speak, a sudden blow to the face sent her flying through the sky. Gabriel was angry. She wanted to kill the traitorous bitch, so she put a barrier in Issei's house and went out in search of her. Sona noticed a barrier over the house that was suddenly erected. Instinctively she stood up from her place. "What's going on, Sona Kaicho?" Sona didn't understand why Issei didn't notice the barrier until she remembered his walk, coming to the conclusion that he was too tired to notice such a detail, and when she saw that the barrier was made of the sacred element she knew that it was Gabriel who erected it, and in a somewhat clumsy way she said, "Oh, there's a spider on the table, take it away, take it away." By saying those words and also acting, she managed to convince Issei, and he immediately started looking for her, all this to give his friend time to solve any problem that had arisen. After receiving that devastating blow that literally sent her flying far away, Irina felt like her entire face hurt, and she was bleeding from the head because she crashed into a mountain, creating a crater. Slowly she managed to stand up, but then an object crashed in front of her, creating a curtain of dust, making her cough. She took out her 4 pairs of wings and flapped them to clear the curtain, to then see a very voluptuous blonde and her 6 pairs of wings spread outwards, wearing golden armor. She had no weapons, and instead in her hands she had cream-colored fingerless gloves. "Hi Irina, how do you feel about the weather? It seems to be very hot." After saying that, a large transparent barrier was seen in the distance around the mountain. Then Gabriel raised his hands to the sky and a huge magic circle appeared. Irina was confused. She didn't understand why the seraph was doing this, but she saw that the weather, which had previously been sunny, began to change, turning into a day with many clouds that threatened to unleash a strong storm. "You see, I'm here to judge you," Gabriel said seriously. "But because I haven't done anything wrong," said Irina, because the truth is she doesn't have the slightest idea. "Irina, you being an angel have broken one of the most important commandments for us angels after. You shall not take the name of your Creator in vain." Irina started to sweat cold because she just remembered the 10 commandments, and one of them says, "You shall not commit adultery." Irina's wings, which were a dull white color instead of the bright white that represents purity, began to turn gray. "But what are you talking about, Gabriel-sama? I have never committed such an offense to our Lord." A huge thirst for blood surrounded Gabriel because he had just been lied to his face, and the worst thing is that Irina said it as if it were an absolute truth. Irina, for her part, fell to the ground and knelt down due to the pressure that Seraph Hijirsha put on her. "You still have the audacity to mention my dear father in your lies." In his fit of rage, Gabriel lunged at Irina like an angry bull and gave her a hard blow to the abdomen that lifted her into the air while Irina spat blood. Then Gabriel gave her another and another until the 5th time Irina managed to stop his blow, and with her wings managed to push her away. "I have never committed adultery, Gabriel-sama. What are you talking about? And what happened to Issei? Isn't he your husband?" The seraph shouted angrily. "Ah, that scum! He is not my husband. He has never been my husband despite being married to me." "What are you talking about? I say that I have never considered him as my husband. He was never a good man to me. He only saw me as a bag of meat, or rather a bag of semen where he could vent his frustration for not being able to live up to the expectations of other girls. And it was worth it. Ha 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 ha. Okay, he is a real man. He did pay attention to me and he did love me for who I am and not for what I have," said Irina while holding her breasts. "What the hell are you talking about?" Gabriel's wings flickered as he said that. "I say Vala is a real man. He paid attention to me, invited me out alone, and gave me lots of gifts. He even went with me to do the things I like. He never saw me in a perverted way, and he wasn't a pervert," Irina declared. Gabriel listened to everything Irina had said. The bangs of her golden hair darkened her eyes and her hands were tightly clenched, causing them to bleed. "And Issei?" he asked calmly. "He was just a toy. At first I thought I loved him, but with time I realized that he wasn't the man I wanted in my life. He was an idiot, well for nothing, a crybaby, kept man, and to top it all off he was a perverted breast lover. Just remembering it makes me sick," she said while making a sign of vomiting. "So why did you marry him?" "That was out of pity." No, or rather that was just a whim. Rias had told me that she would marry Issei to have an easier life, free of dangers, because being the wife of a war hero, no one would want to mess with me, and as an extra bonus I would have enough money to do whatever I wanted. Gabriel was extremely upset. Her anger was so much that without realizing it she began to release her aura and her wings began to flicker. All the words Irina had said were etched in his mind as if they had been carved in stone, and slowly the white wings of the seraph Gabriel began to turn black as the darkness of the void. Gabriel had become a fallen angel. She fell because of one of the most harmful capital sins for angels. He fell in anger. Over 2. Michael was in his temporary office doing paperwork as his personal office was undergoing maintenance. This seems like it's never going to end, he said while watching one of his secretaries bring a large amount of papers with a wheelbarrow. After that, he takes out a photo frame from one of his drawers and looking at it caused his 6 pairs of unfolded wings to move nervously while he had a goofy smile. While Michael was deep in thought, there was a small tremor that made him get scared and put the photo of his little sister away again. The small tremor intensified and caused a tower of paper that was swaying next to the angel to suddenly fall, burying it, and also causing a domino effect with the other towers. Michael was trying to get out of the intense tide of papers that were burying him, but he felt that with each effort he was sinking deeper. Raphael was on his way to the temporary office of the Overlord of the Sky as he had a series of reports detailing the medical resources sent to what remains of the capital city Lilith. He was walking happily while humming a cheerful tune and pushing a mask. When he reached the hallway that led directly to his destination, he noticed a somewhat strange sound, as it sounded creaky as if something was about to break. He took it lightly and continued on his way. When he was only a few meters from the office door, he saw that it seemed like something was pushing it, and that at some point it would open. Very carefully he put down the mask he was pushing and began to slowly back away, but a pile of papers fell to the floor, and the sound caused made the door open, revealing a huge tide of papers. Raphael, seeing this, started to run but saw that the tide was reaching him quickly, so he said, "Father, why have you forsaken me?" After saying that, he was absorbed by the tide. Uriel was resting in the lobby accompanied by Metatron. After a long night, they could finally have breakfast. When Metatron was about to drink his glass of chocolate milk, the contents of the glass suddenly began to wobble, creating some ripples that slowly grew larger. Uriel also noticed it, but then he saw several angels running away. The 2 of them got up, but it was too late. They couldn't even react when they were hit by a large amount of endless paper that dragged them while they tried to avoid being treated by it. In the end, the tide of paper stopped, and no one came out unharmed. Only some angels with traumas. Well, the reason for this meeting, improvised is to deal with a matter of extreme importance, said Michael while coughing at small pieces of paper. Michael, Raphael, Uriel and Metatron were sitting under an apple tree in one of the gardens of heaven, since the building where they were going to work was being cleaned of the immense amount of paperwork it had. "And what is it about?" said Metatron, annoyed because he couldn't have breakfast. Michael, for his part, became serious. Something strange for his brothers, but they knew that when he was serious it must be something very important. "This is the cause of our previous problem. A letter from our father." The faces of all the brothers became serious, while only Raphael was smiling. "The letter says," Michael spoke, "this letter is addressed to you, my son Michael. Gather your other brothers, Uriel, Raphael, and Metatron, because what I want to tell you is of the utmost importance." Everyone was attentive to what Michael would say next. "If you are reading this letter, it means that I am no longer with you and I am sorry." Everyone lowered their heads in sadness. "But the reason why I am writing this letter is to tell you something that has to do with your sister Gabriel." At the mention of the name, everyone again put on serious expressions. "As you know, angels can only love once in a lifetime, and I did this with the motive that you find true love and be happy. But under no circumstances should an angel in love fall from my grace, especially if it is because of the deadly sin of anger." Everyone listened attentively to what Michael said. "The result of this catastrophic combination is a truly dangerous one. A clear example of this would be his older brother Lucifer." After hearing that, they all felt a chill run down their spines, because they all knew that the only way they had to face their older brother was for 8 of them to join forces to keep up with him, and even then it was very difficult. Just imagining that someone like their deceased brother would appear scared them a lot. "This is why I asked you with all my heart to take care of your sister Gabriel. It is your duty to watch over her well-being. Without further ado, goodbye." Each one had a thought in common, and that was to avoid at all costs that anyone would go through that situation. But it was already too late. When they had all risen from the ground, a great pain invaded them all, and each one fell to the ground while writhing in pain. Several, or rather almost all, of the angels in heaven felt a stabbing pain that forced them to kneel and endure it, only to feel that the pain had passed. The 4 seraphim rose from the ground with difficulty. They all felt that something was missing because the sudden pain left a void in each of the angels, as if something had been abruptly torn from them. Metatron became angry because, being one of the most intelligent, he realized what had happened. Everyone tried to calm him down, and several angels appeared because of the sudden scream that scared many. Metatron, calm down, what's going on? How do you want me to calm down? Something happened to my sister. After saying that, a golden magic circle appeared at his feet and he teleported away. Everything went silent, and then multiple magic circles appeared in the sky, and then each one began to teleport to the human world. Walk Part 3. Gabriel was extremely upset. The magical attacks were massive. The city of Ko was experiencing massive tremors. People were hiding in their homes, some trying to protect themselves. The enormous barrier surrounding Ko Mountain was showing signs of cracking, as the intense amount of power contained within it was overwhelming. Gabriel was hitting Irina with enormous fury, who tried to defend herself from the magical blows like ice and earth, but it was useless. Her magical power was strangely impossible to use because she felt as if she didn't know her, and the fact that she had gray wings didn't help her because she felt as if they were burning, and she couldn't fly. A magic circle appeared beneath Irina and immediately several whips wrapped around her feet. Irina, seeing that she was restrained, tried to use force magic, but only a small flame came out. Then she remembered her sword that she uses to train, so she summoned it and used it, thus freeing herself from her bonds. Gabriel saw this but gave a small smile which scared Irina. Without warning, he appeared behind her without her noticing, and with his hands he broke a pair of wings, making Irina scream in pain, and with a kick to the back he sent her flying away. He used so much force that he broke through the barrier and headed towards the city. Xenovia hadn't had the best days of her life. She was walking near the city park. The day before she had returned to the Hyodo mansion, but the guards kicked her out. She tried to use her credit cards, but they were cancelled. She walked aimlessly and slept near a garbage dump. At dawn, she went out in search of a place to eat. All she had on hand was a 100 yen bill, enough to buy an onigiri and a can of soda. As time went by, she felt the ground shaken in a strange way, but she assumed it was probably one of the city's usual earthquakes, even though she was watching people seeking shelter. Xenovia headed toward the park because it was the best place to have breakfast. Once she was sitting on a bench near a fountain, she felt something approaching quickly. Xenovia jumped just in time before the unidentified flying target crashed into the fountain, creating a crater. She slowly approached to see what had fallen, and after the smoke dissipated, she saw her friend Irina standing in the center of the crater. She saw how she had different wounds all over her body. He also saw that his 4 pairs of wings had a strange dark gray color. 1 pair of them were completely damaged, and the others had a similar condition. Xenovia went down to help her friend, who was slowly being submerged by the water overflowing from the fountain's pipes. But before arriving, she felt an intense pain run through her entire body. It was bearable, but on the other hand, Irina screamed in agony because the attack was of an electrical type, and being in a water fountain, its power was multiplied. When the attack stopped, Xenovia fell to the ground, kneeling while panting and having several spasms throughout her body. She heard a fluttering, so she decided to look up, but to her surprise she saw the most beautiful angel in heaven looking at her very seriously, which scared her. "I see a new friend has joined us on our walk." Xenovia was very scared. Her body was screaming at her to run away, but she didn't think twice and ran out at full speed, but the mud and slime of the earth made her escape difficult. On the other hand, Gabriel saw everything seriously and was thinking about what was the best way to finish off Xenovia, but decided to leave it for another time. With a single movement of his hand, he summoned a magic circle from which several stakes of earth came out, impaling the woman's humanity. And so slowly Gabriel came down from the sky, standing in front of Xenovia, who was struggling to stay conscious. "I saw that it was very rude of you to show up unannounced. But it is very rude of you to have to leave without asking permission. So like a good girl, I hope you stay here and don't cause too much trouble." After saying that, Gabriel left an unconscious Xenovia and headed to the crater, where she would proceed to give her guest a short tour of the torture park, since they were taking a short walk which had just begun. Flashback Part 1. The city of Ko had stopped shaking, many people left their homes to see the damage that the sudden tremor had left in its wake. The police and firefighters were getting ready to go to work, but suddenly small feathers began to fall all around the city and everyone began to fall asleep. Raphael was 400 meters above the city along with a large number of angels. All the wings of the angels had a strong shine and dropped an immense amount of feathers. These feathers were enchanted with a sleeping pill that made any living being fall asleep, as long as they did not have magic resistance to cancel it. While Raphael was at it, Uriel commanded a legion of angels who were in charge of preventing an accident that would harm humans, and Michael along with other angels prepared a huge barrier along with a pocket dimension to prevent a disaster from happening. Flashback. The angels had arrived in the human world by following an angry Metatron, but once they arrived through teleportation, they felt an enormous thirst for blood that flooded their hearts, which were unprepared for such a situation. Metatron's anger was quickly overshadowed by the intense aura that surrounded them, causing several low-ranking angels to faint, but then they heard something as if a glass window had been broken and a strong current of air pushed them, causing them to fall to the ground. The Seraphim managed to see a black flash heading towards the city. That was how they knew that the fight would change scenery, this being the city, and they began to give orders to the angels to prepare everything and prevent humans from being involved. End of flashback. Sona found himself dragged to a Hyodo, unconscious because she summoned a supernatural spider to bite Issei and thus prevent him from realizing what was happening. After giving him an excuse so that he would not ask more about the subject, she decided that it would be the fastest and most rational thing to summon the spider and make him faint with its poison. Sona finally put the sleeping Hyodo on the large sofa in the main room. It was a simple task because she thought it would be more difficult, but fortunately for her it was not like that. She felt like there was a great earthquake in the house, but thanks to the barrier that Gabriel erected there was no damage to the infrastructure. Sona sat on one of the small sofas. She felt very sorry for the life of the brown-haired boy because she never believed what Rias was capable of doing to have power. Flashback. Sona was present at a meeting along with several leaders of the supernatural and biblical factions. The topic at hand was whether they should do what the documents clearly stated. "It seems to me that it is too fair, Issei. Why do you want to give him these punishments?" said the father of all Odin seriously. "The answer is very simple. As I think you know, I don't have much time left to live." "How much?" "I don't know for sure," Issei said, lying about that part. "Besides, why does everyone oppose it? The one who is supposedly suffering is me, not you." "Look, Issei," said Venezuelan, "you know that we love you very much, and the fact that your wives, and especially my daughter, have done that to you makes me want to tear them apart as if they were dolls." An aura of destruction appeared, and then put them back together and continue like this until I feel satisfied. Many of those present had similar thoughts. "That's why I don't want you to take charge. You're blinded by anger," he said seriously, "but I speak as Issei. Besides, they'll have unjustified hatred. You, like me, know that girls are real idiots, and you know that I'm telling the truth, just like they are." Beelzebub burst out laughing because he understood the reference, but Seraphal hit him hard on the head, making him fall to the ground completely unconscious. "Issei," Seraphal said while wiping her hands with a handkerchief, "I understand what you want to do with your wives, but do you think it's the right thing to do?" "What do you mean?" Zersak said a little happily because he thought he could make the brown-haired boy reconsider and avoid his sister's punishment. "What I mean is, do you think the punishment you will give your traitorous wives is enough?" "What?" Seraphal said, depressed the redhead. "Now that you mention it, you're right, but time will take care of that." "Now I don't understand, I'm already lost," said Zeus while rubbing his temple. "What I mean is that this punishment is one that will affect them in the long term. That is why I asked Claus-san to turn them into immortal humans. They will live the rest of their existence living as simple humans, those beings that they despised and of which I was a part. They will live a life full of problems where every day except for my birthday and wedding anniversary will be a true hardship." "Wait, Issei," said Sona, "why are your birthday and wedding anniversary not included?" "That's simple. Those days they will remember me, and whenever that happens they will try to end their life, and when they do it, and it doesn't work, they will know the huge mistake they made by changing me for an idiot who would never treat them like I did." And flashback. Sona remembered part of what happened in that meeting. She knew that the punishment seemed unforgiving, but if you think about it, having an eternal life where you will suffer all kinds of things and no matter how hard you try it will never change for the simple fact of being a real idiot who did not know how to appreciate the affection and love of the one you swore to love for all eternity is something that she would not wish on anyone, but unfortunately she knows the person who is willing to do anything to have a little fame. Rias Gremory, Sona spoke in her submind, you are a truly stupid person. I knew that you never use your brain for anything other than your benefit, so I hope you don't regret your decisions, because if so I will also take it upon myself to ruin your life as long as I can. Flashback Part 2. Venelana walked slowly through the halls of Gremory Castle. She watched as workers moved blocks and lumber, and heard the sounds of hammering and chopping, all with the goal of rebuilding the castle in less than a month. Her husband wasn't present. He was attending to some problems that arose near the hot springs. Venelana was heading to the backyard to have breakfast outdoors, and when she arrived she saw her son's personal maid and wife smiling at her. It was at that moment that she remembered. Flashback 4 hours ago. Venelana couldn't achieve her dream. She thought about what part of her life she went wrong, but the result was always the same. She and her family spoiled Rias. They always gave her everything to pamper her, that caused her to be arrogant because she always had what she wanted, and when they refused she got it at any price. She always had the feeling that one day something bad would happen, but she always excused herself that this attitude was due to her demonic nature. Honey, I'll go to the kitchen for a moment, said Venezuelan as she got out of bed. That answer gave Venezuelan a small laugh because it only showed that he was always looking out for her like Issei with Rias. Her chest ached. She loved Issei as if he were her own son, and no time did he give her reasons to be against him. Rather, his actions reflected her husband when he was young, stupid but cute, perverted but kind-hearted. As he walked through the cold, open hallways, he came across some patrolling guards having a small conversation. Hey, do you think Hyodo-sama will recover? Guard 1 spoke. I really don't know. According to what I heard, he suffers from a disease called the Fall of the Dragon, said Guard 2. Well, it's true, I heard about it too, said Guard 1. The guards slowly moved away from the place. Venelana was hiding behind some posts suppressing her power, and managed to hear part of the conversation that made her feel bad for the horrible fate that her little chestnut is suffering. Venelana continued her way through the castle's corridors toward the kitchen, but she saw a half-open door and some sounds coming out. Curiosity got the better of her, and she thought that looking around a bit wouldn't do any harm. With slow steps he approached the door, and clearly heard moans. It was strange to hear moans, but the strangest thing was that she realized who it was. Graphia's era. Looking through the door opening, he saw the silver-haired maid touching her intimate sound while her legs were open. Venelana's mouth was open in shock. She had never in her life believed that Grafia would do something like that, because despite being married to her son, they had never loved each other. They were more like good friends, and the son she had wasn't her biological son. She was more like his adoptive mother. Venelana watched as Grafia touched herself, and then saw how she took out a somewhat strange dildo because it was the back of a man along with a penis that she immediately mounted. And he started saying hurtful things down below. Venelana saw all this with great astonishment. She was going to leave, but then she heard, Please Issei-sama, give it to me harder. Penetrate me harder with your hard thing, Grafia said while doing sit-ups and had an ecstatic face. The Venezuelan's face went blank. She couldn't even think of anything that could explain this situation. She looked again through the space in the door, and saw her again lying on the bed with her legs closed, and her breasts in the open air. It was a clear sign that she would soon come, and so with that line of thought it actually happened. He saw how Grafia had one of her hands on her hussy which she squeezed tightly with her legs and the other hand held one of her breasts. It wasn't long before she got out of bed, undressed, and sat back down on the dildo. Venelana had decided she'd seen enough and slowly closed the door without making any noise, thus preventing any accidents from happening. End of flashback. It's delicious, said Venezuelan while holding a cup of coffee. Grafia only bowed in gratitude, but when Venezuelan stood up, she noticed that Grafia's smile hadn't disappeared at all. Rather, it seemed like it wouldn't disappear for a while. Walk Part 4. Many angels had pale faces, others felt nauseous, some had fainted from the shock and could not bear it. Gabriel had Irina as if she were a bag of meat. He was torturing her for an hour and did all kinds of things to her, from hitting her like a punching bag, going through the amputation of her limbs including her wings and then joining them in different places, all this without any type of anesthesia. Every time he did that she said, "What would happen if?" And so he experimented with Irina's body for a full hour. After getting bored, he began experimenting with organ swaps, joining, removing, and swapping them with animal parts. Michael was standing behind his sister. He had lost the game of rock, paper, scissors with his Seraphim brothers since none of them wanted to get close to Gabriel for the simple reason that she seemed too scary to have to bother her. Hey little sister, what are you doing? Michael felt like he had asked a stupid question. Oh hi, I didn't notice you were there, and regarding your question, I'm just spending some quality time with my friend, Gabriel said innocently. Michael-sama, help me please, Irina said, screaming while crying tears of blood. Gabriel, upon hearing this, his cute, innocent face changed to one of complete fury, distorting his face, and his right arm suddenly rose and entered Irina's mouth, taking her tongue and then tearing it out in one go, causing her to fall unconscious again from the tremendous pain. Raphael, who saw all of that along with other angels, fainted from having seen that. On the other hand, Michael's face contracted a little and his expression changed to a serious one. Sister, I know very well that you are very angry with Irina for the same reasons that I and your other brothers are, but we have to stick to the plan that Issei left. Gabriel, upon hearing Issei's name, changed his attitude in a surprising way, and his wings, which were a deep black color similar to the black one sees in the emptiness of space, changed to completely white ones. This surprised everyone, but Metatron, who had observed everything in silence since his arrival, had come to a conclusion. This is all your fault, Hyodo, he said very seriously. Michael saw Xenovia impaled a few meters away, completely unconscious, so he asked his sister if she could free her. Gabriel happily made the earth stakes that had imprisoned Xenovia disappear and even completely healed her back to how she was before. Xenovia slowly began to regain consciousness, and when she opened her eyes she saw a smiling Gabriel. That caused her to be on guard and tried to summon her swords, but it didn't work. She tried again, but nothing happened. Don't keep trying, it will be in vain. Xenovia watched with annoyance as Gabriel told her that the swords no longer recognize you as their bearer. Your soul is so corrupt that I wouldn't be surprised if they left you a long time ago, Gabriel said. What the hell are you talking about? I have a corrupt soul, Xenovia said in a somewhat arrogant manner. Xenovia, don't try to hide it anymore. We know about your betrayal and infidelity with Issei. We know that you gave yourself to Vali, said Michael seriously. Uriel saw all this sadly. He was a friend of Griselda IV, may she rest in peace, and it hurts him to know what Xenovia had become. Xenovia was surprised. She thought no one would notice that. Fearfully, the only solution she found to escape was to fight, so she tried to use her demonic power, but strangely, she didn't feel anything. Ha ho ha ho ha ho ha ho ha ho ha ho. Xenovia didn't understand why Gabriel laughed that way. It made her angry. Why are you laughing, you miserable one? Xenovia said, annoyed. I'll tell you why you can't use your powers, said Metatron, calling the attention of the fourth. You have been turned back into an ordinary human. Xenovia, upon hearing that, quickly turned pale because if what they said was true, she had no way of getting out unharmed. Fear flooded her entire being. Her brain worked at its maximum capacity to find a way to escape from that situation. Worthy Eay, she screamed with all her might, hoping he would appear and save her. Gabriel started laughing again, but this time it was a rather awkward laugh and his wings turned black again. Ha 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 ha, it seems like she's losing her mind, she said mockingly. Come on, call him louder, shout so he can hear you. Xenovia listened and began to scream louder. But after several minutes she realized that he would not appear to save her just like Issei did. Remembering her husband, she realized that he was the only one who could save her. Xenovia quickly tried to run away in the hopes of reaching the only place where she would probably be safe, the former Hyodo residence. Michael watched as Xenovia tried to flee in a direction that was strange to him but not to Gabriel. Michael raised his hand and a golden circle appeared, but his sister grabbed his arm and said, Leave her alone, I'll take care of it, he said coldly. Michael looked into his sister's eyes and saw that they had a great emptiness, which gave him chills, so he decided to leave the matter with her. Uriel and Metatron approached Irina's unconscious body because despite being in a horrible state, she was still alive, and with a magic circle they teleported them to an unknown place. It had been 10 minutes since Xenovia managed to escape from the angels, and she was only 1 block away from the Chestnut's house, With joy in her eyes she ran towards the house, but her legs were suddenly cut off, causing her to fall to the ground and scream in agony, spilling blood everywhere. Gabriel walked slowly down the small street that leads to the Hyodo resistance. He had activated a magic circle on his right arm that was extended in front of him. Xenovia looked ahead and only had a few meters left to get there, so with a smile she crawled on the ground trying to get there, and when he was only 5 meters from the door with his arm extended in front of him, it was amputated. Xenovia watched in slow motion as her arm slowly fell to the ground and a geyser of blood came out of her severed arm. She looked back at the entrance, but several spears impaled her, leaving her embedded in the ground. His last thought before dying was, Sona opened the door of the house and saw Xenovia lying on the ground dead along with many spears on her back, and saw Gabriel. Don't you think you went a little too far? Nah, this is very little punishment. Anyway, she will revive again in a few days. Remember that part of her curse is to be eternal. I see, he said, adjusting his glasses. And those wings? Oh, Gabriel said while waving his 6 pairs of wings. This is a new form, he said while his wings changed color to white. The suitcase. It was almost noon. Sona and Gabriel were making lunch and Issei was getting up after fainting with a huge headache. What time is it? Said the brown-haired boy while holding his head. Good morning, Issei-san, Gabriel said while serving lunch and looking at him with a smile. It's almost 12 noon. What happened to me? The brown-haired boy spoke while they tried to remember. Do you remember the spider you were looking for? It bit you and you fell unconscious, Sona said while washing her hands. Issei didn't ask any more questions and decided to leave it aside. He got up and walked slowly through the room towards the table that was in the kitchen. Once he arrived, he sat down with the girls and they had a quiet lunch. Once finished, and after insisting that he wash the dishes, Gabriel got to work. It didn't take long before he went upstairs to take a shower and then change into more presentable clothes. Once down from the 2nd floor, he called, Sona, I'm ready to go. Sona and Gabriel turned to look at him and couldn't help but blush. Issei was wearing a black and white striped long-sleeved shirt, and adding to that his muscles made the clothing itself seem to be tight, black pants and sneakers. The image of Issei plus her sculptural body made Gabriel unable to bear it anymore, and a nasal hemorrhage caused him to fall unconscious along with a smile on his face. On the other hand, Sona wiped her nose with a handkerchief, while laughing nervously. Issei, could you help me take Gabriel to a room so he can rest? She seems very tired. Sure, no problem, Issei said while rubbing his head. They both carried Gabriel to Issei's room and then left the house and headed to the Underworld Express belonging to the Citri clan. Once they boarded the train, it departed. Underworld, Farah line on the way to the territory of the Mao Belzebub. Upon arriving at the Underworld, Issei saw through the window of the wagon the city, or rather what was left of the capital city of the demons, Lilith. The state of this was really bad. More than half of the city had disappeared. He saw how many children were begging in the streets, and from time to time he saw a line formed in a strange way. Hey Sona, do you know where that line is going? He said, pointing with his finger. Oh, it's the Vali line. They both stared at each other, and then started laughing. They stayed like that until they calmed down. The train stopped at the entrance of the castle of the Mao Belzebub. Sona and Issei got off and immediately walked towards the backyard where they would meet. Once they arrived, they saw the Mao Ajuka Belzebub sitting in a chair while looking at some plans. You, Ajuka-san, are we here at a good time? Oh hello Issei-kun, you came at a good time, come sit down. Ah sorry Sona, I didn't see you. Don't worry Mao-sama, Sona said, bowing. Okay, I'll leave you here, I have to go see my sister. Yes, of course, thank you very much for bringing me here, Issei said as he said goodbye with a handshake. Once Sona said goodbye, both people put on a serious look. How's the plan going? Issei said. So far it's going well. Akino has already fallen, but the plan you had for Irina and Xenovia will have to wait, said Ajuka. What happened? Let's just say some mishaps happened, said the Mao while remembering the report that Michael sent. Okay, do you know where Kuroka and Kaneko are? If they should be arriving in Tokyo by now, they should most likely go to your headquarters. Do you have what I asked for? Issei spoke. Yes, he hands her a suitcase. Your aphrodisiac is ready. To think that you would use such a despicable method. But if you use it on them, I think it is the best punishment you could have thought of. It didn't even cross my mind, said the Mao while smiling. How many doses should I use? Issei said while looking at several bottles. One is enough, The others are in case you want to use them with the other girls. Issei saw the purple contents of the bottle. Well, it's time for me to go. Thank you very much for fulfilling my favor. Don't worry, it's the least I can do for you. A magic circle formed on the ground and immediately Issei left. Ajuka looked at his castle while having a thought. You really messed up, girls. Hellcat. The Nikomata sisters had arrived in Tokyo in a rented car because their vehicle had been impounded months ago for not paying. They were on their way to the Hyodo conglomerate to try to convince Issei to help them with their problems and become partners again. Okay, and you heard the plan. Repeat it to make sure we don't miss anything, Kuroka said to her sister. Well, first, find Issei and apologize for leaving him for so long, then convince him to forgive us. After that, try to win his trust again, and finally tell him our problem so he can solve it. Well, you must follow the plan, Kuroka said. Yeah, well, we're about to arrive. Remember not to fail, our future depends on this. After a while the sisters arrived at the headquarters of the Hyodo conglomerate in Tokyo. Upon entering they went to the reception desk where they were attended to. The person who attended to them was an elderly man but still had some muscle and seemed to be in good health. He asked him in a friendly manner the matter they needed to discuss. The sisters introduced themselves using their real names and what they were doing when dealing with the building manager. The mature man who served them changed his friendly expression to a serious one after hearing the name of the ladies they were dealing with. The sisters noticed this, but they also felt a change in the atmosphere and, disconcerted by it, decided to look around for the reason. They saw how most of the young people and adults looked at them with displeasure, and some began to speak in whispers loud enough for them to hear. Hey, did you hear that? Said an older woman who was sitting next to her companion. Yes, maybe they don't have dignity, said the other lady. The sisters, hearing this, felt a chill run down their spines. The man who was looking after them said, Okay, please find a place to sit while I try to get the boss to attend to you during his busy schedule. After saying that, the man left and they sat in a place with few people around. Nini mom, she is the traitorous bitch, said an 8-year-old girl while pointing her finger at Kaneko. Sure, don't be rude, and don't get close to them or their stupidity might hit you, said a young lady who was pushing her daughter away. The cats were in shock. They couldn't articulate any words. Kuroka tried to speak to clarify the situation but heard another conversation behind them. You see those women over there? They are rumors, said an older man. They are the chief's wives, said a rather young woman. Those are the unfortunate ones who dared to deceive him, she said with venom in her voice. That's right, said the older man again. I still don't understand why they did such a stupid thing. The sisters felt ashamed because they were being talked about, and they had no way to defend themselves because they knew what they were saying was true, but they didn't understand how they realized this, and more importantly, they knew that their plan had gone down the drain. Some men arrived, and when they saw the women, they couldn't help but scream out of anger. What the hell are you doing here? Said a bald man in a good suit with an angry face. The girls were startled by the sudden scream but managed to regain their composure. Oh, you are Mr. Tomoya, and to your question, I am here to see my dear husband, Kuroka said while putting her hands on her hips. And you still have the age to say that, said another younger man. What are you talking about, said Kaneko, trying to discover the anger of both people. You're still playing dumb, said the younger man. Well, I'll tell you. Our dear boss has been very depressed because you're deceiving him, for God's sake. He even attempted suicide 2 days ago. That revelation left a huge pain in Kaneko's chest, but Kuroka spoke up. And that? He is just a useless good-for-nothing coward. He only cares about himself without caring about others. It is for that same reason that I decided to cheat on him with a better man who does know, she said while lifting her breasts. Everyone was left with their mouths open. The mature man had returned and saw with perplexity how a lady looked furiously at Kuroka, who was lying on the floor holding her cheek that was red after receiving the powerful slap from the lady, while Kaneko tried to understand what had happened. You are a real idiot. I will not forgive you for speaking badly of our boss, said the lady. Kuroka felt humiliated. A simple human had thrown her to the ground again. She stood up and with an angry expression tried to attack but again received a slap. Then the people there started to insult them and boo them. Kaneko had a coffee cup thrown on her head, causing it to crack and spill its contents on her. Being hot, it caused her to feel pain from the burn. The mature man decided he had seen enough and also raised his voice, thus stopping the booing towards the sisters. A few minutes passed, and the Hellcat sisters were in the lobby of the Hyodo conglomerate boss's office wearing a new set of clothes after having cleaned themselves previously. both thinking of a way for the brown-haired man to forgive them and help them with their problems. They didn't want to be in that place. First they tried to ask Vali for help, but after contacting him by phone he just said that he was busy and couldn't help her in any way. So she decided to come up with a plan for Issei to help them, but at this moment they were quite tense because they heard a rumor about her marital situation with Issei in the worst way. After waiting 5 minutes they were finally able to enter the brown-haired man's office, which was extremely quiet, and looking ahead they saw a brown-haired man sitting on his chair behind his desk. His clothes were disheveled, he smelled bad, and his face showed that he hadn't slept for days. "Hey girls, I want you to sit down," said the brunette while serving some glasses of liquor. The sisters, without thinking much, sat on the chairs in front of the table. Kaneko tried to speak first, but Issei spoke first. "Okay girls, I want a divorce." "Jake, girls, I want a divorce." That single phrase echoed in the heads of the Hellcat sisters. That phrase was enough to make them cry, not because it hurt them that the brunette was leaving them. It was more because without him, their whole life would fall apart as if a hurricane wind caused it. "But Issei, you can't do that to us," Kuroka said, trying to hold back her tears. "Issei-senpai, you are very bad," said Kaneko, crying. Crash! Issei forcefully threw the wine bottle he was holding to the side of Kaneko. "How dare you say I'm so bad? So what's wrong with you?" Issei shouted angrily. The sisters were surprised because it was the first time they saw the brown-haired man enrage, and it was also the first time he yelled at them like that. "Do you have the least idea how I felt when I realized that you ungrateful motherfolks were fooling me?" The fury expressed on his face had Kaneko trembling in fear. Kuroka saw how scared her sister was, so she decided she had to act. "Enough, Issei, this is all your fault. If only you had been more attentive to us and had been more detailed, we would never have had to deceive you," Kuroka said through tears. Issei was speechless for a moment. Kuroka thought she had hit the nail on the head. And Kaneko saw all this. Issei got up from his place and went to a sideboard where he took out a wine that Michael had given him in 1578 before the First Faction War. Kuroka saw this bottle and knew which one it was because she had given one to Vali some time ago. Its flavor was unmatched because it was made by a dragon who loved wine and was extremely rare. It is said that one of the side effects caused to yokai is to make them 100% fertile for 2 hours. Issei returned to his desk and poured the contents of this into 3 glasses, and then spilled the remaining contents of the bottle onto the floor. Kaneko and Kuroka watched all this in bewilderment. Issei offered 2 glasses to his guests, and they accepted, but before taking this he said, "You may not recognize it, but this wine was going to be used on the day that would have been our honeymoon," said the chestnut while crying. They both saw Issei cry and felt pain in their hearts, but something struck them as odd, and that was when he said, "It would have been our honeymoon." Kaneko plucked up her courage and asked, "What does Issei-senpai mean when he says that it would have been our honeymoon?" This question kept the albino intrigued. On the other hand, Issei squeezed her glass tightly, cracking it. Issei in a fit of rage threw the glass at her head, causing her to fall to the ground. Kuroka saw this and helped her sister. While doing that, she saw how her sister's head was bleeding. After doing that, Issei hit the desk hard, damaging the building's PA system and making a horrible sound that caught the attention of everyone inside the building. "Still questions?" Issei spoke angrily. "We never had a honeymoon that day. You said you were busy because you had work. That day was supposed to be our special day. Do you know or have the least idea of how much it cost me to plan the trip? And for what? 40 years of being married to you and we never made love." The brown-haired boy was extremely upset. He shouted right and left all his life as if he were married to them, and the other girls had no qualms about telling every detail about his life, making the people who were listening open their mouths in surprise. Most of the people there are humans who know the supernatural, and the other part are some yokai and demons. Do you have the smallest idea how many nights I dreamed of you all, only to wake up and realize that it was only me in a huge bed? Everyone had stopped their activities and stood still listening. Every day I woke up hoping to see some of you making me breakfast, and then greeting me with a hug and a kiss on the cheek, but when I went down to the kitchen all I saw were some sad, dirty people. Many men began to squeezing while crying since none believed that their boss's life was so bad. 40 years of being married to you, 40 years of celebrating my birthday alone, 40 years of celebrating my wedding anniversary with you in the best places in the world and always being alone. But you know what hurts the most? The chestnut said to the sisters who were crying on the floor. I spent 40 years believing that I must have done something wrong. 40 years believing that I was wrong. But the real reason is that you never loved me, she said the last thing coldly. The conglomerate building was silent. The only thing that could be heard were the tears of one of the chestnut's wives, this being Kaneko, who realized how badly they had treated Issei all this time. Girls, you disgust me. That's why I've decided to divorce you. I don't want to see you again, he said while turning around to see the outside of the building. Kaneko began to cry louder. Kuroka looked angrily at Issei because he was literally throwing them out of his life, and she was not going to allow it. Well, if a divorce is what you want, you'll have them. But I'll keep half of your assets, Kuroka said, surprising her sister, who stopped crying about it. Issei turned to look at her with a cold and emotionless look. None of you will have a single cent of mine, Issei said defiantly. And why not? You know that I will do everything in my power to take away what belongs to me by right, said the cat while smiling. Issei smiled back and said, I'm sorry Kuro-chan, but only my heir will have my inheritance, and everything that belongs to me, and that's why you won't have a single cent. Ha 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 ha, really? If so, that means it'll be easier than it looks, Kuroka said haughtily. It seems you haven't noticed, but I don't have any children. In fact, I never had one of your children, Issei said while still smiling. Kuroka's smile faded upon hearing that, but when she tried to speak again, several guards arrived and took them out of the office and later out of the building. After the girls were taken out again, the office was silent. Issei opened one of the drawers of his desk and took out 2 purple bottles from a suitcase. Well, the first part of the plan is done. My performance should be enough to incite them to attack me tonight. Pour them, he said while looking at the bottles. Tonight will be the last time they smile, said the brunette, while they put the bottles back in the briefcase. Mate, the Hellcat sisters walked aimlessly through the streets of Tokyo. They were tired and covered in dirt because the people inside the Hyodo conglomerate kicked them out of the building while throwing garbage at them and insulting them. It's incredible what these humans did, Kuroka said while washing her hair in a ditch. Kaneko was sitting on top of a tree while watching the sunset, wondering if she had done the right thing. Kuroko-nisama, what should we do? He said while watching the sunset. Kuroka twisted her hair, removing the excess water from it. Okay, sister. First we have to go home. But didn't you hear that he wants to divorce us? I wouldn't be surprised if he's already thrown our things out on the street, said Kaneko. Actually, you're right. If you remember the multiple trucks that had left the mansion at this moment, it should surely be empty by now. Kuroka spoke while trying to use magic. Why can't you use it? Nasama, since we did it with Vala last time, I haven't been able to use magic or senjutsu either, said the white cat. Well, she said while giving up, I'm sure we're still tired. We did it many times that day. And besides, she said turning to look at her sister, you used the sideburn, didn't you? Yes, was the only thing, he said. You know very well how we were when we had our children years ago, isn't it? Right, by the way. Have you heard anything from Arthur about our children? Kaneko asked her sister. We've had too many things on our minds lately to be thinking about them. I'm sure they'll be fine. Leaving the children aside, we should infiltrate the mansion again. I have a drug hidden in my room that makes dragons sleep, Kuroka said as she began to move forward. Kaneko jumped down from the tree and stood next to Kuroka and said, I hope you have a plan. Don't worry. Once we put him to sleep, we will grape him to have his children. That way he won't be able to avoid seeing us, and if he tries to have custody, we will set the condition that we can visit them whenever we want. Kaneko was amazed. The plan was quite good, but she felt that what they were trying to do was not correct. It was already night, and they had arrived at the Hyodo mansion, which strangely had more guards than usual, but they still managed to infiltrate. Someone being inside the mansion saw that indeed there was not a single piece of furniture or any ornaments. There were not even any lights. In fact, the only place where there was light was inside the chestnut's room, where classical music could be heard coming out of it. Both sisters with slow and stealthy steps approached the room and saw through the half-open door Issei lying on a sofa holding a bottle of wine in his left hand that was on the floor. Kuroka saw several porn magazines and a sweet aroma flooded her nose, making her instincts go wild. She felt that this was probably the only chance she had, so she began to undress right at the entrance. Kaneko saw her sister start to undress, so she took it as a sign to start preparing to carry out the plan. Once undressed, the black cat quietly approached Issei, followed by her sister, who looked quite shy. With her enormous breasts, she rushed to hug Issei while lying on his chest, but when she was about to speak to him, she noticed that he was already asleep, so with great displeasure, she had to do all the work. Kaneko saw that on the table there were 2 bottles with a purple-colored content that smelled very good, and next to them she also saw some papers, so with curiosity she began to read them, confirming her suspicions. The bottles were a type of aphrodisiac that made the pregnancy with 100% probability of working, since the guarantee that a dragon had to fertilize a woman was between 10 and 20%, almost as low as a demon. That is why it was strange to see a dragon having offspring. Kaneko saw that with the jar her sister's plan would be a resounding success, so she showed it to her. Kuroka took the bottles and read the instructions, and with a smile she drank the entire contents of it, making her become a being who only thought about Hex. Kaneko also drank the whole jar, becoming the same. After a few minutes, Issei got up and saw the cat sucking his hawk as if there was no tomorrow, making him smile because his plan had worked. I see 2 cute little kittens couldn't wait for dinner. The sisters, upon realizing that Issei had gotten up, felt scared, but when they saw him with a silly smile while he staggered, they realized that he was still drunk, or so they thought. Kaneko kissed Issei, causing him to fight for supremacy over who dominates whom, ending in a tie due to lack of oxygen. Issei-senpai, I'm all yours, said Kaneko with an expression of pleasure. The brown-haired man simply smiled, and without warning he put his member in the white cat's hussy, thus beginning a night of pleasure. In any case, the brown-haired man would enjoy it like you can't imagine. The sun's rays illuminated the room through the window. Issei had woken up some time ago, and the first thing he saw was the 2 sisters with a smile on their faces. Issei looked for the jars whose contents were extremely important for the future, and when he found them lying empty on the floor he knew that his plan had worked perfectly. Now it was only time to play one last scene to end all this and be able to rest in peace. The suitcase. It was almost noon. Sona and Gabriel were making lunch and Issei was getting up after fainting with a huge headache. What time is it? Said the brown-haired boy while holding his head. Good morning, Issei-san, Gabriel said while serving lunch and looking at him with a smile. It's almost 12 noon. What happened to me? The brown-haired boy spoke while they tried to remember. Do you remember the spider you were looking for? It bit you and you fell unconscious, Sona said while washing her hands. Issei didn't ask any more questions and decided to leave it aside. He got up and walked slowly through the room towards the table that was in the kitchen. Once he arrived he sat down with the girls and they had a quiet lunch. Once finished, and after insisting that he wash the dishes, Gabriel got to work. It didn't take long before he went upstairs to take a shower and then change into more presentable clothes. Once down from the 2nd floor he called, Sona, I'm ready to go. Sona and Gabriel turned to look at him and couldn't help but blush. Issei was wearing a black and white striped long-sleeved shirt, and adding to that his muscles made the clothing itself seem to be tight, black pants and sneakers. The image of Issei plus her sculptural body made Gabriel unable to bear it anymore, and a nasal hemorrhage caused him to fall unconscious along with a smile on his face. On the other hand, Sona wiped her nose with a handkerchief, while laughing nervously. Issei, could you help me take Gabriel to a room so he can rest? She seems very tired. Sure, no problem, Issei said while rubbing his head. They both carried Gabriel to Issei's room and then left the house and headed to the Underworld Express belonging to the Citri clan. Once they boarded the train, it departed. Underworld? Fair line on the way to the territory of the Mao Belzebub. Upon arriving at the Underworld, Issei saw through the window of the wagon the city, or rather what was left of the capital city of the demons, Lilith. The state of this was really bad. More than half of the city had disappeared. He saw how many children were begging in the streets, and from time to time he saw a line formed in a strange way. Hey Sona, do you know where that line is going? He said, pointing with his finger. Oh, it's the Vali line. They both stared at each other, and then started laughing. They stayed like that until they calmed down. The train stopped at the entrance of the castle of the Mao Belzebub. Sona and Issei got off and immediately walked towards the backyard where they wowould meet. Once they arrived, they saw the Mao Ajuka Belzebub sitting in a chair while looking at some plans. You, Ajuka-san, are we here at a good time? Oh hello Issei-kun, you came at a good time, come sit down. Ah sorry Sona, I didn't see you. Don't worry Mao-sama, Sona said, bowing. Okay, I'll leave you here, I have to go see my sister. Yes, of course, thank you very much for bringing me here, Issei said as he said goodbye with a handshake. Once Sona said goodbye, both people put on a serious look. How's the plan going? Issei said. So far it's going well. Akino has already fallen, but the plan you had for Irina and Xenovia will have to wait, said Ajuka. What happened? Let's just say some mishaps happened, said the Mao while remembering the report that Michael sent. Okay, do you know where Kuroka and Kaneko are? If they should be arriving in Tokyo by now, they should most likely go to your headquarters. Do you have what I asked for? Issei spoke. Yes, he hands her a suitcase. Your aphrodisiac is ready. To think that you would use such a despicable method. But if you use it on them, I think it is the best punishment you could have thought of. It didn't even cross my mind, said the Mao while smiling. How many doses should I use? Issei said while looking at several bottles. One is enough. The others are in case you want to use them with the other girls. Issei saw the purple contents of the bottle. Well, it's time for me to go. Thank you very much for fulfilling my favor. Don't worry, it's the least I can do for you. A magic circle formed on the ground and immediately Issei left. Ajuka looked at his castle while having a thought. You really messed up, girls. Hellcat. The Nikomata sisters had arrived in Tokyo in a rented car because their vehicle had been impounded months ago for not paying. They were on their way to the Hyodo conglomerate to try to convince Issei to help them with their problems and become partners again. Okay, and you heard the plan. Repeat it to make sure we don't miss anything, Kuroka said to her sister. Well, first, find Issei and apologize for leaving him for so long, then convince him to forgive us. After that, try to win his trust again, and finally tell him our problem so he can solve it. Well, you must follow the plan, Kuroka said. Yeah, well, we're about to arrive. Remember not to fail, our future depends on this. After a while, the sisters arrived at the headquarters of the Hyodo conglomerate in Tokyo. Upon entering, they went to the reception desk where they were attended to. The person who attended to them was an elderly man, but still had some muscle and seemed to be in good health. He asked him in a friendly manner the matter they needed to discuss. The sisters introduced themselves using their real names and what they were doing when dealing with the building manager. The mature man who served them changed his friendly expression to a serious one after hearing the name of the ladies they were dealing with. The sisters noticed this, but they also felt a change in the atmosphere and, disconcerted by it, decided to look around for the reason. They saw how most of the young people and adults looked at them with displeasure, and some began to speak in whispers loud enough for them to hear. Hey, did you hear that? Said an older woman who was sitting next to her companion. Yes, maybe they don't have dignity, said the other lady. The sisters, hearing this, felt a chill run down their spines. The man who was looking after them said, Okay, please find a place to sit while I try to get the boss to attend to you during his busy schedule. After saying that, the man left and they sat in a place with few people around. Nini mom, she is the traitorous bitch, said an 8-year-old girl while pointing her finger at Kaneko. Sure, don't be rude, and don't get close to them or their stupidity might hit you, said a young lady who was pushing her daughter away. The cats were in shock. They couldn't articulate any words. Kuroka tried to speak to clarify the situation but heard another conversation behind them. You see those women over there? They are rumors, said an older man. They are the chief's wives, said a rather young woman. Those are the unfortunate ones who dared to deceive him, she said with venom in her voice. That's right, said the older man again. I still don't understand why they did such a stupid thing. The sisters felt ashamed because they were being talked about, and they had no way to defend themselves because they knew what they were saying was true, but they didn't understand how they realized this, and more importantly, they knew that their plan had gone down the drain. Some men arrived, and when they saw the women, they couldn't help but scream out of anger. What the hell are you doing here? Said a bald man in a good suit with an angry face. The girls were startled by the sudden scream but managed to regain their composure. Oh, you are Mr. Tomoya, and to your question, I am here to see my dear husband, Kuroka said while putting her hands on her hips. And you still have the age to say that, said another younger man. What are you talking about, said Kaneko, trying to discover the anger of both people. You're still playing dumb, said the younger man. Well, I'll tell you. Our dear boss has been very depressed because you're deceiving him, for God's sake. He even attempted suicide 2 days ago. That revelation left a huge pain in Kaneko's chest, but Kuroka spoke up. And that? He is just a useless good-for-nothing coward. He only cares about himself without caring about others. It is for that same reason that I decided to cheat on him with a better man who does know, she said while lifting her breasts. Everyone was left with their mouths open. The mature man had returned and saw with perplexity how a lady looked furiously at Kuroka, who was lying on the floor holding her cheek that was red after receiving the powerful slap from the lady, while Kaneko tried to understand what had happened. You are a real idiot, I will not forgive you for speaking badly of our boss, said the lady. Kuroka felt humiliated. A simple human had thrown her to the ground again. She stood up and with an angry expression tried to attack but again received a slap. Then the people there started to insult them and boo them. Kaneko had a coffee cup thrown on her head, causing it to crack and spill its contents on her. Being hot, it caused her to feel pain from the burn. The mature man decided he had seen enough and also raised his voice, thus stopping the booing towards the sisters. A few minutes passed and the Hellcat sisters were in the lobby of the Hyodo conglomerate boss's office wearing a new set of clothes after having cleaned themselves previously, both thinking of a way for the brown-haired man to forgive them and help them with their problems. They didn't want to be in that place. First they tried to ask Vali for help, but after contacting him by phone he just said that he was busy and couldn't help her in any way. So she decided to come up with a plan for Issei to help them, but at this moment they were quite tense because they heard a rumor about her marital situation with Issei in the worst way. After waiting 5 minutes they were finally able to enter the brown-haired man's office, which was extremely quiet, and looking ahead they saw a brown-haired man sitting on his chair behind his desk. His clothes were disheveled, he smelled bad and his face showed that he hadn't slept for days. Hey girls, I want you to sit down, said the brunette while serving some glasses of liquor. The sisters without thinking much sat on the chairs in front of the table. Kaneko tried to speak first but Issei spoke first. Okay girls, I want a divorce. Jake, girls, I want a divorce. That single phrase echoed in the heads of the Hellcat sisters. That phrase was enough to make them cry, not because it hurt them that the brunette was leaving them. It was more because without him, their whole life would fall apart as if a hurricane wind caused it. But Issei, you can't do that to us, Kuroka said, trying to hold back her tears. Issei-senpai, you are very bad, said Kaneko, crying. Crash. Issei forcefully threw the wine bottle he was holding to the side of Kaneko. How dare you say I'm so bad? So what's wrong with you? Issei shouted angrily. The sisters were surprised because it was the first time they saw the brown-haired man enrage, and it was also the first time he yelled at them like that. Do you have the least idea how I felt when I realized that you ungrateful motherfolks were fooling me? The fury expressed on his face had Kaneko trembling in fear. Kuroka saw how scared her sister was, so she decided she had to act. Enough, Issei, this is all your fault. If only you had been more attentive to us and had been more detailed, we would never have had to deceive you, Kuroka said through tears. Issei was speechless for a moment. Kuroka thought she had hit the nail on the head. And Kaneko saw all this. Issei got up from his place and went to a sideboard where he took out a wine that Michael had given him in 1578 before the First Faction War. Kuroka saw this bottle and knew which one it was because she had given one to Vali some time ago. Its flavor was unmatched because it was made by a dragon who loved wine and was extremely rare. It is said that one of the side effects caused to yokai is to make them 100% fertile for 2 hours. Issei returned to his desk and poured the contents of this into 3 glasses, and then spilled the remaining contents of the bottle onto the floor. Kaneko and Kuroka watched all this in bewilderment. Issei offered 2 glasses to his guests, and they accepted, but before taking this he said, "You may not recognize it, but this wine was going to be used on the day that would have been our honeymoon," said the chestnut while crying. They both saw Issei cry and felt pain in their hearts, but something struck them as odd. And that was when he said, "It would have been our honeymoon." Kaneko plucked up her courage and asked, "What does Issei-senpai mean when he says that it would have been our honeymoon?" This question kept the albino intrigued. On the other hand, Issei squeezed her glass tightly, cracking it. Issei in a fit of rage threw the glass at her head, causing her to fall to the ground. Kuroka saw this and helped her sister. While doing that she saw how her sister's head was bleeding. After doing that, Issei hit the desk hard, damaging the building's PA system and making a horrible sound that caught the attention of everyone inside the building. Still questions? Issei spoke angrily. "We never had a honeymoon that day. You said you were busy because you had work. That day was supposed to be our special day. Do you know or have the least idea of how much it cost me to plan the trip? And for what? 40 years of being married to you and we never made love." The brown-haired boy was extremely upset. He shouted right and left all his life as if he were married to them, and the other girls had no qualms about telling every detail about his life, making the people who were listening open their mouths in surprise. Most of the people there are humans who know the supernatural, and the other part are some yokai and demons. Do you have the smallest idea how many nights I dreamed of you all? only to wake up and realize that it was only me in a huge bed. Everyone had stopped their activities and stood still listening. Every day I woke up hoping to see some of you making me breakfast, and then greeting me with a hug and a kiss on the cheek, but when I went down to the kitchen all I saw were some sad, dirty people. Many men began to squeezing while crying since none believed that their boss's life was so bad. 40 years of being married to you, 40 years of celebrating my birthday alone, 40 years of celebrating my wedding anniversary with you in the best places in the world and always being alone. But you know what hurts the most? The chestnuts said to the sisters who were crying on the floor. I spent 40 years believing that I must have done something wrong, 40 years believing that I was wrong. But the real reason is that you never loved me, she said the last thing coldly. The conglomerate building was silent. The only thing that could be heard were the tears of one of the chestnut's wives, this being Kaneko, who realized how badly they had treated Issei all this time. Girls, you disgust me. That's why I've decided to divorce you. I don't want to see you again, he said while turning around to see the outside of the building. Kaneko began to cry louder. Kuroka looked angrily at Issei because he was literally throwing them out of his life, and she was not going to allow it. Well, if a divorce is what you want, you'll have them. But I'll keep half of your assets, Kuroka said, surprising her sister, who stopped crying about it. Issei turned to look at her with a cold and emotionless look. None of you will have a single cent of mine, Issei said defiantly. And why not? You know that I will do everything in my power to take away what belongs to me by right, said the cat while smiling. Issei smiled back and said, I'm sorry Kuro-chan, but only my heir will have my inheritance, and everything that belongs to me, and that's why you won't have a single cent. Ha 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 ha, really? If so, that means it'll be easier than it looks, Kuroka said haughtily. It seems you haven't noticed, but I don't have any children. In fact, I never had one of your children, Issei said while still smiling. Kuroka's smile faded upon hearing that, but when she tried to speak again, several guards arrived and took them out of the office and later out of the building. After the girls were taken out again, the office was silent. Issei opened one of the drawers of his desk and took out 2 purple bottles from a suitcase. Well, the first part of the plan is done. My performance should be enough to incite them to attack me tonight. Pour them, he said while looking at the bottles. Tonight will be the last time they smile, said the brunette, while they put the bottles back in the briefcase. Mate, the Hellcat sisters walked aimlessly through the streets of Tokyo. They were tired and covered in dirt because the people inside the Hyodo conglomerate kicked them out of the building while throwing garbage at them and insulting them. It's incredible what these humans did, Kuroka said while washing her hair in a ditch. Kaneko was sitting on top of a tree while watching the sunset, wondering if she had done the right thing. Kuroko-nisama, what should we do? He said while watching the sunset. Kuroka twisted her hair, removing the excess water from it. Okay, sister. First we have to go home. But didn't you hear that he wants to divorce us? I wouldn't be surprised if he's already thrown our things out on the street, said Kaneko. Actually, you're right. If you remember the multiple trucks that had left the mansion at this moment, it should surely be empty by now. Kuroka spoke while trying to use magic. Why can't you use it? Nasama, since we did it with Vala last time, I haven't been able to use magic or senjutsu either, said the white cat. Well, she said while giving up, I'm sure we're still tired. We did it many times that day. And besides, she said turning to look at her sister, you used the sideburn, didn't you? Yes, was the only thing he said. You know very well how we were when we had our children years ago, isn't it? Right, by the way. Have you heard anything from Arthur about our children? Kaneko asked her sister. We've had too many things on our minds lately to be thinking about them. I'm sure they'll be fine. Leaving the children aside, we should infiltrate the mansion again. I have a drug hidden in my room that makes dragons sleep, Kuroka said as she began to move forward. Kaneko jumped down from the tree and stood next to Kuroka and said, I hope you have a plan. Don't worry. Once we put him to sleep, we will grape him to have his children. That way he won't be able to avoid seeing us, and if he tries to have custody, we will set the condition that we can visit them whenever we want. Kaneko was amazed. The plan was quite good, but she felt that what they were trying to do was not correct. It was already night, and they had arrived at the Hyodo mansion, which strangely had more guards than usual, but they still managed to infiltrate. Someone being inside the mansion saw that indeed there was not a single piece of furniture or any ornaments. There were not even any lights. In fact, the only place where there was light was inside the chestnut's room, where classical music could be heard coming out of it. Both sisters with slow and stealthy steps approached the room and saw through the half-open door Issei lying on a sofa holding a bottle of wine in his left hand that was on the floor. Kuroka saw several porn magazines and a sweet aroma flooded her nose, making her instincts go wild. She felt that this was probably the only chance she had, so she began to undress right at the entrance. Kaneko saw her sister start to undress, so she took it as a sign to start preparing to carry out the plan. Once undressed, the black cat quietly approached Issei, followed by her sister, who looked quite shy. With her enormous breasts, she rushed to hug Issei while lying on his chest, but when she was about to speak to him, she noticed that he was already asleep, so with great displeasure, she had to do all the work. Kaneko saw that on the table there were 2 bottles with a purple-colored content that smelled very good, and next to them she also saw some papers, so with curiosity she began to read them, confirming her suspicions. The bottles were a type of aphrodisiac that made the pregnancy with 100% probability of working, since the guarantee that a dragon had to fertilize a woman was between 10 and 20%, almost as low as a demon. That is why it was strange to see a dragon having offspring. Kaneko saw that with the jar her sister's plan would be a resounding success, so she showed it to her. Kuroka took the bottles and read the instructions, and with a smile she drank the entire contents of it, making her become a being who only thought about hex. Kaneko also drank the whole jar, becoming the same. After a few minutes, Issei got up and saw the cat sucking his hawk as if there was no tomorrow, making him smile because his plan had worked. "I see 2 cute little kittens, couldn't wait for dinner." The sisters, upon realizing that Issei had gotten up, felt scared, but when they saw him with a silly smile while he staggered, they realized that he was still drunk, or so they thought. Kaneko kissed Issei, causing him to fight for supremacy over who dominates whom, ending in a tie due to lack of oxygen. "Issei-senpai, I'm all yours," said Kaneko with an expression of pleasure. The brown-haired man simply smiled, and without warning he put his member in the white cat's hussy, thus beginning a night of pleasure. In any case, the brown-haired man would enjoy it like you can't imagine. The sun's rays illuminated the room through the window. Issei had woken up some time ago, and the first thing he saw was the 2 sisters with a smile on their faces. Issei looked for the jars whose contents were extremely important for the future, and when he found them lying empty on the floor he knew that his plan had worked perfectly. Now it was only time to play one last scene to end all this and be able to rest in peace. "Ask." "Hello, Issei-senpai," said Kaneko as they got out of bed. Kuroka tried to hug him, but her danger instincts alerted her, and she jumped to save herself as a beam of energy passed through her place, destroying the bed. Kaneko also managed to save herself and turned around to see the brunette who had an activated magic circle. "Bwag!" Issei vomited blood, surprising both cats. "Issei-chan/senpai." Both tried to help him, but he attacked them again, activating his gauntlet and launching a dragon shot that fortunately hit Kuroka directly, thus exploding the room. Once the smoke cleared, Issei saw Kuroka lying on the ground while being burned by her sister. He thought he had killed her because she and Kaneko are human, but he saw a very familiar emblem shining on her abdomen. It was Vali's dragon mark. This caused his anger to skyrocket, because at first it was just an act, but now it was more personal. With some speed, Issei kicked Kaneko's face with great force and sent her flying out of the mansion, destroying some walls in the room in the process. Issei saw how Kuroka tried to get up, so the haguro on her head hit her hard against the floor, causing her to collapse. Issei again took Kuroka's head and began to smash it against the floor several times, causing a crater to appear. Several guards of the mansion had heard the sudden noise coming from the mansion. The lord of the house had given them the day before an order that they had to follow in case something similar happened, so they began to erect a barrier around the property and left it to avoid unnecessary casualties. When the last guard left, an explosion was heard. Everyone turned to see what had happened and saw how a target flew out of the mansion, and then another one left in the same direction to later see how the large mansion began to collapse. Issei was really angry. Seeing Vala's mark protecting Kuroka made him remember all the effort and sacrifice he had made for his wives, so that in the end he realized that he was always used as a toy by them. Issei arrived at the place where Kuroka had crashed. Seeing a dirt road similar to a sanja stop near it, lakes of the property, he saw how Kuroka had several wounds and could barely move while Vala's mark shone dimly, healing her wounds. Issei knew they were humans and couldn't go too far, but when he saw that the mark was healing their wounds, he stopped caring. Even with the gauntlet active, he summoned Ascalon, ready to use them against Kuroka. Issei raised his sword to the sky as if to make a move, but before he could continue, Kaneko appeared, trying to protect her sister. Issei-senpai, please stop, you're not like that. Issei saw Kaneko, who was naked and quite dirty, asking him to stop. It only took the brown-haired man a few seconds to think about his next move, and he came up with an idea. Kaneko saw how Issei made the sword disappear, much to her relief, but it didn't last long when she received a big blow to her stomach, causing her to rise and spit saliva. She then received a combo of physical attacks all over her body, and then fell to the ground in great pain. She felt like she had broken some of her ribs. Kuroka barely reached her sister and saw how she had been left. She looked furiously at the brown-haired boy, who looked at them indifferently. I have no idea why you sons of bitches are on my property, so I ask you to leave or else I'll be in charge of beating you up harder, the brown-haired man said calmly. Serious information. Kuroka still looked at Issei with anger and wanted to attack him, but her priority was her sister, so without any option she left the place, carrying her sister with her back bare, dirty, full of wounds and limping. Several hours had passed, and it was already noon. Zursek Lucifer had arrived at Issei's house because he had run away from the paperwork that was accumulating in his office, and according to his words he wanted to take a break, but upon arriving through a magic circle he saw with surprise an Issei having fried chicken for lunch at the entrance of a destroyed mansion. He asked him what had happened, explaining what had happened hours before, and finally he said that he had given the guards the day off. Issei-kun, I have a question to ask you if you don't mind. Of course, said Zursek while taking a piece of chicken. Go ahead, the brown-haired one spoke. Well, this morning Ajuka visited me because she was free and she told me that she had given you an aphrodisiac at your request. So I ask you, what exactly was that? Issei stopped before taking another bite of chicken and said, one of the effects of that aphrodisiac is that whoever takes it will most certainly get pregnant, so I used it on Kuroka and Kaneko. How could you? The mouse shouted angrily. Did you forget what they did to you? Calm down, I haven't finished talking yet. As I said, this aphrodisiac, she said, creating a magic circle from which a purple bottle came out and threw it at the Mao, has the effect of ensuring that the pregnancy is 100% effective. But with Claus's help, it also has a permanent curse effect. Zursek looked at the bottle in amazement. Tell me, what is his curse? The curse is that whoever takes it whenever they have hex naturally will have a 100% chance of getting pregnant, but will never have a son or daughter. This confused Zursek, which the chestnut noticed. Imagine this. Every time girls have unprotected hex they will get pregnant, and one of the effects is that as the baby grows they will feel a lot of affection for the baby that will be in their womb. But these will never be born healthy. It is possible that they will be born, but after a few days they will die or never make it to 9 months old. You know the emotional impact that the girls will have when they realize that their current children are dead and that they will never be able to be mothers again, the brown-haired man asked rhetorically. Zursek felt very sorry for the fate that befell the Hellcat sisters, and probably his sister will also suffer the same fate, all for committing the biggest stupidity in the history of the underworld. All this caused mostly by Vali Lucifer, grandson of Rizvim Levon Lucifer and great-grandson of the original Lucifer. But he also knew that his sister also caused her own destiny by taking the love of the chestnut with a simple game. The only thing he can do is see the cruel but just fate of the actors of this theater, since waiting for them to forgive them is like waiting for the end of time. Asia Argento was hiding in an abandoned church. She had spent all her savings to buy an ounce of Samuel's blood on the black market. She was convinced that all the blame for her suffering was caused by Issei, so she will make him pay. Just wait, Issei. I'll make you pay for all the suffering you've made me go through. Days. After speaking with the Mao Lucifer, he offered a room in the Gremory castle, of course with the consent of the patriarchs. Issei stood on the balcony of his room while looking at the purple night sky of the underworld. He only had 15 days left to live. His contract with the Absolute Dragon Claus was about to be fulfilled, and his objectives were almost complete. According to reports gathered by Falbium, Akino's mental situation was devastating and she committed suicide by hanging herself in the temple where she lived, but it doesn't matter, she will revive later. Ravel got a job as a waitress in a cafe on the outskirts of the city, It's impressive that she got a job so quickly, but every night she cries in her room in that abandoned house that she calls home. She thought that her punishment was quite mild, but it isn't so much, because she remembered that each and every one of the girls have the sleeping curse, which consists of every time they sleep they will dream of a life with the brown-haired boy. A life that they will never be able to have, each one, with different endings where it will always be due to the actions taken by them. According to the report given by Falbium, Rias was admitted to a hospital in the human world. She wasn't in the best condition, but she was very passable. She suffered a traffic accident where she was unable to move, in addition to multiple burns all over her body, leaving her without sensation. She was completely bald, her face was disfigured as a result of the burns, and she had also lost a leg. It is believed that her mental condition, combined with her problems at work, will lead her to commit suicide. But if she is unable to move, how will she do it? Irina and Xenovia are currently in the hands of the angels, so their status is unknown. Asia was last seen near an antique shop deep in the black market located beneath Quiz City. It is unknown what she is up to. While reading the papers, the door to Issei's room was suddenly opened without him noticing. The person who entered was Venelana, accompanied by Grafia. They saw that Issei wasn't guarded, so Venelana slowly approached while Grafia hid behind the door leading to the bathroom. Boo! Ah! The papers in Issei's hand flew out, while the brown-haired boy breathed heavily, trying to calm down from the sudden scare. Please, Venezuelan-sama, don't scare me like that. With a small laugh, the matriarch of the Gremory castle apologizes, and they both sat on the large bed because she wanted to talk about a matter. Issei, I know I have no right to ask, but this doubt is slowly eating away at my heart, so please answer me. How much time do you have left? The brown-haired boy remained silent for several minutes, after which he lay down on his large bed and spoke. If I'm honest, I think I have about 15 days left before I die. Grafia, hearing this, began to cry silently. She believed that there was still enough time for her to repair the brown-haired boy's broken heart, but with 15 days of life it was not enough to ease the brown-haired boy's pain. The plan I had made with Venezuelan went down the drain. Venelana was hugged by the brown-haired boy, who was crying silently while she, using her motherly skills, tried to comfort him. Time passed, and the brown-haired boy fell asleep. Slowly and carefully, the matriarch moved away from the chestnut tree. Grafia came out of her hiding place. It was clear that she had been crying for a while, as the paint on her face was running and her maid outfit was stained with it. Both women looked at each other for a moment, suggesting that nothing could be done. With slow steps, the matriarch of the castle left the sleeping chestnut's room, leaving the sad maid alone. Grafia took a step forward with her hand extended, trying to touch the chestnut's face, but a single word stopped her. Rias. That single sentence had made the platinum-haired girl break down and start sobbing. Despite knowing who was one of the main causes of her suffering, he still loved her. With an idea in mind, a magic circle is activated. He will use a spell that was taught from generation to generation in the Lizifuge family. This spell consists of showing the heart's most desired desire in reality. That is, it makes reality distorted by showing what it wants most. Grafia cast the spell on the sleeping Issei, and when it finished, the chestnut began to wake up, a sign that it had worked. Issei opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a blinding light that slowly began to disappear, allowing his eyes to get used to it. He saw that he was in his old room at the Hyodo residence, his home remodeled after the girls had moved out. This surprised the brunette, not knowing what was going on. The door of the room was opened and a person entered. Rias? What are you doing here? Seeing Rias had left him quite confused, but what confused me most was seeing Rias much younger, similar to the age when he met her. Rias approached the brown-haired man and placed his forehead against his. It seems your fever has gone down, she said. Rias. Issei saw how Rias checked his temperature. His heart began to beat rapidly. His eyes clouded because he had begun to cry. He roughly hugged his wife and threw her onto the bed, where he began to kiss Rias madly. Grafia felt each and every one of Issei's kisses while he said Rias's name. She knew that what she was doing was very dangerous, and also it was not the right thing to do, but she wanted to be hugged and loved by the brunette, even if it was at least for a short time. Wow, Issei-kun, it seems you're really keen. Why don't we start here first, she said. Rias, while she opened her legs, exposing her private parts that were coursing juices. Without hesitation, the brunette began to suck it as if it were a fountain, making the silver-haired girl moan with pleasure. They continued like this for a few more minutes until she came. The brunette, without wasting any time, began to undress. Grafia also did the same. "Take me, I'm all yours," she said while having her arms extended. Issei slowly put his large member into the maid's intimacy, and when he entered completely he noticed that blood was slowly beginning to come out. This is my first time, Issei-kun, so I hope you take responsibility," she said. Rias, despite being under a strong illusion, what Grafia said was true. This was her first time having hex. A smile formed on the brunette's face, causing the silver-haired girl to blush. "Sure, I'll take care of it. I'll be the father of your children." After saying that, he began to move, making the maid moan in pain, but over time this began to change, reaching a point where she only felt pleasure. Issei, I can't take it anymore. I'm reaching my point. I feel the same way too. Let's come together, yes." Then Issei started moving faster until they both ended up together. Grafia's gaze showed intense satisfaction because the irises of her eyes were heart-shaped. She was breathing heavily due to the intense activity. Issei was also breathing a little raggedly. He realized a moment ago that the person he had done it with wasn't Rias, but Mao Lucifer's wife, Grafia. He felt a small pain in his chest, so he got out of bed before the maid's gaze and went to a closet where he took out a bottle of golden apple wine that he had hidden after entering the room. Then he drank it and left the empty bottle on a small shelf, and then leaned momentarily against the closet. He had to think about his next move. He had just come out of a pretty powerful illusion spell, but since he was an evil dragon himself, it didn't have a lasting effect. He knew that Grafia didn't have hostile intentions towards him, but knowing that she put him in an illusion to be able to have hex with him had him a little disconcerted, so he turned around and tried to face her. Grafia had gotten up to see what had happened to the brown-haired boy for him to have to lean on the furniture, but then he turned around and gave her a rather serious look and said, "Tell me, why did you do it?" Grafia was in shock. She thought she would have more time for the spell, but when she saw the look on the brunette's face she couldn't help the feeling, and the brunette gave her a look of disappointment, which made her unconsciously start to cry. Grafia got out of bed and immediately positioned herself on the floor in a 6 sign with a posture of maximum regret, thus putting her forehead to the floor. "Please, Issei-kun, don't hate me," she said between tears. "I just wanted to spend more time with you. I wanted to have a memory of you. Please don't hate me." Issei saw her cry and listened to what Grafia said. He felt like he had been a real idiot for not realizing the feelings the silver-haired girl was transmitting through her trembling words before having to make her go through all those unhappy moments. So with new determination, he approached her and lifted the trembling maid until he made contact with her eyes and then proceeded to kiss her, which she happily reciprocated. They both got up and lay back down on the bed while they stared at each other, and with a simple but beautiful smile from the maid, the brown-haired man began to give him his gift. Mickey. 2 days had passed since Issei had hex with the silver-haired maid in the Gremory castle. The brown-haired boy was quietly having breakfast in the backyard of the castle because it was quite uncomfortable to have breakfast while being watched by the workers who had the task of rebuilding almost the entire building. When he was about to finish breakfast, the lord of the house Susu Gremory appeared and sat in a seat next to him. He put his hand inside the jacket he was wearing and handed him an envelope. Issei, confused by this, decided to put aside his breakfast and took the envelope and opened it. Inside it were some papers and he began to read them. The papers wrote something such as the death of Vali at the hands of an orc who had a very big one, about Akino's daughter called Veronica who was being used as a guinea pig by a Juka, but there was also a question that Azazel sent asking what he should do with Vali's other children who were locked in a bubble. She also mentioned the constant complaints that were received by Rias Lucifer who had her isolated in a tower, as if she were a fairy tale princess. With a serious look Issei turned to see the patriarch and said, "Is that all?" said the brown-haired boy. "If that's all." With his companion's response, the chestnut continued with what was left of his breakfast. Once he had taken the glass he had and drank the contents, Zustius spoke. "I know what you did a few nights ago." Upon hearing that, Issei spat out the drink and coughed loudly before recovering. "Hey!" A smile forms on the patriarch's face and he said, "Hyodo-san, I know you had relations with Graffi-san." A drop ran down the chestnut's forehead and he began to tremble. The redhead noticed this and saw that Issei was getting confused. "Don't worry, you didn't do anything wrong. In fact, you finally took a weight off our shoulders. My wife and I were already wondering if Grafia was going to live like those ladies who raise 40 cats." Strangely, this phrase had invoked an evil on the poor redhead. So that's what you think of me, huh? The patriarch felt a chill run down his back and tried to flee through a magic circle, but it was destroyed and Sustius was sent flying away by a blow he received without warning. Grafia turned to look at Issei with a sweet smile and sat next to him. She put her head on his shoulder, and they remained silent for a while until Issei spoke. Grafia-san. The aforementioned only limited herself to moving a little, confirming that she was listening. I want our daughter to be named after my mother. Grafia stood up abruptly and grabbed Issei by the shoulders, applying pressure. Are you serious? She said with her head down. Issei stood up and then bent down, and hugged his belly very lovingly. Yes, that will be his name. At this act of love and acceptance by the brown-haired man, he could only put his hands on his face and begin to cry with happiness. Issei felt happy. He had verified that Grafia was pregnant with his child, and thanks to the fact that he is a pure dragon, he was able to realize that the fertilization was completed successfully, and the newly formed fetus was a girl. So he decided to fulfill the promise he had made to his mother. The first girl he has will be named after her grandmother. All this was seen through a magic circle courtesy of Seraphal Leviathan to a dark room where an ugly woman was screaming in anger and crying tears of blood. No, my daughter was supposed to have that name. The constant screams from that room had made everyone in that place feel a little scared. Advancement. A white-haired girl was returning from a very important mission that the father of all had entrusted to her about 20 years ago. This girl with a beautiful and succulent mature body walked with an expression of happiness despite being very tired and dirty. Her greatest wish was to reunite with her beloved husband, who, despite having married him, never spoke more than a few words due to the insecurity she felt due to the disparity in their ages. One day she received an urgent message from Odin. One of the 9 worlds of Yggdrasil entered into a war conflict, and someone was needed to solve this problem. She was selected for this mission, but the only problem was that magic for some strange reason was difficult to use, and it took about 20 years to have enough power to open a teleportation circle. The white-haired girl walked slowly but surely through the halls of the castle of the god of Asgard, and when she reached the office of the old pervert she heard, "It's been a while since the boy left, hasn't it, Thor? Yes, I miss fighting with him. He was a good friend." The already tired Valkyrie did not take importance of the conversation and entered without any scruples or respect for the owner of the office, and before the attentive gaze of the occupants of the office she went to throw herself on a sofa and said, "Mission accomplished." After saying that, he looked in confusion at the strange appearance of the one-eyed man. "Odin-sama, Thor-sama, why are you dressed in black?" Both of them looked at each other, and with a nod of his head Thor said, "You have to be very strong because what I'm going to tell you is very delicate." The platinum-haired girl saw the son of Odin in confusion. Thor was thrown out of the castle due to the enormous energy released by the Valkyrie, causing the castle itself to collapse. Memory. In a modestly sized house, our favorite protagonist was waking up from his not-so-deep sleep due to his illness. Despite his body going through a forced evolution, he was still feeling the harmful effects of the dragon's fall, which made it difficult for the chestnut tree to fall asleep. With heavy steps and a grimace of pain on his face, the brunette walked slowly down the hallway of his own house, going down to the 2nd floor, heading towards the kitchen in search of the dinner that Gabriel had sent him the night before. With a little difficulty he managed to heat it up in the microwave and then start eating his dinner while watching the news. Good morning to all residents of Qua City. Today in our morning news segment, we will show you a summary of the most notable events that have occurred in recent weeks around the world. First, we will talk about the measures that Russian President Vladimir Putin has put on the nation after the sudden and strange attack in the capital Moscow that has left a great amount of damage. Issei saw all this seriously. He felt a little guilty about what happened in that place. Minutes passed and the brunette had finally finished washing the dishes, but he began to cough violently, drawing out a large amount of blood that had splattered all over the sink area. Issei looked at his bloody hands with a little sadness because he knew that his body would not withstand the evolution process and that he would probably die before it was completed. It's been 2 days and the brown-haired man looked very pale, with visible dark circles and very tired. He was dying. Even with the golden apple wine, the time of his departure was getting closer and closer, but it barely helped him to keep walking. He had received some invitations from his friends, the faction leaders, to attend some social events and help him overcome the depression that the brown-haired man still felt due to the fact of being betrayed by the women he loved the most. The 50-plus-year-old brown-haired boy looked nostalgically at a photo album from his time when he was still young, starting with photos of his parents holding a cute baby, moving on to a photo of him playing in the sand on a beach, then a photo of him and his family on a picnic. These photos were the happy memories that he had spent with his parents, but his face suddenly began to cover with tears after he began to see several photos of him and his girls participating in different activities such as club meetings, dates, Valentine's Day. All these memories invaded the heart of the brown-haired boy, saddening him excessively, but this also caused a fury that was reflected on his face, so he proceeded to tear every photo of him and his wives from the album, and with the use of magic he destroyed them, but he stopped when he saw a photo of him and Kiba and remembered the last time he had seen him. Flashback. Kiba was shaking his friend Issei's hand as a farewell. It had been about 2 days since the blonde had married his now wife Tsubaki Shinra. They were just minutes away from boarding a plane to the American continent where they will live from now on. Are you sure you want to leave this world for a while? That's right, Issei-san. Now that Tsubaki and I are high-class devils, we have decided to stop fighting for a while and focus on creating our family. The brown-haired boy saw with sadness the departure of his best friend, but was happy for his decision since creating a family in this world was really dangerous. End of flashback. Despite this, they always had contact, either through letters or phone calls. The brown-haired boy continued destroying photos of his moments from when he was young and his school days with the girls, but he stopped when he saw a photo of himself being taught by Rossweisse. It's been a while since he had seen his last wife, since she was the last one to marry him, so they will only be together for about 20 years compared to the others who were around 40, 35 years old. He was aware of the mission that Odin had given to his silver-haired wife, but he also knew that she had most likely cheated on him with Vali. The memory of this had made Issei make a face of disgust. Issei tried to remember when was the last time he was with Rossweisse, getting an unpleasant surprise that thanks to his previous experiences he managed to overcome. She never, at any time, never, not even to say that he was wrong. Issei realized that out of all the girls, she never spoke to him, never received a thank you from her or any gift. The brunette couldn't remember anything about her except the times he wanted to talk to her, but she always had an excuse and walked away from him or spoke to him offensively, and then left, leaving him sadly. Hours passed, and it was already past noon. The chestnut-haired man was slowly cleaning the accumulated grime from the room. Once this was done, a bottle with the label appeared through a magic circle. Tan & Company's Golden Apple. Issei read this label and let out a small chuckle. He had helped Tan create his own commercial company for this wine. With some extra effort he managed to remove the cork that covered the bottle and calmly drank the contents, finishing the bottle in approximately 1 hour. His gaze fell on a wall clock, seeing that it was almost 3 in the afternoon. Thanks to the wine, Issei's strength improved and he got up from his seat without any difficulty, noticing the great difference it made. Issei was heading back towards the kitchen, but the doorbell at the entrance made him change his plans, heading to a new one, this being the main entrance. While the chestnut walked to his new objective, he wondered who it could be because his ability to detect presences at that moment was almost zero. The brown-haired boy opened the entrance door and saw a tall girl dressed as a magical girl making a rather provocative pose using a cane. Oh my God! The surprised guest threw herself into the chestnut tree, bewildered, falling to the ground where they both looked into each other's eyes. Serafal Chu, the brown-haired boy, was abruptly shut up after receiving a kiss on his lips that surprised him at first, but he quickly accepted it. I love you. In a dark room, a naked brunette was remembering what had happened hours before he collapsed due to exhaustion. A small smile appeared on his face when he turned to see his bed companion who was fast asleep while hugging him. The sun's rays entered through the small space between her curtains, indicating that it was already dawn. With quick movements, the brunette managed to escape the embrace the brunette had on him, exchanging himself with a pillow and then starting to dress in new, clean clothes. With silent steps, he left his room and headed to the kitchen of his house, ready to cook breakfast to surprise his special guest. Upon reaching his destination, he opened the refrigerator and realized that it was completely empty. His stomach began to growl, a clear sign of the hunger he was feeling at that moment. When he closed the fridge, he started to go in search of his wallet, but he only took a couple of steps and suddenly fell to the floor and began to cough heavily. He felt like his body hurt and that he was burning alive. Blood spread all over the kitchen floor, and Issei tried to stop him by holding his mouth tightly with his hand while he tried to stand up uselessly, falling like that several times while his blood spilled everywhere. The chestnut finally calmed down and looked with displeasure at the state of his kitchen. Issei got up with slight difficulty and stood for a moment on a table while he tried to calm the tremors his legs were experiencing. He felt tired and his body was not responding as he wanted, so he sat on a chair to wait to calm down. Minutes passed and his body stopped shaking, but he still felt very tired. He tried to create a magic circle from which a bottle of wine came out, but it barely appeared and was destroyed. Issei opened his eyes in surprise when he saw that he could not create a magic circle, realizing that his situation was worse than he imagined. With a weakened body and without the ability to use magic, he tried to seek help and slowly climbed the stairs in search of the only person who could help him. When he got to his room, he saw that Seraphol was no longer there, and saw a note on his bed that said, "Good morning, Issei-kun. I'm sorry I can't spend more time with you, but my parents called me and I had to go. I'm sorry." The brown-haired boy saw that his only hope had vanished, but a fleeting thought appeared in his mind. He remembered that yokai magic could help him even if this was a little, so he took a phone and called a taxi. The chestnut tree had arrived at the train station and luckily was in time to board the 10 a.m. train to Tokyo. With difficulty, the brunette walked through the crowd of people heading in the direction of the stop without imagining that a blonde had seen him with a smile on her face. He was very pale, with no visible dark circles under his eyes, and his shirt was slightly stained with blood as he tried to walk. People had seen him and immediately moved away from him. Some called the police and others an ambulance. Issei saw how he was just a few meters from the train station stop. NT, insert music above. "Hello, Issei-san." The brown-haired boy turned to see who had called him, but to his surprise he saw Asia run quickly towards him, and then felt something hot on his abdomen. Issei's hand rested on something warm, and when he lifted it he saw that it had a large amount of blood. Issei pushed Asia and tried to run away but fell to the ground after receiving a kick from behind. "You won't escape." People passing by turned to see the reason why they had heard that scream. Asia jumped on top of Issei and began to stab him several times while Issei desperately tried to stop her. He did not have the strength to avoid this event. Asia stabbed him several times, saying, "Damn, damn, damn, it's all your damn fault. If only you had been more of a man. If only you had been less pervert. If only you had chosen me." Issei listened to everything Asia said to him, while he slowly began to stop fighting. "It's all your damn fault. My life went down the drain because of you. All my misfortunes are because of you. I hate 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 you." Asia stopped when she felt Issei's hand on her meja while he gave her a tender smile that characterized her. "Asia, don't with you have even though everything I love you." Several people grabbed Asia and held her tightly while others desperately tried to help Issei. Asia looked at her bloody hands with horror. "What did I do?" Several paramedics appeared with a stretcher and tried to take the chestnut tree away. Asia watched all this while trying to hold back the urge to cry. She had realized something. She really loved Issei. "I see." With forces coming from who knows where, he pushed his captors. "I see." Asia ran with all the strength she had in her legs. "I see." Asia pushed away all the people who tried to stop her or who got in her way. "I see, please don't leave me." Asia arrived where Issei was and with some kicks knocked out the doctors who were trying to save his life. "Issei, please don't leave me, don't abandon me. Everything I said is a lie, don't believe everything I told you before, please don't go," she said between tears. People were trying to move the body of the poor chestnut tree that was in critical condition, but they stopped when they saw that it began to move. "Asia-chan," Issei said while he had his hand on the blonde's hand again. Asia looked at Issei with joy and showed a tender expression similar to the one she showed when they had their first kiss. "I love you." The chestnut's bloody hand slowly fell to the ground, leaving a blood stain on Asia's face. Asia was still smiling. "I see. San? Issei-kun? Please stop joking," he said laughing. "Tell me it's a joke," she said while crying again. "I see. Asia was desperately trying to make Issei react. She hugged him desperately while saying his name desperately. "Issei-kun, please forgive me." Lights. The sky of the world was darkened. It had been raining cats and dogs for several hours now. The atmosphere felt a feeling of pain and sadness, a clear sign that the sky was crying out of bitterness. In the underworld, as strange as it seemed, it was also cloudy and dark while the cold wind hit the houses as a sign that a storm was approaching, Everyone assumed that this atmosphere was something truly incredible. Storms in this world normally occur every 100 years or more frequently with the magical power of some conjurer, but everyone agreed on a single answer, and it was because the world was extremely sad. Many people from different factions and mythologies were in the ruins of what remains of the city of Lilith, the capital of the demons. Each of these were extremely sad for the death of the greatest hero the world has ever known. Each of them were dressed in different funeral attire of their respective beliefs to accompany one last time that person who defended them from the greatest dangers without asking for anything more in return than a smile of happiness. The chestnut's body was dressed in a gray yukata, a wish that the chestnut had expressed years ago about how he would like his funeral to be, and this wish was respected by every leader and friend present. The brown-haired boy was duly put in a sleeping position while he hugged a pillow with the figure of a magical girl, while he had it written as a motto, "I will always love Issei," a detail that brought out a couple of laughs, momentarily relieving the tension present in that place. The chestnut's body, besides being in a sleeping position, he also had his body resting on a bed. But it was not just any bed, it was the first bed that his parents shared when they were young and his mother was pregnant with him. A nice story that can be found written in the book titled My Life, written by Issei Hyodo. This simple bed was attached to some bars made of yaryu, courtesy of Asgard, which will serve for 4 people to transport it on its long journey to its final resting place, a mountain that was in its birthplace, Qua Mountain. After noon, the young hero's 3-day vigil had ended, and they proceeded to move slowly through the streets of the city of Lilith. The first people to upload it were people who didn't know it had happened, completely ignorant of what had happened several days ago. Kiba Yudo and his wife Tsubaki Shinra, both were friends of the young brunette. They had come to Japan with the goal of introducing him to their small children and making him their godfather, but the blow received by reality had left the blonde with great sadness. Gasper had returned from America accompanied by his wife Valerie Temps, who was pregnant with the blonde rag. He came with the objective of surprising his senpai and telling him about the different adventures he had had during his stay in America, and finally one of the most important people in the underworld. Seraphal Leviathan had her heart in shambles. Her face still marked the hours of crying she had experienced. The feeling of guilt that lodged in her heart had made her try to go out in search of her murderer, and she was willing to destroy every city in order to find him, but the quick action of her companions had prevented a greater tragedy. Upon arriving in the human world, they entered the Qua Mountain, which was covered with a special barrier that completely covered it. The angels, demons, fallen, Asgardians, vampires, yokai and other beings took out their wings and began to fly. They began to sing, and a large transparent magic circle covered the city, paralyzing human activities and putting them to sleep in the process. At the end, the great barrier that covered the mountain disappeared and several portals had opened, giving way to countless dragons that came out of them and were located around them. After spending several hours where each of the chestnut's loved ones could say goodbye for the last time, the sunlight had stopped shining and the night sky took over the world. The chestnut's body began to glow to everyone's dismay, but then great roars gave way. The dragons raised their wings and roared with all their might while spitting blue fire as a sign of respect. The chestnut's body stopped shining and slowly disappeared. Everyone hung their heads in sadness, but in the darkness of the night small lights began to glow, and then moved playfully around them, and then a loud noise was heard. "When a dragon falls it will turn into a beautiful tree," said Tiamat while bowing. "When a dragon falls for love, he will cover his bed with brightly colored flowers," said Tannen, who knelt and bowed. "When an evil dragon falls for love but died with gratitude, it will rise with small lights and turn its bed into a true paradise," said the DXD in human form while kneeling in a sign of respect. The lights began to descend to the ground, merging with nature, which began to burst with life again, making everyone marvel at this beautiful act. When the lights disappeared, only a small brown one remained and said, "Thank you so much for loving me for who I am." The people closest to him began to cry, "Thank you so much for loving me, I will never forget you." After saying that, the little light began to disintegrate, while his friends cried in silence. Today the chestnut tree left as a true hero. His light will never be forgotten. In an abandoned warehouse, a blonde was found being held by several chains while blood trickled down her naked body, which had many open wounds. "Oh, my little blonde, you have behaved very badly." He laughs affectionately. The aforementioned opened her eyes wide with horror upon seeing her capture, carrying a bucket full of centipedes and trying to free herself from her bonds without success. The wings of her kidnapper were as white as snow, but they began to turn black as the abyss itself. "You've taken away what I loved most, so I hope you prepare for your re-education," he said coldly. A shower of centipedes fell on top of the blonde, and they began to burrow into her skin while eating the flesh in their path. "This is just the first lesson of your intensive course called How to Be a Good Girl." Share. Syntax error. Today was a new day in Quiz City, and there happened to be a chestnut tree that was clearly out of its mind in its own room. What the hell happened? How the hell am I alive? The brown-haired guy asked while checking his abdomen. The brown-haired boy was extremely agitated and began to remember everything that had happened during his life. But when he looked closely, he saw that there was a lump on his side covered by a sheet. This caused the brown-haired boy's brain to click. He immediately went to the bathroom, and when he looked in the mirror, he realized something. "I'm younger!" The sudden scream in the house had caused his parents to go up and find out what was happening. Of course, Mr. Goro was armed with a frying pan while his wife had a scouring pad, mop, cleaner, etc., and when they got to the room, it abruptly opened with a bang. Minutes before, Issei, after shouting, had also made his tenant, who was resting in his bed, wake up. Issei came out of the bathroom half wet after believing it was just a dream while he was dressed only in his underwear, shorts. Issei's gaze fell on the beautiful figure of a crimson-haired girl who looked at him sweetly, which caused sadness, then disgust, and finally hatred. "Rias Gremory," said the brown-haired boy with hatred. The aforementioned was surprised by the tone that her new pawn had taken, which caused her plans to be thrown overboard in a jiffy. The brown-haired boy, full of courage, rushed towards her and lifted her forcefully from her bed and said, "Long." Issei forcefully opened the door to his room and pushed Rias out. Rias was very surprised and scared. This had not been planned. She did not understand what was happening, nor did she know the reason why the brown-haired man was angry with her. "Go away, I don't want to see you in my life." After saying that, she was thrown out of the house, falling by inertia while Issei threw her clothes to the street, and then closed the door tightly, leaving her naked lying on the street completely humiliated, and with a magic circle she left from there. The chestnut tree, once inside the house, began to cry bitterly. His parents went down and saw him crying, which worried them because it was strange to see him cry. They approached their son and were greeted by a hug from him and let him vent to them. His cries sounded in a strange way, transmitting happiness but with a strong feeling of sadness that predominated. In the distance, a white-haired boy saw the brown-haired boy's house while standing on a post. "Issei, remember our deal. I have already fulfilled my part. It is time for you to fulfill yours." After saying this, he suddenly disappeared without a trace. After Issei, it's been a few years since the hero of the factions left this world. Things for supernatural beings were treated with a minimum of interest caused by the mourning that each of them had in their hearts. Gabriel, the most beautiful angel in heaven and the strongest, was cleaning the childhood home of his true love, accompanied by a cute girl of about 6 years old with brown hair with a bob-style haircut, wearing a red t-shirt as if it were a loose dress. "Mommy, mommy, mommy, look!" said the little girl happily while showing her a couple of flowers. Gabriel took the flowers. "They are very beautiful, darling," he said while smelling it. "Tell me, have you washed your hands yet?" "No," he said sadly. Gabriel noticed this and bent down to her height and said, "You don't have to be sad, Issei," he said while holding her little hands. "Go wash yourself. Your Aunt Sarah Fall and your little brother will arrive soon." After saying that, the little girl regained her happiness and ran to wash her hands, causing the angel to laugh a little. Gabriel turned around and saw her maid standing behind her while trying to hold back her tears. "Asia, stop crying," she said in a cold voice. "Go to your room and stay there until I say so." After saying that, the aforementioned woman walked away towards the basement. Gabriel still hated the blonde since she killed the father of her daughter, so she took charge of punishing her in unimaginable ways, from being eaten alive from the outside in and from the inside out, going through oil baths, then sliced and finally stoned until tired. Asia died more than 1,000 times until Gabriel got bored of this, so he came up with an excellent idea. She would become his personal maid for some time and would be forced to see how happy she is with Issei's biological daughter. She will always see the life that she will never have every day until her daughter Issei turns 10, where she would leave Asia by throwing her off a cliff full of cactus. About half an hour passed, and her guest arrived. Sarah Fall arrived accompanied by his son Issei Jr., an exact copy of the older chestnut when he was just a child. Little Issei entered the house, and after greeting his Aunt Gabriel, He immediately went in search of his sister to play, leaving the two women alone. "Hi, will you be Chan? How's life treating you?" the angel asked. After sitting on the sofa in the main room, he answered, "Well, lately the paperwork has increased, but nothing I can handle." This answer slightly relieved Gabriel's heart after having escaped from heaven for that very reason. "And tell me, how would you feel?" the angel asked seriously. "Don't worry about her. She died from massive blood loss after being slammed in Lilith's public square accompanied by his girlfriend Valerie. You should have listened to her pleas. It was so gratifying," Seraphal said happily. "I would have liked to participate," said the angel, "but that day was my little one's birthday, so I stayed to celebrate it." "Yes, I understand." Changing the subject, "Have you heard from Rossweisse? Any news or anything?" "The truth is, according to what I investigated, she is living like a bum in London. Apparently guilt consumed her." "Well, it is something. Although I would have liked to give her some lessons, I can't because she is being protected by Odin." This caused the atmosphere in the room to become momentarily tense. Rossweisse had appeared a few weeks after Issei died. When she realized this, she immediately looked for Rias's entourage because she knew they would have something to do with it. The first one he found was Akino, who was dressed in her priestess outfit in her temple while she had a smile on her face, which caused him to get angry and start a fight with her, killing her after dismembering her. The second one she found was Ravel, who beat her to death. And finally, Rias, who was restrained in a hospital bed. The white-haired woman, when she was preparing to kill Rias, decided to talk to her. The conversation didn't last long, and then the Valkyrie threw the bed where Rias was out the 10th floor window, killing her. After that she disappeared for a few months until she was found begging in London. Some children hugged the women and asked for food. This caused both of them to smile and get ready for lunch. After Issei Asia, under the house there was a decent-sized basement. In that basement, lit only by a small window, was a woman with long blonde hair dressed in a maid outfit that was wet. This woman was crying. She was crying with bitterness while she tied some knots while she was sitting on a makeshift bed made of stone and an old mattress. Hoo, my dear and beautiful Asia, I see that you are almost finished." Asia, despite having heard the voice, ignores it while she continues tying some knots. "My tender and beautiful nun, you are almost finished, you just need a little more." Once again the voice was heard in that basement with the smell of sweaty shoes and the sound of leaks in the background. Asia finally finished her knots and began to admire her work with a small smile. "Come on Asia-chan Aslo, let's be one like we always should have been before that wretch appeared, ha 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 ha." The voice laughed madly. Asia tied the rope to a metal beam tightly, and then stood on a chair while putting the rope around her neck. Asia kept crying as she remembered her memories. Flashback 1. The blonde was very tense and worried because she had been lost for hours. The map she had was in Japanese and she, being Italian, had no way of reading the directions. On her way she had collided with a person, and when she looked up she found a chestnut tree extending its hand to her. 2. Asia was walking happily while holding a small stuffed animal. She had never had so much fun in her life. This was her first date with a person who wanted to be her friend. 3. Asia was lying in the arm of her secret love while he healed him. She was very happy to finally have a moment of privacy with the brown-haired boy who was very hurt due to using his power excessively after getting angry when he realized that she had died. According to her, she was extremely grateful and promised to take care of him and protect him with her life. End of flashback. Asia was remembering her life since she met the brown-haired boy and that because of him she lost him. She was extremely jealous of the relationship he had with her president Rias, since he will never love her as he does with the redhead. Then Vela appeared, who was introduced to her by Rias and Vita, and she took a drastic turn, feeling what she always wanted to feel with the brown-haired man, love. Every time she met Vela, he always acted so attentive and gentlemanly that she slowly fell in love with him, and after comparing him to the brunette, he began to feel contempt after seeing that compared to Vela, Issei was nothing more than a hopeless pervert, which made her wonder why she wanted him in the first place. When they both got married she did it out of pity, no more no less, and just on their honeymoon she left with the other girls with an excuse and appeared at the Hyodo residence that fortunately the parents of the brunette had left again on a trip around the world. Upon arriving they were received with a romantic atmosphere while Vala was bathed in chocolate. This had caused his lust to give free rein that night. Every day for 40 years she was unfaithful to Issei. She knew about Issei's attempts to have a healthier relationship, but she never paid attention to him, something she now regrets. She never valued him, Every time she had a problem or a doubt, the one who came to save her was Issei, and he was not worth it. At one point she tried to have a more intimate relationship with the brown-haired boy, who was happy about this. The chestnut's first action was to take her on a date to a restaurant that unfortunately went wrong, and she walked away from him again. A short time later she realized that she is sterile due to eating a certain amount of seafood that causes this. Asia remembered the day of her date with Issei. This led her to hate him even more, to the point that every time she met him she would take out her anger on him, and then spend more time with him. The days that she was wandering in the sewers she sought help from Vali, and when she contacted him he only directed hurtful words at her and kicked her out of his life. This had left her in a more unstable mental situation that caused all her problems to be thrown on the chestnut, and led her to have suicidal thoughts. With her savings and a little searching on the black market, she managed to get a drop of Samuel's blood and put it on a rusty knife with the aim of getting revenge on Issei. But after committing it, she repented, leading her to a life full of punishments and hardships until today. "Come on, Asia, come with me," the voice said again. Asia saw a figure extending his hand to them and had a cheerful smile. He slowly smiled and then rushed forward. The blonde's body shook strongly, knocking the chair over, and little by little Asia's eyes closed. His last thought was, "Wait for me, I'll be by your side soon." After Issei, Kaneko, Underworld New Lilith. The capital of the demons is a city that is slowly recovering. A quarter of it is occupied by its inhabitants, while 3/4 are only ruins. In a building belonging to the Gremory family, Kaneko Tuyo was in a pitiful state. Her old and ugly clothes, similar to those of a vagabond, were used for her work. The white cat was having breakfast with stale oatmeal and bread that fortunately was in good condition, and some water. It was rare that she managed to eat anything during the day, because normally she would wait almost a week to eat something decent. Kaneko, after breakfast, left the building and headed to her workplace. It's been about 72 hours and Kaneko finally finished. She only has about 12 hours of rest before taking her next shift. She works in an organic waste company, cleaning excrement. Although this job is normally well paid and the workers use good materials, she only receives as paid between 1 to 3 meals a week, if you can call it food, but worse is nothing. The only thing he has to work with is a shovel, a broom and a handkerchief for his mouth, nothing more and nothing less. His days go from 24 to 72 hours, depending on the mood of the Gremory patriarch. Her life couldn't be better, although the mere fact of living this lifestyle is more than enough, since the fate of almost all her friends is much worse. Kaneko was lying in a wet cardboard box that she has for a bed. Some time ago she realized that she was human, so she stopped having the benefits that her race had, like her super strength and the 7 chances of surviving death. She gave up her sister in exchange for being treated better than the others. Upon learning of the chestnut's death she was saddened by it, but her sister is another story. She was simply happy about it, especially being pregnant with him, so she could take the chestnut's money and take it for herself. She ran away to avoid getting tangled up in his plans, and about 4 months later she had a horrible miscarriage. 6 little kittens had died. She was devastated and tried to seek comfort from Vali. But when she looked for him she found some creepy things. With his spirits down, he began to live off a small business where he worked as a maid cafe. But one day Seraphal Leviathan arrived accompanied by a small group of soldiers. She explained the situation she was in, and she only had 2 options. One was to tell him where her sister was, and the other was a life full of pain and suffering. She handed over her sister after realizing that she burned Issei's grave. The reasons are unknown to her. This action had caused the demons, angels and fallen to want her head. A few months later she turned herself in. Her constant nightmares kept her awake, and she committed suicide by throwing herself into a busy street where she was run over by several trucks. But he resurrected a few days later. She tried by all means to end his life, but he always returned unharmed. The guilt in her heart after betraying the only person who loved her in her life almost drove them to the brink of madness. She wandered for weeks and finally realized something. She hadn't paid for her mistakes. That thought led her to give herself up, and since then her nightmares and torments diminished greatly, but it didn't stop her from dreaming of a perfect life with the brunette, which caused her to wake up every day crying until her tears dried. Sometimes she visited Valerie's brothel, where her ex-boyfriend Vali, who had become a transsexual semen sack, and her ex-mistress Aria Gremory, who was also in the same boat, worked. Sometimes on Thursday nights, where they didn't charge much, She came to see how these people were murdered in cruel ways, and she always remembered that she made the best decision because her sister was surely suffering something similar somewhere. When she worked, she couldn't help but remember her happy moments with the chestnut tree. This caused moments where she simply wanted to die, but the feeling of guilt simply wouldn't let her achieve her goal. So the only way she had to rest for a moment was to ask for help from the Mawajuka, who happily organized a mob of angry people who beat her to death. Every time she got to that point, she just smiled, hoping to one day be forgiven. After Issei, Kuroka, 3 hours from the capital of New Lilith in the underworld, near the mountains ruled by the dragons, there was a secret facility that was well hidden among the mountains. In a room lit only by a candle was the body of a voluptuous brunette stained with blood and amniotic fluid. This person was Kuroka Hellcat. This person was being used as a test subject. Reluctantly, he got up from the floor and with trembling steps went to the bathroom, which upon arrival looked grotesque and dirty. She simply entered the bathtub and began to cry bitterly. Just a few minutes ago, she was forced to eat her last of 3 children. The first died in childbirth, and the second died of illness. Now, in order to continue living, she had to eat her last child. 2 years passed, and the black cat was running for her life. She was being used as a method of entertainment in the underworld. People paid a good amount of money to see her suffer. Kuroka was hiding in a crevice near a cliff. It was dirty and full of insects to avoid being caught by its nauseating human smell. He wept bitterly, wondering why he had been given this life. The earth began to shake. She realized that her hunter was nearby and prayed that he wouldn't realize she was there. The shaking intensified, and then several howls were heard and the sound of a fast march that gradually diminished. They almost captured her. Kuroka slowly came out of that crevice and verified that there was no danger, and when she couldn't see anything, she left and started running in search of a place to take refuge. The green sky darkened, giving way to darkness, and Kuroka finally found refuge in a cave behind a waterfall. Eating only worms and smaller insects, she was exhausted for days. It had been almost a week since the wolves started chasing her as part of an event in which she was the protagonist. Extremely tired, she lay down on the cold, dusty ground and closed her eyes. Dream. Kuroka suddenly appeared in a room. With doubts, she began to look around for something that would help her locate herself. Upon reaching the main room, you see a familiar figure with his back turned sitting on a sofa. As he approached, he looked more closely at the hair of this one, which was brown, and as he positioned himself at his side, he happily saw a brown-haired boy sleeping while on his lap rested some cute Nekushu children. With a smile on his face, he hugs the brown-haired boy, waking him up. "What's up, Kuro-chan?" Kuroka gave him a smile in response, making Issei smile too. Little by little, the 3 children woke up, and when they saw their mother, they ran to hug her. Kuroka felt immensely happy. This is the life she longed for. After that, many things happened. She had dinner with her children and husband, took a bath with them, and then took them to bed. All this time, she never stopped smiling. After that, she went to her room, and when she arrived, she was abruptly thrown out by Vali. Kuroka was startled by this, trying to forge ahead and pull away, but this only caused the kiss to intensify, and she slowly gave in. She had sex with Vali in the bed where she slept with Issei. The screams of pleasure sounded throughout the house. When he finished, Vali left, leaving her full of a white liquid running down her crotch. Her expression of happiness slowly turned into one of horror as she realized what she had done. She left the room and started looking for her husband, and when she didn't find him, she feared the worst and looked for her children. She found nothing and went out in search of her family in the dark streets of the city. He wandered for several hours and finally arrived at Quicity Park, where he found the chestnut tree crying while being comforted by his children. The cat's heart felt as if it were pierced. She tried to get closer and explain what happened, but she only managed to say things that were offensive to the brunette. He simply responded by ignoring her and taking his children away. She tried to talk to him again, but he simply didn't respond. Angrily, she pushed the brown-haired man who was carrying one of her children on his back while she held the other 2 by the hand. The brown-haired boy stumbled and fell in front just as a truck passed by. Kuroka only saw this in slow motion as the brown-haired boy tried to protect his children while they were run over by a large truck. No! With that scream, Kuroka woke up while shedding tears and breathing heavily. In her thoughts, she wondered why she betrayed Issei, why she never tried to have a relationship with him. She realized that something was not right. She was no longer inside the cave where she had hidden, but rather she was surrounded by trees and the dim light of dawn. His instincts screamed at him to flee because he saw that he was being surrounded by a pack of wolves that looked at him threateningly. Before she could make a single move, she was attacked by them. They began to bite and scratch her while she tried to fight. Ah! Kuroka screamed in pain as she felt one of the wolves tear a piece of her away. A large wolf tore off her legs while she was trapped in its jaws and shaken violently. She was thrown far away and barely aware of what was happening. She crawled through the mud while vomiting blood. A wolf caught her and dragged her to a group where she was eventually dismembered and used as dog food. After Issei, Irina, Xenovia. It's been 8 years since the hero of the factions passed away, and the world kept turning to the chagrin of many who still refused to accept reality. Others simply moved on, but always remembering the smile of that brown-haired boy that everyone loved. Somewhere in the Dutch islands, a very beautiful woman with blonde hair was preparing everything for lunch while she was deep in thought and had a slightly disturbing smile. Not far from there were 3 people, 2 men and a girl. One of them was playing with the girl while the other saw a rather strange panorama for the type of environment in which he was, being that in front of him there was a huge, very steep cliff full of various types of cactus. They were on one of the many islands of Holland that was well known for its very frequent and extreme climate changes. Why are there so many cacti in this place? I don't understand. You see, Uncle Raphael, my mom says that these cacti are very important to her. That's why once a week we come to see them and give them maintenance, said the little girl while playing with Michael. Also, those cacti are not normal. They are a very strange species that produces a poison in its spines whose effect is similar to a bullet wound, says my mom. Little Issei's explanation had made the poor angel pale. Tell me, stop, your mom wants these cacti, she said nervously. Issei started to think and then answered. She told me it was a gift for a very close friend. The answer made both angels tense up and a cold sweat run down their backs, so they decided not to ask any more for the sake of their judgment. Gabriel was cooking a delicious chicken soup while he was deep in his thoughts that made him smile disturbingly. Flashback a few days before. Gabriel was walking happily through the halls of the Central Gregory building. As he walked, he thought about what he should do today with his friends. The day before, he bathed them in oil while they were forced to watch their children kill each other. After that, they were healed with phoenix tears to continue. As Gabriel walked slowly, she came to a metal door that suddenly flew towards her, but her strength was enough to grab it and then throw it in another direction. Xenovia was badly injured but still had the strength to fight. A few hours ago, she was being raped by some fallen angels while they tortured her. In a moment of carelessness, she managed to grab a sword and killed them all, and now she was standing in front of the most powerful angel in heaven and Gregory. She knew she had no chance in a straight fight, so she was forced to improvise. She threw the sword with all her strength to distract the angel in front of her, which she succeeded in doing. Xenovia threw herself into a pit that served as a drain and disappeared into a pile of disgusting liquids. Gabriel held the sword in his hands, not unfazed by these events, but rather made her smile because she would finally break out of the routine. With a magic circle, he reached the security room where there were many fallen angels handling several computers and were about to sound the emergency alarm. Stop, said Gabriel. The angels, upon seeing her, immediately bowed down for fear of being killed by her. Don't do anything, let the thing take care of it, he said with a smile. The mere mention of the thing had made some scream in terror and others simply fall unconscious. Xenovia managed to get out of the sewers full of excrement. This was a plan that had been in preparation for several months. She was looking for her friend Irina, who was in some room in the hallway where she appeared, and set off. After opening several doors without any satisfactory results, she began to despair because she had little time before the guards found her. After several minutes of tension, she finally found Irina, who was worse off than her. She was found crucified with whiplash wounds all over her body. She was missing several teeth and an eye. Without wasting time, Xenovia entered, and with all the strength she had, thanks to the adrenaline, she untied her friend. She fell to the ground. She had no desire to move or fight. She had already given up. Against all odds, Xenovia dragged her friend, who could barely keep up with her, under the watchful eye of a camera. Gabriel saw all this with satisfaction, so he ordered the security alarm to be turned on. Xenovia tensed at this and began to run along with Irina. She was crying in terror. She was scared and didn't want to return to the hole from which she wanted to escape. After turning a corner, she finally appeared at an emergency exit. The blue-haired girl smiled with joy. she would finally be able to escape and be free. Before taking the first step, she was pushed to the side and fell to the ground. She saw how her friend was running desperately towards the exit. Irina ran with all her strength. Seeing a way out, her only thought was to get out of her suffering. Xenovia got up and also started running without caring about what had happened a few moments ago. She was only a few meters behind Irina, but she stopped suddenly after seeing how Irina was held by some tentacles that had come out of a corridor and then dragged her. Screams of agony, pain, and despair were heard in that place, while Xenovia had her eyes wide open and had an expression of surprise and horror. The screams combined with the blood splattering the walls took place for several seconds. The hallway once again fell silent as Xenovia giggled lightly while standing on top of her own shit of piss and squirmed. A grotesque creature with several tentacles emerged from the hallway and turned its attention to the only person in that place. Ha 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 ha. The laughter intensified. Xenovia was grabbed and dragged towards the thing, and then the laughter turned into screams of despair and agony. End of flashback. It's time for lunch! Gabriel shouts. The blonde watched as her brother slowly returned while holding her daughter's hand. She will not allow anything bad to happen to her, because if one day someone has that brilliant idea, they will wish for death with all their being. After Issei, Rias, Gremory territory. It's been 10 years since the death of the hero of the factions. During all this time, the ex-wives of that chestnut have lived different types of experiences that normally end in suicide or murder. In the Gremory family castle, a scream was heard that didn't surprise anyone. This kind of thing happened unusually every day. It was normal. It's badly cooked, go cook it again, said a voluptuous chestnut coldly. The person to whom he said it was none other than Rias Gremory, or rather just Rias, who was bathed in a soup that was so hot that it left her with burns. The aforementioned simply attended, picked up everything and walked away. Rias was poorly dressed with only a rice sack with holes and patched. She was trying to run with all her strength towards the kitchen on the outskirts of the castle. She only had half an hour to prepare and return, but a blow intercepted her, and she fell down the long stairs of the castle. As he reached the end of this estuary, he tried not to scream from the unbearable pain he was experiencing from having his lower limbs bent in unhealthy shapes. The light and rhythmic steps of a person echoed in that lonely place until this person stood on the side of the estuary and kicked her in the head, leaving her unconscious. Then this person picked her up and threw her down the stairs again until she reached the top floor. "TSK, I don't have much time left, so this time I'll let you laugh," said a white-haired maid. After saying that, he slowly began to walk away, leaving a woman with many bruises and her limbs in very strange places that slowly began to swell. Several minutes passed before Rias was awakened by a bucket of cold water brought especially for her from Mother Russia. Rias woke up and saw her mother. Her face quickly lost color. "So sleeping during working hours, huh?" Venelana began to kick her daughter with uncontrollable fury while she begged for her to stop. The blows stopped once the Gremory matriarch saw that her heels were stained with blood. "TSK, cure her and send her to do something. Her presence bothers me," said Venelana. Some maids standing behind the matriarch nodded, and once she left they proceeded to heal her. Rias woke up and saw that she was in a familiar place, the guardhouse. She looked at the clock on the wall, and saw that it was almost 10 a.m. The door of the room where they were was opened, and a white-haired maid well known to her entered and said with disgust, "It's time for you to go for today's errands. Unfortunately for you, you have to take the long route. Go and find a cart to make it easier for you to carry things." Having said this, he was about to leave, but he stopped and said, "Before you go, find a way to bathe and don't take too long." Rias simply attended with her head bowed, trying to hide her eyes with crystallized tears. After that, Rias left through the back of the castle because they were forbidden to leave through the front, as it would be a disgrace to the family to see her. The redhead arrived at the castle stables and went in search of the guard who would guide her to where her assigned mask was. She saw the guard's appearance. It was ugly and very grotesque in her opinion, as they looked at her with lust. Rias shrank in fear. She didn't want to be raped again. She knew no one would come to help her. They walked a certain distance and finally reached her mask, and it was simple, heavy and large. It did not have any magical advantage. The guard left her alone. The redhead felt that something bad could happen, so she hurried to pull the mask, hurrying to leave the place. After passing the castle walls, she began to feel a sensation of being watched. During her journey to the city, she took a stick and several stones to defend herself in case something happened. Days passed, and Rias ate some wild herbs, and when she reached her carreta she was suddenly attacked by some goblins who jumped on her to grape her. Rias fought to try to escape, managing to do so with a stroke of luck when she came across a steep hill that helped her escape. After a while Rias had finally reached the capital, the destroyed part of this so-called old Lilith. The looks of the people were of contempt, while she walked slowly due to the tiredness that she experienced. A tomato crashed into her face, and then another, and so on. Sometimes they threw objects at her, and said hurtful things to her during the course of her trip. Even the people where they had to go hit her, and sometimes graped her in exchange for delivering her errands, and she had no choice because if she did not return with the things on the complete list, even if it was a silly thing, they would beat her until her mother could not do it anymore. After getting everything, dirty and humiliated, they started their way back, which, fortunately for the readers, was more dangerous. Rias began to pull with difficulty on his way because the mask was full and heavier than before. Rias decided that to gain more time he should cut across the old square, and thus get out of the destroyed part of the city faster. Upon arriving there, she was hit on the head by a rock, which left her confused for a few moments, a time that was taken advantage of by some local children who began to steal the things she was carrying. Rias desperately tried to stop them from mobbing her, despite their mockery. Rias angrily hit a boy who was trying to take some sacks of rice, knocking him to the ground and knocking out some of his teeth. Rias saw that she had done something wrong and tried to fix it, but the child's crying attracted unwanted attention. Several people appeared and began to boo and hit her while she desperately tried to be forgiven. The blow of a frying pan knocked her over, and she was then pulled into a pile of rubbish gathered around a post. They grabbed her and covered her in fuel while another one was given firewood. "Please stop," Rias cried while trying in vain to be heard. A person launched a small flame through a magic circle, causing the rivers to start burning. "Please stop, I'm sorry. The redhead's pleas only brought a smile to many young people and adults who still remembered the brunette and his children's program. Rias begged him to stop while she was burning alive, but from one moment to the next she saw Vali, femme, trying to walk hidden among the crowd. "Worthy, I please help me, my love," the person mentioned tensed up and immediately ran out of there. "No, please don't leave me." Rias began to scream desperately as she watched Vali, femme, leave the place chased by several people. Rias's vision was blurry, the pain was unbearable, and she slowly closed her eyes. Rias woke up, but this time she didn't see the same roof of the guardhouse where she lived. "I see you've woken up, little girl." Rias looked for the source of that voice, finding a white-haired boy accompanied by 3 other women. "You may not know who I am, let me introduce myself. I am Claus, the true dragon god." After the Issei, Rias Gremory. Rias was scared. She was standing in front of a dragon, and it wasn't just any dragon, it was the true dragon god. The memories of her time with the dragons had made her scream, and with all the strength she could muster she ran off aimlessly as she did not want to be used as food again. Claus watched Rias run while the Fate sisters were behind him. "Since Rias is not in an acceptable state of mind, I'd propose we do this another time," Claus said while the sisters nodded and then retreated in a magic circle. "Okay, one less problem now, I'll go wait for this girl." After saying this, Claus simply disappeared. Rias ran and ran until her legs couldn't take it anymore, and after taking a wrong step she fell to the ground, hitting her head and ending up fainting. "When I woke up I noticed that I was no longer in that desert where I had appeared. Now I saw that I was in a fairly large room covered with many televisions that were turned off." Rias stood up but strangely felt very good. When she looked down she saw that she was sitting on a soft red sofa in simple appearance, but she also noticed that she was wearing clothes, but they were not just any clothes. They were the clothes she used in her days as a student at the academy. "I see you've already woken up." Rias looked ahead and saw a white-haired boy drinking tea in front of her. "Where am I?" Rias was surprised by the tone of voice he had used. "BC." Rias realized that her voice sounded more like when she was young, and when she looked up she saw a mirror resting on the table in front of her, and took it, realizing that she looked younger. She had recovered her beauty. "I see you've already noticed your rejuvenation." Rias stared at him and said, "What do you want? What are you looking for from me?" She said in a threatening tone, but in reality she was very worried. Honestly not much. I just want to have a private chat with you." After saying this, the televisions turned on and showed videos of her when she was young, her childhood, her good and bad times, and even her days at the Ko Academy. "Rias, I've seen your whole life and analyzed it to the bottom, but there's one question that I haven't been able to answer no matter how hard I try, and that's why. All the screens changed their images and began to show other things, such as when Issei was reincarnated, the times they had meetings at his house, the renting game, Kokabeel, Serorg, Loki, and more. Rias watched all this in silence. Rias, I always wondered why you did it, why you betrayed him, why you never loved him the way he loved you. You had a future with him, but why did you reject him? Rias lowered her head without answering. Tell me why you did it. After Issei, Rias Gremory, flashback. Please go out with me, said a redhead while holding a box of chocolate. Rias Gremory, a very beautiful girl considered a goddess in the eyes of men and the envy of the women at the high school she attended. She was declaring her love for a young brunette younger than her in a park in the city of Tokyo. I'm sorry, senpai, but I can't reciprocate your feelings, the brunette responded, destroying the redhead's hopes. And yes, we tried start being just friends? I asked with a broken voice. Well, we could try it. The young chestnut's answer was enough to make Rias happy, jumping on the chestnut who barely received it. Change of scene. It's been about 2 months since Rias and Issei became friends. The redhead always accompanied him every morning to school since she literally lived in the same apartment building thanks to the help her parents gave her. There was not a day that she accompanied him and even prepared his lunch. Rias fervently believed that if she continued to be so attentive, the brown-haired boy would fall in love with her sooner or later, and she almost succeeded until one day in her 3rd year of high school her plan went down the drain when she introduced a new girl to the Issei section. Her name was Isabelle Allende. A foreigner of Indian origin had snatched the love of the brown-haired boy that she had cultivated with great effort and sacrifice for a while. When they met, Rias began to feel that Issei was often leaving her aside to accompany this blessed new girl. The occasions became repetitions that eventually turned into oblivion. Rias wasn't going to let her chestnut be snatched away by a boar on any mountain exit, and her constant attempts to have Issei access for herself began to become more aggressive. On countless occasions, Rias prevented Isabelle from getting close to the brunette, but this only made them become more intimate, to Rias's frustration. She then began to direct anonymous threats at her to try to get her to stay away from the brunette, but it was ineffective, so she proceeded to bully her to get her to stay away from him, but without any success. Rias, tired that her plans would not work, confronted her in the school cafeteria, where unfortunately she was left as the bad guy when Issei intervened, thus jumping Isabelle from a blow that Rias gave her when he took her out of anger. Shortly after, Issei began to ignore them and they even had their friction, but what hurt Rias the most was that he had left Isabelle pregnant. News that traveled throughout the institute saddened Rias because it had not been Issei's first time, but with time renting see the happiness that he had, she began to hate him for changing her for another until finally she met a friend, Vali Lucifer. A boy more handsome than Issei with white hair and a toned body. Rias met him when she transferred to Qua Academy in Ko City, and he was the one who added fuel to the fire, so to speak. Vali had become Rias's informant in Tokyo as he traveled back to Tokyo almost every day, giving him extremely detailed information about the Issei's life with Isabelle, causing Rias to throw a tantrum every time she read the reports before the eyes of her queen, who was accompanying her. He was so angry that when he realized that the chestnut tree was moving to the city, he hatched a plan to ruin the chestnut tree's life and turn him into his slave. After Issei, Rias Gremory. While Rias spoke, Claus listened while watching the screens that showed the redhead's memories. When I found out that Issei was coming to Ko, I immediately made a plan to take charge of his life from now on. Unfortunately, the plan didn't work as expected. When Issei came to Ko, I ordered Kaneko to keep an eye on him while I hired some renegades to help me. Vali had disappeared as usual. Maybe he would appear after 7 or 8 weeks. The plan was almost completed by killing the damn crawling lizard in front of Issei, but I don't think I counted on him being the Red Emperor Dragon. When I saw him, the sadness and anger on his face made me wet, and when I decided to appear to eliminate the witnesses and look like his heroine, he attacked me. Even a newly awakened Sacred Gear user is easy to kill, but with Issei it was different. He looked like a beast. He almost killed Akino and I almost lost my life, but with Kaneko's help we managed to stop him and partially brainwash him thanks to the fact that we were stopped by someone unexpected. Claus saw the screens and the images that were transmitted were changed by an unexpected person. Wow, she's more beautiful than I thought, said Claus, and she doesn't seem to be of Indian origin. Now I see why Issei fell in love with her. she's simply better than Rias. While Claus was saying that, Rias looked at her angrily. She got in the way of our plans. She hit Kaneko hard on the head with the arm of a dead renegade and knocked her unconscious. Damn bitch! Rias roared. The redhead created a ball of power of destruction, while Isabel smiled and laughed at the sight. What are you laughing at, damn lizard? I scream and laugh angrily. It's what to see you face, Pwags, vomiting blood. I'm very happy, he said with a smile. Disappear! Rias launched her power directly at the black-haired girl, who said the last thing she said while looking at the body of her beloved husband was, "See you in the next life, darling." After saying that, Isabel was disintegrated without leaving any trace. Once Rias made up his mind, his biggest problem was heading towards Issei's body. From now on you belong to me. I will mold you in such a way that no girl will want to be by your side. After saying that, and with the recovered Akino, they went to the house where the chestnut would live from now on to change the memories of his parents and avoid any inconvenience. Time passed. Issei didn't remember anything about his life when he met Isabel. He became an almost first-class pervert, only surpassed by his friends Matsuda and Motohama. The girls at the academy viewed him with disgust, and every time they caught Issei spying on them, it always ended badly. This was Issei's life, from a boy with a promising future, married and almost a father, to a hopeless pervert who loves breasts, an idiot. Rias's plan was going well, but the intervention of the Fallen and Asia almost ruined it. If it weren't for Vala Lucifer who stopped her from killing him. Time passed again. Every time he saw the stupid smile of his cute pawn, he couldn't help but smile, and what he found funniest was that he never realized he was being manipulated. Claus saw Rias smile after telling her version of the story. I don't regret it, he deserved it, he said with a smile. Claus looked closely at the redhead, seeing that she wasn't lying. The satisfaction of recounting how he killed the brunette's first wife was reflected in his voice, and the last thing he said only made it clear that he never truly loved the brunette. Rias, you're sick. You ruined the life of an innocent and great man because he didn't choose you first and preferred a newcomer. Rias, despite knowing countless versions of you, your motive is stupid, completely irrational, not as much as I expected, but what can I ask of a devil like you? Saying that, Rias began to fade away and then disappeared. Your punishment is fair, you are not entitled to a second chance, said Claus while calmly drinking coffee. After Issei, Akino and Rossweise's unwanted encounter. In a cell there were two women looking at each other. One had a stupid happy smile and the other was boiling with rage, while the officer in charge had a bad feeling. It hadn't even been 10 minutes since Rossweisse arrived at the station before she was already causing trouble. Seeing her former partner smiling and, to top it all off, waving at her as if nothing had happened, she couldn't stand it anymore and started a fight with her. Several officers had to intervene to separate them. As a result, they were separated by two cells, one across from the other, with bandaged wounds and hair scattered all over the floor. What the hell are you doing here, Raven? Asked the Asgardian. Same as your dear, Akino answered calmly. Ha, very funny damn fall, said Rossweisse angrily. Silence reigned for a few hours until they were released after 24 hours. Upon leaving the police station, Rossweisse began walking, silently followed by Akino, a smile on her face. Both of them arrived at the farthest part of a park that was only lit by a lamp. Rossweisse went into the forest and walked for a few minutes until he reached a cave where he lived, and upon entering, the first thing he saw was several rats eating the food he had left preserved. With a sigh of resignation and a spear made from a broom handle, he killed some rats, and the rest howled. He created a fire and began to cook the rats. Akino was sitting on a stone outside the cave because she was not invited. Rossweisse, seeing that she did not want to leave, or rather did not show signs of wanting to leave, decided to start a conversation to kill time. Here, said Rossweisse, handing him a roasted rat. Thank you, I gladly accept, Akino. Tell me, what do you want from me? Rossweisse said while eating his third rat. It's been about 12 years and it's not like that, he said while smiling. When the albino was about to take another bite, she stopped. When I saw you in that forest, I wondered what happened to the others. Do you know anything? Akino asked. The truth, not so much. Besides, why the buck are you asking about those bucking traitors? Rossweisse said angrily. The last time I saw Rias was 2 years ago. She was feeling so bad that it made my heart happy, so I took advantage of the situation to put on a show, she said while smiling more. What the hell are you talking about? said the albino. Rias was pushing a large cart, so I returned a favor and told some orphan children who were around that a red-haired woman had a lot of food, and thanks to that Rias was burned to death. It was so gratifying, she said with a sadistic smile. Ha 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 ha. I would have really liked to see it, Rossweisse said happily. But that doesn't take away a doubt. What do you mean? Aquino said, tilting her head. The last time I saw you I made sure I killed you just like Rias and Ravel. Tell me, how are you still alive? I see you don't know about the curse. You're dumber than Xenovia, she said mockingly. Rossweisse did not respond to the obvious provocation. As you may know, we are human because Issei cursed us, she said calmly. One of the effects of the curse is that no matter what we do or what happens to us, if we die after a while we will revive. Also, as you may have noticed, the other effect is that every time we go to sleep we will dream of Issei, the life we will never have with him. Rossweisse looked at the brunette, while analyzing her words. It certainly makes sense. She remembers that on more than one occasion she tried to commit suicide, but she always woke up somewhere near where she did it. Although I can believe the first, I think you exaggerated the second. I have never dreamed about Issei. In fact, every night I sleep thinking about him, but I have never managed to dream about him. At what the albino said, Aquino opened her eyes wide and then laughed. Ha 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 ha, I see that the curse is different on you. Why would that be? At Aquino's rhetorical question, the atmosphere became a little cold while the sky began to clear, revealing the moon in all its splendor. Aquino looked at the moon while Rossweisse did the same. Maybe it's because you did love Issei, Aquino said as she closed her eyes. The truth is that originally I never thought of Issei as a good man, but then he helped me by accepting my fallen part, and he even helped me on some occasions with my problems, she said as some tears fell. But then Vali arrived and I let myself be carried away by my lust and started playing with Issei. She said between sobs, ducking her head and hiding her face against her hands. I still wonder why I married Issei, she said. As she wiped her tears with her hands, maybe he wanted to know what it was like to feel like a wife, or maybe it was just a whim, she said as she looked into Rossweisse's eyes. The albino listened in silence. Aquino stood on top of the rock stone, where she was sitting, and took out a knife and then spoke. Rossweisse-san, the reason why I'm here in France is to see Issei's daughter. The albino's eyes widened and she let out a squeal. If her name is Issei, I think she is 12 and she is a cute and sweet girl who looks a lot like him. Tell me, why are you telling me this? Rossweisse said cautiously. The truth, I don't know. After saying that and without any warning, the black-haired woman stabbed her neck hard, causing a geyser of blood to come out and bathe the albino. Aquino's body fell to the ground in her own pool of blood while Rossweisse watched them. How disgusting, he said while wiping his face with his hand. Rossweisse entered the cave and then returned to where the brunette's body was and poured some of the gasoline he had previously won in a bread lottery, and then lit it and watched it burn. I think I'll pay a visit. After Issei, Gabriel and Rossweisse have a friendly chat. Paris Air Terminal, France. It was 11 a.m. and two people were sitting in a dining room inside the port area waiting for the plane to arrive which will head to Italy. A beautiful blonde watched her daughter eat some dessert, while they tried to look classy. Issei, don't worry, you can forget the etiquette of all my. We are in a public place, and no one recognizes us. With a smile, the aforementioned stopped using an elegant posture and began to eat more freely, and in large quantities, of course. Gabriel felt a familiar aura, and with his sight he searched for the source, finding it in a corner of the dining room. Daughter, wait here. I'm going to see an old acquaintance, Gabriel said as he stood up. Of course, Mommy, she answered happily. Gabriel walked over to the corner table and sat down opposite the occupant. It's been a while, Rossweisse-san, he said seriously. The aforementioned was hooded with a suspicious person who was even in the sights of some officers who were there. If you keep dressing like that you'll have problems, Gabriel said while raising his hand to get the waiter's attention. With what the angel said, the aforementioned began to remove her hood and hat, revealing a gaunt and tanned Valkyrie. Hello, Gabriel, said Rossweisse with a smile. I see you are very well. I can't deny it. I have a beautiful little girl who loves me very much and can always count on me, Gabriel said with a smile. The Valkyrie smiled uncomfortably because she had just had something rubbed in her face that she could never have. A waiter had arrived at the table and collected the orders. Could you do me a favor? Don't bring my wallet, Rossweisse said with shame. Don't worry, I'll treat, Gabriel replied. The waiter left, leaving them alone again. I'll be honest, I noticed you were in town and I wanted to ask you a few questions, but thanks for answering the first one. Tell me, darling, what do you want to know? Gabriel said while keeping his smile. I know about the curse that is upon me, but there are some things I don't understand, and that is why it doesn't affect me the same as the others, Rossweisse said seriously. A barrier was erected in that same place, and Gabriel's smile disappeared. Tell me what you mean, Gabriel said coldly. Rossweisse swallowed saliva and began to recount her life since she realized the death of her ex-husband and the multiple suicide attempts. She said everything she knew without hiding anything. As she finished telling her story, silence reigned again as Gabriel stared at her. Without saying a word, Gabriel revealed his wings, which were as white as the clouds in the sky on a summer day and slowly turned dark as night itself. Then he spoke. Rossweisse-san, you know what happened to the others? The aforementioned nods its head. More or less, he answered. I know that the majority live in a fair way, he said while making symbols while eating with his hands. Well, as you know, each of them is being punished in different ways, some less than others, he said, remembering the blonde phoenix. But the difference that you have with them is that you didn't love Issei until you reflected, right? I think so, he answered with doubt. Tell me, Rossweisse, why did you marry Issei knowing you had doubts in your heart? I know that unlike those damn traitorous pieces of shit, he said, releasing some killer instinct making the albino nervous before calming down, you had different motives. In fact, I bet at that time you had certain doubts. Tell me, after Issei, memories of a single woman. The first time I saw that brown-haired boy at that meeting where I had to escort Odin-sama to the underworld, I thought he was just another man who would do anything to get under my skirts. Despite the fact that at that time I was desperate to get a cute and tender boyfriend who was willing to fight for me as if he were a prince, it didn't mean that I would run into anyone's arms. But after Odin-sama abandoned me in the underworld, I became depressed and almost created chaos. I was so scared that I was willing to do anything to not feel alone. That's when Rias arrived. She gave me a hand, and so I joined her entourage. A few days passed since I had joined Rias of my own free will. During that time, I realized how perverted the brunette named Issei Hyodo was. Despite the fact that on some occasions, during my stay at his house and on the occasions when I went on missions with him or together, at no time did I feel harassed or in actual danger, something surprising if we remember how pervertedly expressive he was. Despite always having the brunette's gaze on her, it never went any further. I even came to appreciate him. Despite the chestnut's obvious defects, I realized that he had a good heart. He was certainly stupid and quite absent-minded, but he was always there to help you. Time passed, about 3 months, and I had already gotten used to his presence and company, feeling a warmth and security in my heart every time I accompanied him. But one day after classes he had left for the territory of one of the dragon kings in the underworld, saying that he would go to train and return after a few days. With nothing to do I headed to the occult club, to look for some errand that would keep me busy, but when I opened the door what I saw had left me out of my mind. In front of me were the girls having an orgy with a white-haired man, and not just any white-haired man, it was Vali Lucifer. I had summoned my armor and was ready to enter into battle, but I was stopped by Kaneko and Rias. Both of them told me that he was not a threat. They even told me that he was a good match to be my husband. When I heard that, I simply laughed at such nonsense. I talked to Rias about Issei. He was supposed to love her, and she as his queen should know it, but to her Issei was nothing more than a simple expendable pawn that if you gave him what he wanted as an incentive he would do anything for her. At first I defended him. It was the first time I defended Issei so fervently, but my words and excuses slowly lost strength every time Kaneko told me about him and half showed his behavior. I couldn't help but feel embarrassed at that moment. I even thought about dying for having felt those feelings of longing towards the brunette. Then Kaneko told me about the incredible feeling that she and the girls experienced with Vali Lucifer when having sex. At first I refused. It didn't seem right to do it with a totally unknown man, but when Kaneko told me that I probably won't have another chance like that for a long time, I accepted hopelessly. When I did it I felt incredible. Each sensation made me become addicted to his hands. To the sensation, it was in that way that I gave myself body and mind to Vali, forgetting about Issei. But despite that, every time I saw him smile, I felt in my chest that what I was doing was wrong. I even tried to refuse to marry him for a while with the excuse that I wasn't ready yet. He responded with a smile, and for the next few years, he tried everything to make me fall in love with him. Every time I did, Girls would say bad things about him, and, as someone inexperienced in the subject of love, I accepted everything they told me. Every time I saw him, I treated him in the worst way possible. I even went so far as to humiliate him in public, he said through tears. I still couldn't believe he was still fighting for me when I clearly didn't want him around. But one day, a stabbing pain in my heart appeared. It was getting stronger and stronger. It appeared more frequently, but when he gave up, it was at that moment when I saw him, walking away from me with a lifeless look. My heart tightened, and I decided to resume those feelings that I had kept locked away for so long. I ran and ran until I managed to catch up with him, and when he looked me in the eyes, all I could think about was how wrong I was. I declared my feelings to him and apologized to him many times until he forgave me. I thought I had my life back and that I could finally live a married life, but he appeared again with Rias. That day Issei had a meeting with his investors from the Hyodo conglomerate. That same day I returned to having sex with him all day at his parents' house. When night came, I felt like just anyone. I was afraid that Issei would find out. We had only been married for a few days, but at that very moment, I received an urgent call from Odin-sama for a very important mission. I didn't think twice and left. It was my only chance to hide behind a facade and clear my doubts. I didn't think that morning would be the last time I saw him. After Issei, Vali Lucifer, 12 years after the death of the hero of the factions. After that meeting in France with Rossweisse, Gabriel was in Vatican City accompanied by her daughter Issei, who was currently sleeping in a room of a house that she had received as a gift from her beloved Chestnut when he was still alive. A sigh of nostalgia escaped the blonde after remembering that day. With slow steps Gabriel arrived at the terrace of the house and sat in a rocking chair, NT, Grandma's chair. And when she looked up she began to appreciate the night sky covered in stars and a moon half covered by clouds. This house brought back many happy memories of his days when he visited Issei in that same place. During that time, the chestnut tree was often in the city doing his job as a peacekeeper, and on more than one occasion he stayed in a small hotel on the outskirts of the city. Despite having money, he almost never used it except on days he considered important, such as the girls' birthdays, anniversaries, etc. Gabriel's happy expression changed to one of utter disgust. Gabriel hated Rias with all his heart. He always believed that she didn't deserve Issei, but because of his position, he never acted against her or any girl close to Issei. But now, no matter what he tries, he will never see the smile of the one who stole his heart again. Time passed and the lights in many buildings began to go out, a sign of how late it was. Wandering through his memories, Gabriel burst into rage, momentarily shaking the building where he lived, and then immediately calmed down to prevent his daughter from waking up. This type of situation was constantly repeated every time he was lost in thought, and the mere thought of remembering the reason for all the chestnut trees suffering for so many years caused him to release some of his energy, destroying things here and there, and from time to time he would destroy a forest. But that was before. Now, to avoid causing damage, he would sit in one place and, using a computer, start watching videos. These videos are not jokes or kittens. No, these videos are special for the simple reason that they are hours and hours of the cruel fate of those people who ruined everything for something as silly and banal as the member of the descendant of his older brother Lucifer. As she sat with one hand on her chin, Gabriel thought about what she should watch. Maybe a 2 or 3 hour torture movie, or maybe 5 curiosities of the dismembered body of Vali, or even better, some adult video like The Goblin and the Prey, or The Forks and the Prince, or even better the underworld favorite, Miracle and the Sea King. Despite having so many options on his laptop, Gabriel decided to watch a compilation video of some of Vali Lucifer's best moments. After a few minutes of searching he finally found what he was looking for, and with a click of the keyboard the video started playing. In the first part of the video, we see Vali with his clothes torn, bleeding, and crawling on the ground as he tried to escape from a pack of hungry lions. Vali climbed to the top of a tree in the hopes of escaping, but that didn't work as the lions climbed up the tree and pulled him down, and then began to devour him alive as he screamed for them to stop. The second part of the video, Vali was found tied hand and foot to a bed while some subjects with bat wings turned some wheels stretching Vali's body. The white-haired man screamed in pain until finally his body gave way and was torn in half, leaving his organs exposed. But it didn't end there. Then they forced him to eat it until he fainted. In the third part of the video, Vali was undergoing experimental surgery at the hands of his first and only living daughter, Rias Gremory, and Lucifer, who had a deranged smile on her face as she cut, injected, and attached some things to his body. Then in another part we see Vali's daughter on a picnic with her son Issei Hyodo, a 12-year-old boy playing with Gabriel's daughter, his half-sister Issei, while Vali saw all this being raped by a clone of his grandfather Rossweisse, who grabbed him hard while hitting him and telling him that he was his greatest treasure. This scene caused Gabriel to laugh with joy as he remembered that day. Despite the fact that the redhead is the daughter of his greatest enemies, he had nothing against her, of course, not counting the other sons of Vali who, despite the world believing they are dead, the reality is more chilling. And that is because his greatest love chose her to psychologically torture Rias and Vali throughout their lives by seeing her with a happy and perfect life while she would suffer for the rest of her existence, in addition to the fact that it was proven that she did fall in love with Issei. Review her memories since she was a child. The video continued all night until almost dawn, where I finally reached the most important and best part of the video. With a device made by Ajuka Belzebub, one of the Hyodo Eay put Vali in a dream where he would see all his sons and daughters fornicating with Issei while the model could do nothing to stop it, and then he would begin to see his life, or rather live his life, as if he were Issei until that fateful day where everything would be ruined. This was repeated on many occasions, with different endings. No matter how much effort you make to avoid it, it will always end badly. With a yawn and turning off his laptop, Gabriel returned to the comfort of his home towards his room, the room where Issei slept before. Taking out a red t-shirt that was properly folded and inside a preservative bag to keep the smell in, Gabriel put it on a pillow in the shape of the chestnut tree and then lay down on his bed hugging the figure of the chestnut tree and fell asleep while smelling it. One last time. The night sky was completely clear of clouds, and the only thing that could be seen were the lights produced by the stars. Gabriel was sleeping while hugging the human-sized figure of a chestnut tree that he always loved. In the underworld, the situation was similar for two other people, but with a notable difference. The platinum-haired maid had fallen asleep on one side of the bed where her daughter slept after having read her a very special story where she recounted how the greatest hero in the world fought and emerged victorious against the greatest evil in the world. But the workload of that same day ended up tiring her, and without much effort she fell asleep. On the grounds of the Citri family, more specifically in a normal-sized room, surprising by demonic standards, Seraphal was sleeping while completely naked hugging a very special stuffed animal for her. It was the Sakiriote's base form of armor. This stuffed animal has the chibi forms of her only true love. This stuffed animal was being affectionately hugged by Seraphal for being the first gift Issei had given her on a birthday, and it still retained that addictive smell of oats and honey, the natural smell of chestnut. These three women, despite the great difference they had between them, had something in common, a desire that they had kept in their hearts for all these years, the desire to see him one last time. The time has come. Hyodo. Claus was sitting in the lotus position on one of the modules of the International Space Station, while staring at the planet Earth in front of him. Despite being a god with powers beyond understanding, I still don't know how to control them, and this will be the first time I'll do something like this, so I hope you make the most of it. After saying that, a great earthquake struck the world, causing the dimensions to be united to the human world known as the planet Earth to form a bridge connecting each other, and becoming a single world. 3 souls were chosen along with 3 other souls with the same resonance, thus being a total of 6 souls that formed a circle between them in order to receive the arrival of a 7th that positioned itself in the middle of them. Spiritual dimension, world of eternal rest. Seraphal was confused. She didn't know what was happening or where she was. All she saw was a green meadow, and in the middle of it there was a large tree with strong and large roots with long and leafy branches. Mother! A cry of joy resounded in that field. Seraphal, after turning around, was attacked by a 12-year-old boy who hugged her tightly while trying to wipe her tears with her magical girl costume. Seraphal, seeing him, crouched down. "My child, don't cry, Mom is with you," said Seraphal while wiping his tears with her hand. Issei Jr. was the name Seraphal had given to her son, who is an exact copy of the chestnut in his youth. Issei Jr. stopped crying, and after wiping the tears from his eyes he said, "Mom, where are we?" he asked doubtfully. "I don't know, my child," answered Seraphal, but taking his hand and standing up, "Why don't we find out?" she said with a smile. Issei smiled and squeezed her hand tighter and said yes with great joy. Minutes passed and both people arrived at the only tree in the entire place. To the demon's surprise, Gabriel and Graphico were also there, along with their respective children. They all stared at each other while their children greeted each other until a voice brought them out of their trance. I see that my children have grown big and strong. Everyone present turned in the direction of the voice, receiving the biggest surprise of their lives. In front of them was a brown-haired boy dressed in the uniform of the Qua Academy he attended, smiling happily at them. Issei Jr. and Mickey's daughter looked at the newly appeared brown-haired girl with strangeness and confusion, but something inside Mickey had been violently agitated, thus causing the aforementioned girl to feel nostalgic and joyful. The women who knew that brown-haired man with honey-colored eyes began to cry unconsciously, and without warning the three of them threw themselves at Issei, who received them with outstretched arms. Gabriel, Seraphal, and Graphia fell upon Issei, throwing him to the ground while they hugged him desperately and cried over him. All this was seen by their children, who were astonished. Yeah girls, I miss you too, Issei said warmly. I see Issei said while caressing Mao's head. Seraphal, he said while lifting her chin. Seraphal looked up and was suddenly kissed, and without resisting it he let himself be carried away. Issei-kun, I want one too, Gabriel said with a pout. Issei stopped kissing Mao, leaving a trail of saliva, then stood up and looked lovingly at the angel. Issei tried to do it to Gabriel, but without expecting it, he was held tightly by her and was kissed for a long time while they had a tongue fight that only ended when Issei's eyes were shaped like a whirlpool, a sign that he was dizzy. Gabriel let Issei fall to the ground as he tried to hide his embarrassment with his white wings. Issei recovered, and holding his head he saw Graphie that had its head bowed. Seeing that, he got up and went in the direction of the maid standing in front of her. Graphia looked up, meeting the brunette's eyes, which were looking at her lovingly. Letting herself be carried away by her feelings and thus destroying her mask of seriousness, Graphia hugged Issei, putting her arms around the brunette's neck and staring at him. Issei responded to the maid's action by placing his hands on his waist and staring at her just like her. I love you, both said at the same time, and closing their eyes they gave each other a deep kiss, and tea, like in a Disney fairy tale. After doing that, all the girls approached Issei and then went to where the boys were. The first to approach was Graphite. Mickey, come, I have someone very special to introduce myself, he said happily. Said by the maid. Gabriel and Seraphal said the same thing presented to their children to their father. The reaction was not long in coming, and with tears of joy Issei Jr. and Mickey hugged Issei, throwing him back to the ground. Time passed and everything was laughter and fun. Issei played with his children different things, including games like house, operating, fairy godmothers, stylist, among other things. There appeared a house that was very familiar to Issei, and that was his parents' house. It was already nighttime, and the atmosphere inside the house was cheerful as Issei recounted his adventures, such as his fight against the Hikaryuto, the Kokabil clan, the minor god Loki, and others, while the girls cooked dinner. During dinner the atmosphere was calm and relaxing. No one argued since mealtime was sacred. Note, redundancy intended. With some bath time games, Issei finally got her children to sleep. I haven't seen you in a while. A deep voice emerged in the room and a blinding green light appeared, and when it finally dissipated and Mickey's left arm was covered by the shape of a red elbow-length glove with golden tips and sharp fingers. Issei, the brown-haired boy, smiled when he saw his friend after a long time. I see your next carrier is Mickey. I'm very sorry for not being able to get you out of your curse. Ha 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 ha, boy, that has nothing to do with it. In fact, I'm free. After saying that, a light appeared again and a small red dragon with 6 wings and an imposing posture appeared. Your plan worked, now I'm free. But why are you inside the secret gear? He asked doubtfully. After having freed myself, I wandered around the world for a couple of weeks in search of your aura, but when I finally found it, you had already died. Sadness took over me, and without a purpose in this life, I fell asleep until I was awakened by a surge of power coming from the underworld. When I found her, I was surprised to find an aura similar to yours, and that's how I realized she was your daughter. With nothing to do but sleep, I decided to become your daughter's guardian, and perhaps, in the future, your lineage as well. What Drake said made the brown-haired boy happy. A few hours passed and both discussed different things. Of course, Issei didn't say anything about having returned to the past, all in order to avoid worrying his friend. With a hug, the Red Emperor Dragon said goodbye to Issei and he went to his room where he was received by the girls dressed in baby dolls. All of them had a slight blush on their faces but were determined to spend time with him. Issei moved automatically as if he was in a trance state and began to grope Gabriel while kissing Graphico, and Seraphol gets ready to give him oral. That night they all gave themselves over to passion and lust until dawn. The rays of light invaded the chestnut's room while he was fully dressed and looked sweetly at the girls. You have little time left, Issei, said Claus while drinking some milk from a small box in his child form. Taking the words, Issei said goodbye to all of them with a kiss on their foreheads and also to their children. Outside the house, Claus was waiting for him. Any questions or complaints? He asked. I just wanted to tell you that everything that happened last night was like the Virgin Mary, Issei said with a smile. Claus smiled at that. I understand. Well, I'll make sure it happens. In a few weeks you'll have a nice gift. Issei advanced to stand next to Claus and looked at the house one last time before disappearing from the place. Reality. The dimension disappeared and everything returned to normal. 9 months later, in the Citri hospital were Seraphol, Gabriel and Graphico. Next to each of them was the figure of some small babies while each one smiled warmly.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.